Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. If you've ever had a dream that felt too real, stop and listen, because sometimes your mind isn't imagining danger. It's picking up on it. I used to think nightmares were harmless. Unpleasant, sure, but harmless. The kind of thing you shake off by turning on a lamp, checking your phone, and reminding yourself that you're awake, that nothing followed you out of sleep. That belief lasted until the night my phone vibrated at 2:17 a.m. No ringtone, no notification sound, just a dull, hollow buzz against the mattress. Enough to wake me, not enough to explain itself. I reached for the phone with that familiar, half-asleep irritation, expecting a spam alert or some app I forgot to mute. The screen lit up my ceiling in a pale blue glow. One notification. No icon, no app name, no message. Just a blank bar sitting at the top of my screen, like something had tried and failed to say hello. I stared at it longer than I should have. The room felt unusually quiet, the kind of quiet you notice only after it's already wrapped around you. The air conditioner had just shut off, leaving behind a thin, ringing silence. Somewhere in the building, pipes clicked as they cooled. My refrigerator hummed once, then settled. That's when I heard it. A soft click. Not loud. Not aggressive. The kind of sound you could easily dismiss if you wanted to. Metal, touching metal. Like someone testing something gently, carefully, making sure it would move before committing to it. I held my breath, without realizing I was doing it. A second click followed. Closer this time. Same sound, same pressure. Measured, controlled, then nothing. No footsteps, no voices. Just the faint buzz of the hallway light leaking through the crack beneath my bedroom door, painting a thin yellow line across the carpet. In that moment, my body remembered something my mind hadn't caught up to yet. I'd seen this before, not in real life. At least, I didn't think so. I'd seen it in my dreams. Over and over again. The same angle, the same strip of light, the same waiting silence that always came right before I woke up, heart racing, convinced I'd escaped something I couldn't quite describe. But this time, I was awake. My eyes were open. My hands were shaking, and the light under the door wasn't fading. Somewhere beyond it, the floor creaked, slowly, deliberately, as if someone had shifted their weight, careful not to give themselves away. I could hear the faint whisper of fabric moving, too soft to be footsteps, too close to be imagination. That was when the third sound came. 3 slow knocks, not frantic, not angry, polite. The kind of knock you use when you're confident the door will eventually open. I didn't scream. I didn't move. I didn't even reach for my phone again. All I could think about was the sick realization settling in my chest, that this wasn't the first time my dreams had shown me this moment. It was just the first time they didn't wake me up before it happened. And as I lay there, listening to the quiet rearrange itself around whoever was standing outside my door, I understood something that still makes my skin crawl to this day. My dreams weren't warning me. They were practicing. And whatever had learned my house had finally learned my schedule too. I'm sending this in now because it finally stopped. That probably sounds backwards. Most people reach out when something is happening, when the thing is active, when they're still in the middle of it, when they need help naming the fear. I waited until the silence. I waited until there were nights where I could fall asleep and wake up without that familiar punch of dread in my chest, without my body acting like it had been threatened while my mind was gone. I waited because, for a while, I convinced myself that the absence meant I'd won, that whatever pattern my brain had gotten stuck in had finally loosened its grip, that I'd aged out of it, that the stress passed, that I'd changed apartments, changed jobs, changed routines, and left something behind. But the truth is, the moment it stopped being a nightmare was the moment it started feeling like evidence. When you're still having the dreams, you can tell yourself they're just dreams. You can blame your schedule, blame caffeine, blame the way your building settles at night, blame the low-grade anxiety that comes from living alone and working late in a place where nobody's awake to confirm you're safe. When it stops, you don't get relief. You get space to think. And in that space, you start replaying small details you ignored because you didn't want to sound crazy. You start remembering how your body reacted to things before your mind understood them. You start asking yourself why the fear felt so physical, so specific, like it had an address, like it knew exactly where to sit inside you. I'm not sending this because I want closure. I don't think closure exists for this kind of thing. I'm sending it because I've realized I'm not actually afraid of the dreams. I'm afraid of why they didn't need to happen anymore. At the time, I lived in a one-bedroom apartment on the edge of a mid-sized American city. One of those places that pretends it's quiet because it has trees and a pond out front, even though it's basically pressed up against a highway and a service road. If you stood outside long enough, you could hear the constant sweep of tires over asphalt, that endless hush, like someone dragging a heavy blanket across concrete. The complex had a name that tried too hard to sound peaceful, something like Cedar Ridge or Willow Creek. In reality, it was 3 identical buildings, tan siding, black railings, narrow balconies, and a parking lot that always smelled like warm rubber and old rainwater trapped in cracks. I worked late back then, second shift that slid into third. It wasn't glamorous, the kind of job you take because the hours line up with rent and the manager doesn't ask too many questions. Some nights, I was at a warehouse. Some nights, I was doing night audit at a small roadside hotel. Either way, my life ran on fluorescent lighting and vending machine dinners. I got home around 1 or 2 in the morning most nights, sometimes later. The parking lot would be mostly empty, the painted lines faint and chipped, and my headlights would sweep over cars sitting still like sleeping animals. The security lights were harsh and cold, turning everything pale. The shadows beneath the cars looked too deep, like holes you could fall into. Across the road was a gas station with a flickering neon sign that never fully worked. Half the letters were dead, so it glowed like an unfinished warning. On quiet nights, the light from it would pulse faintly through the trees and bounce off the windows of my building. It wasn't enough to brighten anything, just enough to make everything look a little unreal, like the world had been drained of warmth. The front office closed at 6. After that, there was a phone number posted on the door for emergencies, like a burst pipe or a fire alarm. The posted hours and the dead quiet after midnight made it feel like the complex wasn't really managed, like it was just a structure people slept inside floating on the edge of the highway's breath. The thing about living alone is you start learning your home by sound, not in a poetic way, in a survival way. My apartment had its own soundtrack, and after a while, I could tell what time it was just by listening. The refrigerator had a low, steady hum that deepened every 20 minutes or so, like it was clearing its throat. The air conditioner clicked on with a sharp little snap, then a soft whoosh, then a slow vibration through the vents that made the ceiling feel like it was breathing. There was always a faint electrical buzz in the kitchen light fixture if I left it on. I learned to turn it off because it made my teeth itch when I was tired. I learned which floorboards creaked when I crossed from the living room to the bedroom. I learned the difference between my neighbor's footsteps and mine because my neighbor walked heavier, like he dragged one foot. Above me, the upstairs tenant moved around late at night, not stomping, just pacing, the slow heel to toe of someone who couldn't settle. Sometimes I'd hear a chair scrape across the floor, sometimes a cabinet door closing, always a little too loud in the quiet. Down the hall, there was a vending machine near the stairwell. Late at night, it made a compressor sound that cycled on and off, like an animal shifting in its sleep. When it kicked on, it would vibrate the wall faintly. Not enough for most people to notice, but enough that my brain started counting the pattern without permission. And then there were the sirens. Not constant, but regular. The kind of distant police and ambulance noise you get near a highway. Sometimes it was so far away, it felt like it was coming from another city, thin and wavering like it was moving through water. Sometimes it would surge closer, a bright rising whine, then fade again until it disappeared into the highway hiss. That soundscape should have been comforting, in a way. Familiar, predictable. That's what makes it hard to explain how quickly it became the opposite. I had a routine every night. Not because I was paranoid, at least not at first, but because routines make you feel like you have control over your life when everything else is slipping around. I parked under the closest light, even if it meant walking farther from my car to my door. I liked being able to see the reflection of my own face in the glass when I walked up. Liked seeing my shadow move cleanly under the security lights instead of melting into the dark. Inside the building, the hallway was always colder than it needed to be. The air smelled faintly like carpet cleaner and something sour underneath. Like wet shoes that never dried, the overhead lights buzzed quietly, and the exit sign glowed red at the end of the hall like a single open eye. When I reached my door, I'd do the same sequence without thinking. Keys in my right hand, fingers threaded between them like I'd ever used them as a weapon. Left hand on the doorknob. Quick glance down the hall in both directions. Then I'd unlock the deadbolt, slip inside, and lock it again immediately. Deadbolt, then the chain. Then I'd stand there for a second, holding my breath, listening, just to confirm the world outside my door was still the same world I'd walked through. Then I'd go through the apartment, turning on only the lights I needed. Kitchen, living room lamp, bedroom light only if I had to. I always checked the bedroom window, even though it was on the second floor. I'd make sure the latch was engaged, the blinds down. I'd pull the curtain aside and look out at the parking lot for a second, watching the way the security lights made the pavement look slick, even when it was dry. Then I'd let the curtain fall back into place. I'd set my phone face down on the nightstand, mostly because I didn't want that sudden bright screen in my eyes if it lit up. I'd plug it in and tell myself I'd check my messages in the morning. I kept a cheap box fan on the floor near the bed, angled toward my feet. It made a steady, comforting rush of air that smoothed out the little sharp sounds in the apartment, the kind of sound that turns thoughts into mush. The microwave clock across the room was the only light I left on. Green digital numbers, a little too bright. Something about that little rectangle of time made me feel anchored, like I could always look up and confirm where I was in the night. I didn't know yet that the microwave clock would become one of the first things that betrayed me. I wasn't a kid. I wasn't the kind of person who spooked easily. I was in my mid-30s, the age where your biggest fear is usually your bank account or your knees giving out when you stand up too fast. I drank too much coffee because night shifts turn your body into a machine that needs fuel. I had that constant mild headache that comes from sleeping in chunks. I spent my days in a loop: work, sleep, errands, repeat. There were nights I came home so tired I didn't even bother making dinner. I'd eat something out of a box standing at the counter, staring at nothing. Then I'd shower and let the water run too hot because it was the only time my muscles felt like they belonged to me. Living alone was supposed to feel independent. Mostly it did. Most of the time, I liked the silence. I liked being able to leave a light on in the kitchen if I wanted. I liked that my apartment stayed exactly how I left it. But there's a thin line between solitude and exposure, and night shifts push you right up against it. When everyone else is asleep, the world becomes a series of small, isolated pockets of light, and you start realizing how easy it would be for something to move through the dark unnoticed. I didn't think I was scared. I told myself I was practical. I locked my door because it was smart. I checked my window because it was smart. I listened for sounds because it was smart. What I didn't realize is that I was teaching my brain to be alert, training it almost. And brains that are trained to listen don't always stop listening when you close your eyes. The first wrong detail was so small, I almost missed it. It happened on a night that was otherwise completely ordinary. I got home around 1:40 a.m., hands numb from the cold, shoulders tight from being hunched over all shift. The parking lot was nearly empty, just a few cars under the harsh lights. The gas station neon across the road flickered like it was struggling to stay alive. I walked up the stairs, heard the vending machine compressor kick on behind the wall, felt the vibration in my feet. I reached my door, did the usual glance down the hallway, and unlocked the deadbolt. As I stepped inside, I had that brief sensation you get when you turn your head too fast, like your eyes lag for half a second behind your body. In that half second, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. The hallway light, not the bulb itself. The light spilling down the hall. It pulsed. Just once, like someone had passed underneath it, close enough to interrupt the beam, but not close enough to make a sound. Like a shadow slid across the carpet outside my door, and then was gone. I froze with one foot inside my apartment and one foot still in the hall, my hand still on the doorknob. I waited for something, anything, that would explain what I'd seen. Footsteps, a cough, a door opening down the hall, even the elevator, ding, nothing. The hallway stayed empty and brightly lit. The buzz of the overhead lights didn't change. The air stayed cold. The exit sign at the end of the hall kept glowing red. I told myself it was just my tired eyes, a flicker in the light, a trick of my peripheral vision. I closed the door, slid the deadbolt, latched the chain, and stood there listening until the silence felt normal again. Then I went to bed. And that was the first night I had the dream. Foreshadow, chapter level. The part that matters, maybe the only part that matters, is this. I didn't have any indoor cameras. Not then, not ever. I couldn't afford them, and even if I could, I didn't like the idea of recording myself sleep. So when I tell you what I saw, just remember that, because I'm still trying to understand how my brain chose an angle that felt like a camera I never owned. The first time it happened, I didn't fall into the dream the way you normally do. There was no gradual drifting, no weird, jumbled montage of nonsense, no soft transition where your thoughts turn into images and you're suddenly somewhere else without remembering how you got there. It was more like a channel switch. 1 second, I was lying in my bed, listening to the fan push air across the room, feeling my body sink into the mattress. The next second, I was looking down at myself from above, high up in the corner of the ceiling, angled toward the bed like a security camera bolted in place. The perspective was wrong in a way my brain recognized immediately. I wasn't seeing through my own eyes. I wasn't in my body at all. I could see everything with sickening clarity. The top of my head on the pillow, one arm thrown out over the blanket, my phone face down on the nightstand, the dull green glow of the microwave clock in the kitchen just beyond my bedroom doorway. I could even see the fan on the floor, the cheap plastic blades a blur, pushing the curtain just enough to make it flutter against the wall. But the most unsettling part wasn't the detail. It was the feeling that I was watching something that had already been recorded. The image had that faint, artificial crispness that security footage has. Too clean, too still around the edges. Like the room had been flattened into a frame and locked there, and I was trapped behind glass, observing. I remember thinking, in that detached half-thought way you get in dreams, this is how the building cameras see people. And then another thought, colder and sharper. Why am I seeing it like this? I tried to blink. I couldn't feel my eyelids. I tried to inhale. I couldn't feel my lungs. I was awareness without a body, pinned in the upper corner of my own bedroom like an insect, looking down at myself, sleeping, as if I were someone else's problem. At first, I clung to the only comforting explanation I had. It's a dream. That should have been enough. Most people, if they realize they're dreaming, can steer the dream or wake themselves up. Even when you're scared, that knowledge is supposed to give you control. It didn't. I couldn't move from that corner. I couldn't float down. I couldn't turn away. The only thing I could do was swivel my point of view slightly, like the camera was on a stiff mount with limited range. That's when I started noticing the distortions. The microwave clock was the first one. It sat on the counter in the small kitchen area, visible through the bedroom doorway. Bright green digits that normally read clean and steady. In the dream, they didn't. The numbers stuttered like a bad signal. Not flashing, not shutting off, glitching. The minutes would flicker forward, then backward, then freeze for a beat before jumping again. It reminded me of those cheap digital billboards that refresh too slowly, the kind where you can see the digital wipe crawling across the display. I stared at it, trying to force it to behave, trying to make it read like a normal clock. It felt important, like if I could get the time to settle, the rest of the room would snap back into place. But the longer I watched, the worse it got. The digits began to smear at the edges, leaving faint trails of green, as if the clock was moving faster than the light could keep up. The numbers never settled into a consistent rhythm. They just twitched and jumped and refused to be pinned down. Then I noticed the shadows. The fan blades spun, and the moving air made the curtain lift and fall against the wall. In real life, the shadows that curtain cast would shift smoothly. In the dream, they lagged. The curtain would move first, and the shadow would follow half a second later, as if the room couldn't process its own physics in real time, like the light was delayed, like something in the environment was buffering. It was subtle enough that you could almost miss it, but once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. Every movement in the room had a faint echo, a delayed twin that arrived late and wrong. And that's when the fear changed shape, because the fear wasn't just something is in my room. It became the room itself isn't behaving like it should. I told myself to stop looking at the clock, that it was just the kind of detail dreams insert to mess with you. I forced my view away from the kitchen counter and back toward the bed, toward my sleeping body, because for some reason, that felt safer than staring at the wrongness in the room. That's when I saw the bedroom door. I'm going to be precise here, because this detail mattered more than I understood at the time. My bedroom door wasn't open. It wasn't closed either. It was almost closed, latched enough that it should have been flush with the frame, but not quite. There was a narrow wedge of space along the latch side, no wider than 2 fingers, letting in a thin line of hallway light. In real life, I always shut the bedroom door. I didn't lock it. I never locked interior doors, but I shut it because it made my apartment feel smaller and safer. A closed door makes you feel like you've contained the night into one room. In the dream, that containment was broken. The hallway light didn't flood in dramatically. It didn't paint the whole room yellow. It just cut across the carpet in a narrow stripe, then climbed the edge of the bed frame in a faint highlight, like a line drawn with a dull marker. But the angle was wrong. The light didn't match the hallway bulb's usual direction. In my apartment, the hallway light outside my unit was bright, but it spilled under my front door, not through my bedroom door. The bedroom door opened into the living space, not the hallway. So why was there hallway light under my bedroom door? That question didn't come as a clear sentence. It came as a pressure, a tightening at the base of my skull. My brain trying to reconcile geography that didn't fit. And then I realized something else about the door. It wasn't just ajar. It looked stopped, like it had been gently pushed until it reached a point where the latch could have clicked, but whoever pushed it chose not to let it click. Like the door had been positioned with care, held in that almost closed state on purpose. And suddenly, the thin strip of light stopped being an incidental dream detail. It became a sign, a boundary, a message that something was on the other side. That was the moment I tried to wake myself up. Not casually, not with the calm, practiced confidence of someone who's had a bad dream before. I tried the way you try when you think something is wrong, when your instincts are screaming louder than your logic. I willed my body to sit up. I told my hands to move. I tried to force my eyes open inside the dream, as if my sleeping body could respond to my awareness like a puppet. Nothing happened. My sleeping self didn't twitch. My chest didn't rise faster. My hand didn't clench. I just lay there, still, slack, vulnerable, while I watched from the ceiling corner like a detached witness. Panic is different when you can't move. It's not an explosion. It's a slow, suffocating expansion. It fills every corner of you, pushes against your ribs, climbs your throat until you feel like you might choke on it. I knew it was a dream. I knew it in the way you know basic facts about yourself. But that knowledge didn't act like a shield. It acted like a trap. Because if this was a dream, why did it feel so procedural? So mechanical? Why did it feel like I was being shown something rather than experiencing it? I tried to turn my view away from the door, but my camera wouldn't rotate past a certain point. I hit an invisible limit, like the mount was fixed, like the angle had been chosen in advance, and I was only allowed to see what it wanted me to see. I could look at myself. I could look at the door. I could look at the thin strip of light. And I could do nothing else. The sound didn't come immediately. At first, there was only the fan and the refrigerator hum and the soft buzz of electricity in the walls. Those familiar sounds were still there, but they felt muted, as if someone had wrapped them in insulation. Then the fan stopped. Not gradually. Not like the motor winding down. It stopped as if someone had unplugged it. The sudden silence was so complete, it felt like pressure on my eardrums. The room seemed to hold its breath. Even the refrigerator hum dipped, as if it were listening too. And into that silence came the first click. Click. Soft. Metallic. Intimate. It didn't sound like a light switch. It didn't sound like a door slamming. It sounded like something small and controlled, like a latch being tested, like a doorknob turning just enough to feel resistance, then releasing. My mind immediately supplied the image of my front door, even though I was staring at my bedroom. I couldn't help it. I'd check that door every night. I knew the sounds it made. The deadbolt had a solid, throaty clunk when it turned. The chain made a dry rattle when it shifted. This click was not either of those. This click was like the inner mechanism of a knob, a subtle, private sound you only hear when you're close enough to put your ear near the metal. A second click followed. Click. Same tone, same distance. Then a pause. Not a random pause. Not a dream hesitation. A deliberate pause. Long enough to make you anticipate the next sound. Long enough to make your mind start filling the silence with possibilities. Footsteps, breathing, the scrape of fabric, the gentle push of a door. In the pause, my thoughts went slippery. I couldn't tell if I was hearing something else beneath the silence or if my fear was manufacturing it. A faint whispering sound, like someone exhaling through their nose. A soft shift, like weight on carpet. My entire awareness narrowed to the space near the door. Then the microwave clock glitched again, its green digits jumping, smearing, like time itself was trying to get out of the room. And still, I couldn't move. The pause stretched into something unbearable. Then, from somewhere just outside the thin strip of light, I heard the softest sound of all. A gentle pressure against the door. Not enough to open it. Just enough to make the latch breathe. Just enough to make the gap in the door change shape by a hair. That tiny movement was worse than a loud bang. It felt personal, like a hand resting there, testing the boundary with patience. I don't know why my eyes, my camera, shifted at that moment. Maybe it was instinct. Maybe it was dread drawing my attention like a magnet. Maybe the dream wanted me to see it, and it had simply been waiting for the right beat. The door didn't swing open. The strip of light didn't widen. But something moved into the edge of my view, on the far right side of the frame, just where the corner of the room blurred into darkness. At first, it looked like a shadow thickening, Then it resolved into shape. A shoulder. A human shoulder. Close enough that it didn't make sense with the room's layout. It was too near to be across the apartment, too large to be at the doorway. It felt like it was right up against the camera's blind spot, leaning in. There was fabric, dark, matte, like a hoodie or a jacket that absorbed light. No pattern, no logo, nothing that would make it feel like a normal person. And the shoulder was positioned wrong. Not like someone walking past, like someone standing still, turned sideways, intentionally avoiding the center of the frame, as if whoever it was understood the angle, understood what the camera could see, understood exactly how to exist in the place where I couldn't identify them. I waited for the face to appear, for a hand to follow, for any other detail I could grab onto. None came. The shoulder just stayed there, occupying the edge of the frame like a threat that didn't need to announce itself. And then the thin strip of light under the door dimmed, as if something had stepped between the hallway and the gap, blocking it, standing right on the other side. In that moment, I had a sick, helpless certainty that whatever was there wasn't trying to rush in. It was waiting for me to wake up, waiting for me to move, waiting for the dream to end. I woke up like I'd been yanked out of my own body. My eyes flew open. My heart was pounding so hard, I could feel it in my throat. For a second, I didn't know where I was, only that I was back behind my own eyes, back inside my own skin, back in the weight of my own bed. The fan was running again. The refrigerator hummed. The microwave clock read a normal time, steady green digits. My bedroom door was closed. I lay there, frozen, listening for the clicks. Nothing. I turned my head slowly toward the door anyway, expecting, irrationally, to see a strip of light under it. There was none. Just darkness. I told myself I was safe. I told myself I was awake. I told myself the dream had ended. And then I smelled it. A faint, wet metallic odor in the air. Like cold pennies. Like damp tools. Like rainwater left sitting in a rusted bucket. Not strong enough to choke on, but distinct enough that I knew it wasn't my imagination. I lifted my head, sniffed again, and felt my stomach tighten. Because that smell didn't belong in my bedroom. And it hadn't been there before I fell asleep. I didn't get out of bed right away. That's the detail I always feel a little ashamed of when I replay this later. Because it's not heroic, and it's not even logical. The human brain likes to imagine that fear will turn you into a person of action, that you'll spring up, flip on the lights, march around your apartment like you own it, and prove the night wrong. What fear actually does, at least the kind that hits you when you're alone in a quiet building, is it makes you listen first. It makes you bargain with stillness. It makes you wait, hoping the world will correct itself if you don't provoke it. So I stayed where I was, lying flat on my back, eyes wide, breath shallow, letting my ears do the work my legs refused to do. The fan was running. The refrigerator hummed. The microwave clock glowed. Everything sounded normal. But the smell, faint, wet, metallic, kept hovering at the edges of my senses, as if it had soaked into the room while I slept. I turned my head toward the bedroom door. Closed. No strip of light. No movement. Just the dark outline of it against the darker wall. I told myself, it was a dream. You woke up panicked. Your senses are searching for proof. Then, immediately. But you didn't imagine the smell. That thought finally pushed me up. I swung my legs out of bed, and the carpet felt colder than it should have. like the room had lost heat while I slept. I hesitated long enough to listen again, just to make sure the apartment was still empty, then crossed the bedroom and stepped into the living space. I didn't turn on the overhead lights. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't want to announce myself. Maybe I didn't want to create shadows. Maybe I didn't want to see too clearly. The faint glow from the kitchen was enough to guide me. I went straight to the front door. My hand hovered over the chain lock for a second. I could feel my pulse in my fingertips. Then I touched it. The chain was latched, taut, cold, unmoved. I checked the deadbolt next. It was locked. The knob turned fully into place, exactly how I always left it. No slack, no give, no hint that someone had tested it. I held my breath and pressed my ear lightly to the door anyway, feeling ridiculous even as I did it. Silence. No breathing on the other side. No shuffling. No elevator ding. Just the faint hallway hum filtering through the frame. I stepped back, stared at the peephole, then leaned in. The hallway was empty. The fluorescent lights buzzed above the carpet. The exit sign glowed red at the end of the corridor. Nothing moved. Nothing waited. For a moment, relief washed over me so quickly it made me dizzy. My body loosened, like a knot being cut. The dream had been intense, yes, but the locks were intact. The hallway was clear. The world was still behaving. And yet, that smell was still there. Not stronger, not weaker, just present, like a fingerprint in the air. I stood in my living room with my hand still on the doorknob, staring at the chain lock as if it might explain itself. And I realized something that didn't make me feel better at all. Whatever I had felt in the dream didn't require the door to open. I didn't sleep again after that. Not really. I lay down eventually, because exhaustion is a kind of gravity, but my eyes kept snapping open every time the building made a noise. Sometime close to morning, I found myself standing at the front door again, this time not checking it for intruders, but checking it for sound. Because the clicks in the dream had been so specific. Not a slam, not a bang, not the obvious rattle of someone trying to break in. It had been delicate, controlled, almost polite. The kind of sound that only exists when someone is being careful. I told myself I was being rational, that I was narrowing down possibilities, that if I could reproduce the noise, I could file it away under normal house sounds and move on. So I wrapped my fingers around the doorknob and turned it gently, just enough to feel the latch retract. It made a soft mechanical sound, but it wasn't the click from the dream. It was too obvious, too clean. I tried again. Slower, less pressure, still wrong. Then I did something I'd never done before. I pulled upward on the doorknob as I turned it, like I was lifting the weight of the mechanism while it rotated. Click. I froze. It wasn't identical, not perfectly, but it was close enough that the hairs on my arms lifted. A small metallic catch, engaging and releasing. A sound you'd never notice in daily life unless you were listening for it. Unless you were alone and the night had put you on edge. I did it again. Click. The same. That quiet, intimate little sound. My mouth went dry. In the dream, it had sounded like it came from the bedroom door. But now I realized something important. The dream had never shown me the exact source. It had only given me the sound and let my fear assign it to whatever made the most sense. A click like that could come from a lot of places. A doorknob, a latch, a chain shifting, even a cabinet door closing softly. But standing there in my apartment, with dawn starting to gray the windows, I understood why the click had felt so personal. It was the sound of someone learning your door, not forcing it, not attacking it, testing it, feeling for the little quirks, the slight give, the way you could lift and turn to make it behave. I tested it one more time and held my ear close, listening to the mechanism the way someone else might listen. That's when I noticed something else that made my stomach turn. If I could make that click by accident with a certain grip, someone else could make it on purpose. After that first dream, I told myself it was a one-off, a weird flare-up from stress, something my brain had served up because I'd been working too many nights in a row and living off caffeine and vending machine food. And for a while, it almost seemed like I was right. Days passed, then weeks. The metallic damp smell didn't come back. The hallway light stayed steady. The fan hummed. The fridge hummed. Life went back into its groove. I even forgot about the click. Not consciously, but in the way your body forgets pain once it stops hurting. You don't erase it. You just store it somewhere you hope you'll never need again. It was almost 3 months later when the dream returned. That night had been unremarkable. I came home late, half asleep on my feet, showered, checked the locks the way I always did, and crawled into bed with a kind of relief that only exhausted people understand. I remember thinking, right before I drifted off, please, just let me sleep. Then the channel switched. I was back in the ceiling corner, back in that fixed angle, back watching myself lie there under the blanket, one arm exposed, the fan blurring at the edge of the frame. The microwave clock glitched immediately this time, like it knew it didn't have to ease me into anything. The green digits stuttered, jumped, smeared. The shadows lagged again, the curtain moving first, the darkness following late. And then my attention snapped to the bedroom door. It was still almost closed, still not latched, still letting in that thin wedge of light. But the light was different, brighter, warmer, almost yellow instead of cold white. And it wasn't just bleeding under the door anymore. It was reaching farther into the room, slicing across the carpet like a spotlight that had been angled directly toward the gap. It made no sense. The hallway outside my apartment wasn't lit like that. The building's lights were fluorescent, harsh and pale. This light looked like an old incandescent bulb, like a lamp someone had carried. The strip under the door pulsed subtly, not like a flicker, but like something passing in front of it, blocking it, unblocking it, closer, then farther. I tried to swivel my viewpoint away, but I hit the same invisible limit, same fixed mount, same cruel restriction. All I could see was the bed, the door, the microwave clock, and the living space beyond. Everything else felt intentionally excluded, as if the dream had been framed by someone who knew how to keep a person's attention pinned. And in that brighter, closer light, I saw a detail I hadn't noticed the first time. A faint shadow line at the base of the door that suggested the door wasn't merely ajar. It had been held in that exact position, like a hand was resting on it, keeping it from clicking shut. The realization didn't arrive as a thought. It arrived as a sensation. My stomach dropping, my throat tightening, my entire body bracing for impact. Because I knew what came next. The sound sequence didn't start right away. Instead, the dream lingered. It let me stare at the door and the light and the impossible geography until my fear saturated everything. It let me anticipate. And anticipation, I learned, is its own kind of torture. Then, Click. The same delicate metallic catch. Click. A second one, identical. And then the pause. My awareness leaned into the pause like a person leaning toward a dark window. In that stretched second, I heard something else. A soft, dry sound, not mechanical, not electrical, not part of the apartment's usual soundtrack. Fabric. The faint brush of cloth against cloth. The whisper of a sleeve shifting. Like someone adjusting their posture near the door, careful not to make the floor creak. The strip of light dimmed slightly, as if a body had moved closer to the gap. And I woke up. Not smoothly, not with relief. I woke up the way you wake up when your body is convinced it's in danger. My eyes opened, and the room was dark. The fan was still running, but the sound felt far away. My heart was hammering like it was trying to get out of my ribs. I tried to sit up. I couldn't. For a few seconds, my body was a dead weight. My arms wouldn't lift. My legs wouldn't move. My neck felt locked. The panic wasn't mental. It was physical, like my muscles had been unplugged. Sleep paralysis. I'd heard of it. I'd even experienced it once as a teenager, a weird one-off that I'd filed away as a fluke. This wasn't like that. This wasn't vague. This was targeted. Because while I lay there unable to move, staring at the darkness, I could still hear the room. I could still hear the fan. And I could still hear something else near the door. That same soft fabric rustle, closer than it should have been. Not loud enough to be undeniable, but clear enough that my brain didn't need to interpret it. It was there. Someone, or something, had shifted weight near the doorway. My mind screamed at me to look, but my body refused to obey. I could only stare at the ceiling, helpless, as the air felt colder at my feet, as if the fan had turned into a draft from a window I hadn't opened. The seconds stretched into an eternity. I tried to swallow. My throat was tight. My mouth tasted like pennies. Then slowly, mercifully, control seeped back into my fingers. Then my arms. Then my legs. The instant I could move, I jerked upright, gasping like I'd been underwater. The bedroom door was closed. No strip of light, no figure, only the dark. And yet my skin still prickled as if someone had just leaned close to it. I didn't go back to sleep. I sat on the edge of the bed, listening, trying to catch the next sound, the next clue, the next proof that I wasn't losing my mind. I told myself the paralysis had been the reason it felt real. That my brain had trapped me between dream and wakefulness. And in that state, everything is amplified. Every shadow becomes a shape. Every creak becomes a footstep. Every breath feels like someone else's. I clung to that explanation until my phone vibrated again. It wasn't a loud buzz. It was the same dull pulse against the mattress, the kind that you feel more than you hear. I snatched it up so fast I nearly dropped it. The screen lit my hands pale blue. One notification sat at the top, exactly like the first time. No app icon, no sender, no preview text, just a blank gray bar with a timestamp. For a second, my brain refused to process what I was seeing. It felt like looking at a word you've seen 1,000 times and suddenly not recognizing it. I swiped down to expand it. Nothing happened. It didn't open. It didn't reveal content. It didn't link to anything. It just sat there like a piece of corrupted data. I unlocked the phone, heart pounding, and checked everything. Messages, email, missed calls, system notifications. There was nothing. No app had pinged, no calendar alert, no weather warning. I went into my settings and pulled up the notification history. Blank. It was as if the phone had vibrated for a reason that didn't exist, or for a reason that didn't want to be named. The rational part of me tried to salvage it. Maybe it was a glitch, a stuck process, a phantom notification. Phones do weird things sometimes. We all know that. But the timing was wrong. It had happened right after the dream, right after the paralysis, right after I'd heard the fabric sound near the door. My body reacted before my mind could argue. My grip tightened around the phone. I glanced at the bedroom door, expecting the strip of light, expecting movement, expecting anything. Nothing. Then I realized I was holding my breath again. I forced myself to exhale. And on that exhale, I caught the faintest trace of that smell. Wet metal, like rain on rust. It was so subtle, I could have convinced myself it wasn't there, if my fear hadn't already given it a name. The next day, I did what people do when they're scared and embarrassed about being scared. I tried to forget it. I went to work. I drank coffee until my hands jittered. I made small talk with coworkers like nothing was wrong. I told myself I'd been exhausted, that my brain had misfired, that sleep paralysis plus a nightmare equals panic, and panic equals seeing patterns where none exist. By the time I got home, the sun was bright, the apartment looked harmless, and the fear felt like something that belonged to the night version of me, not the daylight version. Still, I couldn't shake the memory of that ceiling corner view. The way it had framed the room. The specific angle, like the perspective had been anchored to an invisible mount. So I did something I didn't want to admit I was doing. I tried to match it. I stood in my bedroom, looked up at the ceiling corners, and tried to imagine where a camera would have to be mounted to see what I'd seen. The doorway, the bed, the slice of kitchen counter with the microwave clock. I took a step toward the corner, closest to the door, and craned my neck. That's when I saw it. A tiny chip in the paint near the smoke detector. Not big, not dramatic, just a small flake missing near one edge, exposing a darker layer beneath. The kind of thing you'd never notice unless you were looking up with a specific purpose. And I knew, immediately, with a cold certainty that made my stomach twist, that the dream had shown it to me. In that ceiling corner view, the smoke detector had been visible as a pale disk against the ceiling. And right beside it, there had been a tiny dark mark that my dream brain had registered without comment, the way a camera registers everything. I had never noticed that chip before, not once. I'd lived in that apartment long enough that I should have. I was the kind of person who noticed small details. I cleaned. I organized. I stared at my ceiling while lying in bed like everyone does. But I hadn't seen it. Not until after the dream. I stood there, staring up at the paint chip, feeling my skin prickle, feeling that same metallic taste creep back into my mouth, and a thought surfaced that I didn't want to touch. If my brain could invent a camera angle, it could also invent details. But if the details were real, details I hadn't consciously seen, then the angle wasn't invented. It was remembered. And that opened a door in my mind that didn't have a chain lock. Because the moment you accept that the camera perspective might be based on reality, you have to ask the question that makes your throat go tight. If there was a camera angle, who was holding it? By the time the second dream ended, I wasn't scared in the way you see in movies. I wasn't sprinting around my apartment with a knife in my hand or throwing open doors to prove I was brave. I was scared in a quieter, more humiliating way. scared enough that I started negotiating with reality. That's what it felt like anyway. Like I could make a deal with the situation if I approached it correctly. If I can prove it's a dream, I'll stop feeling like this. If I can prove it's not a dream, I'll know what to do next. Both of those thoughts were lies, but they were useful lies. They kept me moving. They gave my fear a task. The truth was, I didn't trust my own memory anymore. The dreams felt too clean, too precise, like someone had edited them. And then there were the waking details, the metallic damp smell, the blank notification, the sleep paralysis that left my body useless while my ears stayed sharp. I'd spent enough years being an adult to know how easy it is to explain away things that don't fit. Fatigue, stress, caffeine, anxiety, a bad mattress, a noisy neighbor, a flickering fluorescent light that gives you headaches and makes your eyes play tricks. But explaining it away wasn't working. It was like trying to paint over a stain that kept bleeding through. So I decided I was done guessing. I didn't want to tell my friends. I didn't want to tell my coworkers. I didn't even want to tell the leasing office because I could already imagine the polite, careful look people get when they think you're spiraling. I didn't want to give anyone a reason to treat me like a problem instead of a person. If I was going to understand what was happening, I needed something neutral. Something that didn't get tired or scared or forget details or fill in gaps with imagination. I needed a record. I remember sitting at my kitchen counter that morning, sunlight coming in too bright, making the dust in the air visible like snow, and writing a short list on a scrap of paper. Not dramatic, not a manifesto, just a few bullet points, like a grocery list. Time I go to bed, time I wake up, what I hear, what I smell, what my phone does, what the door looks like. It looked stupid when I finished, like a checklist for a person who didn't trust their own senses. But the more I stared at it, the more it felt like the only sane response. If something was real, it would leave a footprint. And if it didn't leave a footprint, then maybe I could finally stop looking over my shoulder in my own home. I didn't buy anything expensive. I didn't want to commit to the idea that I was being watched because that felt like feeding the fear. And I didn't want the kind of camera that made you feel like you were building a case for court. I wanted something casual, something I could return if I had to, and laugh at myself in a week. So after work, I stopped at one of those big box stores off the highway, the kind with bright aisles and overhead TVs playing the same ad on a loop. The electronics section smelled like plastic and cardboard. I walked past the expensive security systems and settled on a cheap indoor camera in a small white box that promised HD video in bold letters, like it was doing me a favor. I also bought a little audio recorder the size of a candy bar. Nothing fancy, just enough to capture sounds at night. I told myself it was for the clicks, for the knocks, for the moments that vanished the second I tried to explain them. The cashier didn't look at me twice. To him, I was just another tired guy buying gadgets after a shift. That normalcy almost made me feel better. Almost. Back at the apartment, I set everything up with the kind of focus you get when you're trying not to think too hard. I downloaded the camera's app, connected it to my Wi-Fi, gave it a bland name like Living Room, and turned off every notification setting I could find because the last thing I needed was my phone buzzing for harmless motion triggers. The camera came with a peel and stick mount. I didn't trust it, so I pressed it harder than I needed to, thumb aching as I held it in place. I mounted it high in the corner of the living room, where it could see my front door and a slice of the hallway inside my apartment. I didn't point it at my bed, not yet. That felt like inviting the dream into my most vulnerable space. The audio recorder I placed near the front door, tucked behind a small table so it wasn't obvious from the entryway. I tested it by snapping my fingers. The tiny screen showed a waveform, a neat little confirmation that it was listening. When everything was in place, I stood in my living room, staring up at the camera lens like it might blink. A part of me felt ridiculous, like I was playing detective in my own apartment. Another part of me felt something colder. Relief. Because now, if the night tried to rewrite itself, I'd have a witness that didn't sleep. The next day, on my way out to work, I noticed a sign in the hallway that I'd somehow never really seen before. It was taped up near the stairwell, slightly crooked, the corners curling from humidity. A generic, laminated thing with a little cartoon camera icon and a cheerful font. "Smile, you're on camera." That should have been comforting. Most people would read that and feel safer, like the building cared, like there were eyes on the hallways, like strangers couldn't move through the space unnoticed. I actually laughed when I saw it, quietly, out of reflex. Not because it was funny, exactly, but because it felt like the universe was making a joke at my expense. Of course there are cameras, I thought. There are cameras everywhere. Then the laugh dried up in my throat, because the thought didn't end there. If there are cameras, why didn't they show anything? I stared at the sign longer than I needed to. The hallway smelled faintly of old carpet and that sour undertone of damp shoes. The fluorescent light above me buzzed just loud enough to feel like it was vibrating inside my skull. A neighbor's door opened somewhere down the hall, and I flinched, the sound too sharp in the morning quiet. The neighbor stepped out, nodded at me, and walked away without a second glance. Normal? Ordinary? My body slowly unclenched. I looked back at the sign. The cartoon camera smiled at me in its own dumb way, and I realized the sign wasn't there to reassure people like me. It was there to make people believe the building was watching, whether it was or not. On my way back that night, I checked for actual cameras. Not obvious ones, at least. No black domes on the ceiling. No visible lenses on the corners. Just the sign, taped up like a promise. It's strange, the things your brain starts doing once it's been scared in the dark. You start scanning your environment like you're hunting for a hidden flaw. You start reading ordinary objects like they're warnings. That sign should have been meaningless. Instead, it felt like a dare. The first night with the camera running was anticlimactic in the most exhausting way. I came home, did my routine, keys, glance, deadbolt, chain, then washed my hands and made a sad little dinner out of whatever was in the fridge. I kept catching myself looking up at the camera in the corner, like it might react to me. It didn't. It just sat there, a silent black dot in a white casing. When I finally went to bed, I didn't sleep well, but not because of the dream, because of the awareness of being recorded. Even though I'd set the camera in the living room, even though it wasn't pointed at me, the fact that it was there made me feel exposed in a new way, like I'd introduced a witness into my life that didn't care about my comfort. In the morning, the first thing I did was check the footage. I sat on the edge of my bed with my phone, thumb hovering over the playback timeline like I was about to uncover something. A confession, a shadow, a figure in the doorway, something that would justify the way my stomach had been tight for days. The footage showed nothing. The living room sat empty. The front door stayed closed. The hallway inside my apartment remained still. Every few minutes, the air conditioner turned on and the curtain in the living room moved slightly. The refrigerator compressor kicked on, and the microphone captured a faint hum. The camera's night vision gave the room that gray-green glow, making it look like a drained photograph. At one point, a car passed outside, and its headlights swept through the blinds, sending bands of light across the wall. The motion sensor didn't even trigger. Everything was calm. I skimmed through the whole night at double speed. Hours of nothing. No clicks. No knocks. No shadow passing under the door. No interruption in the footage. A strange feeling settled over me. Something like embarrassment, but heavier. It was the sensation of almost wanting the fear to be real, just so you'd stop feeling ridiculous about being scared. I forced myself to breathe and told myself, "Good. This is good. It means nothing is happening." But that thought didn't soothe me the way it should have, because it didn't erase the dream. It didn't erase the sleep paralysis. It didn't explain the blank notification. It didn't explain the metallic damp smell that had lingered in the room after I woke. So I kept the camera running. Night after night, I checked the footage. Night after night, I saw ordinary life. A quiet room, a closed door, a building that looked harmless on video. And slowly, almost against my will, I started to relax. Not completely. Not enough to stop checking the locks, but enough to let my body sink into deeper sleep again. Enough to let the fan's white noise smooth out the sharp edges of my thoughts. It felt like winning. It felt like proving the night wrong. And that's always when things get worse. The intercom wasn't something I'd paid attention to before. It was an old system built into the wall near my kitchen. A small speaker with a grill and a plastic button that never got used. The leasing office could broadcast announcements through it if they needed to. Maintenance schedules, water shutoffs, reminders about parking permits. I couldn't remember the last time I'd heard an actual announcement. Most of the time, it was just a dead piece of hardware. Another relic of a building that liked the idea of being secure more than it liked the effort. But after a few nights of checking footage and finding nothing, I started noticing small things again. The kind of small things you only notice when you've trained your brain to listen. One night, around 2 a.m, I was lying in bed, not asleep, but close, when a burst of static crackled from the intercom. It lasted maybe 1 second, 2 at most. A sudden harsh hiss, like someone had keyed a radio mic and then released it. I sat up immediately, heart kicking. Then silence. No voice followed. No announcement. Nothing. I waited. The fan kept blowing. The refrigerator hummed. The upstairs tenants shifted in their sleep. I told myself it was a glitch. Old wiring. A power fluctuation. Something harmless. But then it happened again, 2 nights later. Same short burst of static. Same timing. Late. Quiet. When the building felt mostly asleep. I walked out into the living room and stared at the intercom panel like it might have an expression. The plastic button sat there, dusty. The speaker grill looked dark. It didn't smell like burning. The lights didn't flicker. If someone was using it, it wasn't obvious. That was the unsettling part. The sound felt intentional, like a signal, like a test. 1 second of static could mean nothing, or it could mean someone had pressed the button, listened for a response, and stopped. Like the click at the doorknob. Like the door held just shy of latching. Small, careful actions. Quiet enough to be denied. Clear enough to be felt. I wrote it down on my scrap paper list the next morning. Intercom. Static 1-2 seconds. No message. 2:00 a.m. Seeing it in ink didn't make it less weird. It made it real. After 2 weeks of nothing on camera, a strange, dangerous thing happened. I started sleeping again. Not perfectly, but deeper. The kind of sleep you get when your body finally decides you can't keep running on adrenaline. The kind of sleep that makes you wake up drooling on your pillow, disoriented, like you've been gone somewhere far away. I remember one night in particular, coming home after a brutal shift, shoulders aching, eyes burning from fluorescent lighting. I ate cereal straight from the box because I couldn't be bothered to find a bowl. I showered, checked the locks, glanced at the camera's tiny red status light in the living room, and felt a small sense of victory. It's been quiet. You're fine. I crawled into bed, and for the first time in a while, the fan sound didn't feel like a defensive shield. It felt like comfort. I let my eyes close without scanning the room one last time. I let my thoughts drift without forcing them into order. The last thing I remember before sleep took me was the microwave clock glowing steady green in the darkness, and the faint highway hush through the window, like the world exhaling. Then the channel switched. Not gently, not slowly. 1 second I was sinking into sleep, and the next I was pinned in the ceiling corner again, looking down at myself like I was evidence. The room looked the same as before, but my fear returned faster this time, as if my body remembered the script even if I didn't want to. The microwave numbers glitched instantly. The shadows lagged. The bedroom door wasn't fully closed, and in the thin slice of light under that door, I had the sudden, sickening sense that the dream wasn't just repeating. It was continuing. Like whatever had been waiting in the gap between my waking and sleeping life had only paused because I'd been watching. And now that I'd finally slept deeply enough to stop monitoring the night, it had permission to start again. The third time the dream came back, it didn't bother easing into the wrongness the way it had before. There was no slow reveal, no gentle distortion that let me convince myself I was safe because I recognized it as a dream. It was immediate, sharp, like my brain had decided subtlety was wasted on me. 1 second I was asleep, and the next I was fixed in that ceiling corner angle again, locked in place like a camera mount, looking down at my bed, my blanket, my own body lying there with my mouth slightly open, breathing in that shallow, unguarded rhythm people have when they think they're alone. Except the room wasn't dim anymore. The light coming through the bedroom door was so bright it made the carpet look washed out, almost bleached. It wasn't the thin, cautious line from before. The door had opened wider, wide enough to make the gap feel like a mistake that should have been obvious, like it shouldn't have been possible for me to sleep through it. And the light was wrong. It wasn't the clean, fluorescent hallway lighting from the building. It was neon, thick, tinted, the kind of light you get from a gas station sign reflecting off glass in rain. It carried a faint color to it, like the world outside the room had been dipped in something artificial and cold. It flooded across the floor and crawled up the bed frame, catching the edge of my nightstand, giving it a sharp, unnatural outline. It made the room feel staged, like the dream had turned on a spotlight, like it wanted me to see everything. The microwave clock across the room didn't just glitch. It seemed to pulse, along with the neon, flashing green digits that stuttered as if time itself was being forced to keep up with something moving too precisely. I tried to swivel away from the door, tried to look anywhere else, but the camera angle still refused to rotate past its limit. Same trap, same forced framing. Bed, door, kitchen edge, nothing more. The brighter the neon glow became, the more I realized what made this version of the dream different. It wasn't just showing me that the door was open. It was showing me that the door had been opened for a while. Long enough for the light to settle into the room, for the shadows to adjust, for everything to look like the room had accepted an intruder as part of its normal lighting. And in the stillness of my sleeping body beneath that light, I felt a creeping, humiliating helplessness, because I knew what always came next, and I knew I couldn't stop it. The fan stopped again, abruptly, the way it always did in the dream. The air that had been moving went stale. The room seemed to tighten around its own silence. I could still hear the faint hum of the refrigerator. Only now it sounded dampened, distant, like it was in another apartment entirely. The neon glow remained steady, bright enough that I could see the texture of the carpet fibers, the dust along the baseboard, the slight dent in the pillow where my head rested. Then came the first click. Click. Metallic, soft, intimate. The sound of a mechanism being tested with care. A second click followed almost immediately. Click. Same tone, same distance, like a person repeating an action just to confirm it. Then the pause. It wasn't the pause of hesitation. It was the pause of someone listening, waiting for a reaction, waiting for the sound of movement inside the room, waiting to learn whether the thing on the other side of the door was awake. In that pause, the neon light under the door shifted slightly, dimming and brightening like someone had moved in front of it. And then came the knocks. 3 of them, evenly spaced, not aggressive, not frantic, not the kind of knocking that says help or emergency or open up right now. These were careful knocks, controlled, almost courteous. The kind a delivery person might use if they didn't want to wake your neighbors. The kind someone uses when they're confident you're going to answer. Each knock landed with a soft, solid thud that traveled through the door and into the room like a heartbeat. And the worst part was how normal it sounded. How human. How easily it could have been written off as harmless if you weren't trapped in that ceiling corner watching yourself sleep, while something on the other side acted like it belonged there. I wanted to scream. I wanted my sleeping body to jerk awake, to sit up, to do anything that would change the script. But my body didn't move. It lay there, still and trusting, while the knocks faded into the neon-lit silence. After the knocks, there was a stretch of quiet that felt engineered, like the dream was giving the other presence time to take its next position. The strip of neon light under the door dimmed again, this time more noticeably. Something had moved close enough to block it. Not all the way, just enough to make the light look bruised, thinner. Then at the edge of the frame, movement. Not a full figure, not a step across the room, just a slow intrusion into that sliver of view the dream always allowed me. A shoulder again, dark fabric absorbing the neon, matte and featureless. It entered the frame the way a person might lean into a camera's blind spot, testing exactly how much of themselves would be visible. And then the shoulder angled, and I saw the hint of a neck, a curve where a collar met skin, the suggestion of a head just out of view. It leaned in as if it were looking through the crack of my bedroom door, as if it were listening to the sound of my breathing. The height of it was what got me. It aligned with the height of my peephole at the front door. I could feel the way my brain connected that detail instantly, connecting it to the hallway sign, to the idea of cameras, to the thought of someone standing outside my apartment door with their eye pressed close to the glass. Still, no face appeared. No eyes. No mouth. No identifying shape I could hold onto. It was as if the dream, or the thing inside the dream, understood the most frustrating truth of fear. You can tolerate a lot if you can name it, if you can see it, if you can describe it. But the moment you can't, the moment it stays just out of focus, just out of reach, your mind does the work for it. The shoulder shifted again, closer. The neon under the door flickered as if the body on the other side had moved its weight. The room held its breath, and I realized, with a sudden chill, that the angle wasn't just showing me the door and the bed. It was showing me the exact place a person could stand to remain unseen while still being right there, listening. I woke up hard, like someone had snapped a rubber band in my brain. My eyes opened, and the room was dark, real dark, not dream neon. The fan was running again. The refrigerator hummed. The microwave clock glowed steady green. But I couldn't move, not even a finger. At first, I thought it was just that groggy heaviness you get when you're dragged out of deep sleep. I tried to roll onto my side and felt nothing happen. I tried to sit up, and my torso stayed pinned to the mattress. My heartbeat quickened, thudding in my ears. My mouth went dry. I tried to swallow and realized my throat was tight, as if my body was bracing against something. Sleep paralysis. Again. Except this time, it was worse. Longer. It didn't feel like a few seconds. It felt like a full stretch of time where my body had surrendered control completely. My eyes could move. My ears could work. My mind could race. But my muscles were dead weight. In the stillness, I became painfully aware of temperature. My ankles were cold. Not just the normal coolness of night air, but a specific cold, directional, like a draft moving across skin, like air slipping in from a crack that shouldn't exist. It felt as if a window was open somewhere, wide enough to let in the night, to pull heat from the room and replace it with something sharp. I tried to turn my head toward the bedroom window. I couldn't. I tried to look toward the bedroom door. My eyes could shift just enough to catch the dark outline of it. Closed. No strip of light. No obvious gap. Still, the cold at my ankles persisted. And then faintly, I heard it. A soft rustle near the door, like fabric moving. Not loud. Not a footstep. Just a whispering shift of material, like someone adjusting their stance. My mind screamed at me to get up, to run, to do anything. But my body stayed locked. I lay there in my own bed, with my limbs useless, listening to the subtle movement in the dark, feeling the draft at my feet, like the night had reached into the room and touched me. The fear wasn't cinematic. It was clinical. A knowledge settling into place. If someone is here, I can't stop them. I can't even sit up. And the worst part was how quiet it was. How careful it sounded, like whatever was near the door didn't want to wake the building. It wanted me awake. It wanted me aware. It wanted me helpless. When control finally returned, it came in increments. First a twitch in my fingers, then a small movement in my wrist, then a sudden rush, as if my body snapped back online all at once. I didn't think. I just moved. I threw the blanket off so hard it tangled around my legs. My feet hit the carpet, and I sprinted out of the bedroom, not even bothering to turn on a light. My heart was pounding so violently, it made my vision shimmer at the edges. I crossed the living room in 3 steps and hit the front door like it was the only solid thing left in my world. I grabbed the chain lock first, hands shaking so badly I fumbled it. The chain was latched, tight, still in place. I checked the deadbolt, locked. I pressed my ear to the door, hard enough to feel the cool paint against my cheek. I listened for breathing, footsteps, anything. Silence. Then I leaned into the peephole, squinting. The hallway was empty. Empty in that sterile, lifeless way. Apartment hallways are empty at night. Bright, fluorescent lights, clean carpet, exit sign glowing red. No shadows moving. No body, standing too close to focus. No figure near my door. I yanked the door handle anyway, as if the act of pulling could prove something. It didn't budge. The lock held. I stepped back, chest heaving, and glanced around my living room, expecting some sign that I'd missed. A disturbed rug, a moved chair, a window ajar. Everything looked exactly how I'd left it. And that was almost worse, because if nothing had changed, then what had I heard? What had I felt at my ankles? Why did the air still feel colder than it should have? I stood there in the dark, shaking, staring at my own locked door, and I felt a strange anger rise. Anger at myself for panicking. Anger at my body for freezing. Anger at the building for being so quiet. It made every sound feel like a threat. And then my phone vibrated from somewhere behind me, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. It was morning, before I had the nerve to check the footage. I kept the camera running all night, even though a part of me wanted to unplug it and pretend the whole setup was an overreaction. I couldn't. Not after the dream. Not after the paralysis. Not after the fabric sound and the cold draft at my ankles that had felt like the night itself leaning into my bed. When daylight finally seeped into the blinds, turning the living room gray, I sat on my couch with my phone in both hands and pulled up the camera app. My thumbs were steady now, but my stomach wasn't. I started the playback at the time I thought the dream had hit, somewhere after 2. The footage loaded, night vision glow, my living room empty, furniture washed in gray-green, the front door still, the corner of the hallway inside my apartment silent. I watched. Minutes slid by. The camera captured nothing dramatic. No door movement, no shadow sliding under the frame, no figure appearing in the reflection of a window, nothing that screamed intruder. But then I noticed something that made my skin prickle, not with fear this time, but with disbelief. The footage didn't match my experience. In the recording, the living room looked calm, but the audio, thin and compressed, picked up faint ambient noise. I could hear the refrigerator. I could hear the AC cycle. I could even hear the upstairs neighbor shift on their floor. Yet at the exact moment, I remembered waking in paralysis. At the moment, I remembered feeling that cold at my ankles and hearing that fabric rustle near the door. The footage remained blandly ordinary. The front door never moved. The chain didn't rattle. The knob didn't turn. No knocks. No shadow near the threshold. Nothing. I rewound. I watched again. I turned the volume up until the tiny speaker on my phone crackled. I listened so hard my jaw ached. Still nothing. And that's when a new kind of fear settled into me. One that didn't rely on imagination or darkness. Because if the camera wasn't showing what I felt, then one of 2 things was true. Either my body had staged a full sensory panic from inside my own head, or whatever was happening was occurring just outside the camera's view, just outside its range, close enough to affect me, quiet enough to avoid being captured, careful enough to leave no evidence. I stared at the screen, until my eyes blurred, watching an empty room that felt anything but empty. Then I replayed the dream in my mind. The ceiling corner perspective, the neon light under the door, the polite knocks, the shoulder entering the frame like it understood angles. And I couldn't shake the thought that made my stomach twist cold. The dream had shown me a camera view I didn't have. The real camera I did have wasn't showing anything. And somehow, the thing I feared seemed to understand the difference better than I did. By the second week of watching my own living room do absolutely nothing, I realized the camera wasn't going to give me what I wanted. Not because nothing was happening, at least not because I believed that anymore, but because my apartment was the wrong place to look. Whatever I was hearing in the dream, the clicks, the polite knocks, the soft fabric shift near the door, those were boundary sounds, door sounds, hallway sounds, the kind of noises that live right on the other side of a locked entry. If I wanted proof, I needed the one thing I didn't have, a view of my door from the outside. That meant the building's cameras, the ones implied by that cheerful laminated sign in the hallway, the ones everyone was supposed to believe in, the ones that supposedly watch the stairwell, the corridor, the exit doors, the ones that were meant to be the difference between "I think something happened" and "here is what happened." So I went to the leasing office on my day off in the middle of the afternoon, when the sun was so bright the parking lot looked harmless. The office smelled like air freshener and printer ink. A little bowl of cheap candy sat on the counter next to brochures about community events that nobody attended. The woman behind the desk greeted me with the kind of professional friendliness that feels rehearsed. I told her I needed to talk about security. I tried to keep my voice casual, like I was asking about a package theft or a car break-in, something normal. She nodded, still smiling, and asked what happened. I hesitated. Saying the truth out loud felt ridiculous in a way that made my face warm. I heard someone outside my door at night, I said carefully. A few times. I want to see if the hallway camera caught anything. Her smile tightened, just slightly. Not alarmed, not sympathetic, just measured. The kind of expression people get when you've asked for extra work. "What time?" she asked. I gave her the range. I didn't mention the dream. I didn't mention the ceiling corner view. I didn't mention the blank notifications or the metallic damp smell. I kept it simple. Door noises, late night. I'd like to check footage. She asked for my unit number and date. I gave her the most recent night, the one with the longer paralysis and the cold at my ankles, the one that had left me shaking in the dark, staring at a locked door like it had betrayed me. She said she'd have to talk to maintenance because only they had access to the security system. I nodded and said I could wait. And for the first time since this started, I felt something that almost resembled hope. Because if there was footage, it would either calm me down or confirm what I was too afraid to confirm myself. Either way, I would finally stop living in the middle of a question mark. It took 3 days for them to find time to show me anything. When they finally called, they told me to come by in the late afternoon before the office closed. I got there early, sat in one of the fake leather chairs in the corner, and listened to the hum of the air conditioner while a couple walked in to complain about a parking issue. Normal life, normal problems. I wanted to grab onto that normalcy with both hands. A maintenance guy came out from the back room and waved me in. He had the kind of tired face you get when you've been fixing other people's issues for a living. He didn't look like he cared about my concerns one way or another, which, weirdly, made me trust him more. He led me into a small office behind the main desk. A computer monitor sat on a cluttered table, the screen already open to a security interface. The image was grainy, slightly washed out. The view angled down a hallway that looked almost identical to mine. Same carpet, same fluorescent lights, same beige walls that seemed designed to swallow detail. "We don't have a camera on every stretch," he said, clicking through menus. "But we've got one pointed at the stairwell and part of your corridor. It should catch anyone walking through." He pulled up the date I'd requested and fast-forwarded to around the time I'd told him. The footage played at high speed. Empty hall, empty hall, a neighbor passing, empty hall again. The movement looked jerky, the way security footage always does when you speed it up. Every so often, the timestamp in the corner ticked forward. He slowed it down as the clock approached the window I'd specified. My throat tightened. I leaned forward so hard my elbows pressed into my knees. Nothing happened. The corridor stayed empty, fluorescent lights buzzing, carpet perfectly still. The door to the stairwell remained closed. No shadow approached my unit. No figure lingered. No motion near my peephole height. Then, without warning, the timestamp jumped. Not by a second. Not by a small glitch. It jumped by a chunk of time big enough to make my stomach drop. One moment, it read 2:06 a.m. The next moment, it read 2:17 a.m. 11 minutes gone. The video didn't freeze. It didn't show a corrupted block. It didn't visibly stutter. It simply skipped forward, like someone had cut a section out with scissors. The maintenance guy frowned slightly, clicked back, and replayed that section again, as if he hadn't seen what I'd seen. It happened again. Same skip. Same missing span. He paused the footage and stared at the timestamp, then glanced at me like he expected me to be satisfied with some simple explanation. But my heart was already racing, because 2:17 wasn't just any time. 2:17 was the time my phone had vibrated with that blank notification. 2:17 was the time my body had been locked in paralysis while I listened to fabric shift near the door. 2:17 was the time my dream always seemed to tighten into its worst moment. 11 minutes wasn't an inconvenience. It was a window. And it had the same shape as my fear. I left the office with my hands cold, even though it was warm outside. The maintenance guy had shrugged it off, but I couldn't. A missing chunk of footage is not the kind of thing you can unsee once it's shown to you. It turns every quiet night into a question. What happened in the part I'm not allowed to watch? That night, I didn't go to bed like usual. I set up my own equipment, like a person preparing for a storm. I checked the camera angle in my living room twice. I moved the audio recorder closer to the front door, placing it on the small table beneath the peephole, partially hidden behind a stack of mail I hadn't sorted. I wanted the microphone close enough to pick up even the softest mechanical sound. Then I waited. I sat on my couch in the dark, with the fan running low, trying to read, trying to distract myself, trying not to stare at the front door. My phone was face down, but I kept glancing at it anyway, expecting it to vibrate with nothing. At some point, exhaustion won. I don't remember drifting off. I remember the moment I woke, heart pounding, the room colder than it should have been. I didn't check the door first. I checked the recorder. In the morning, I played the file back with headphones on, sitting at my kitchen counter with a mug of coffee I couldn't taste. The audio waveform looked mostly flat. Normal room noise, the subtle hiss of the fan, the occasional distant car. Then, at a point in the file corresponding roughly to the missing footage window, the waveform spiked, just slightly, enough to make my skin prickle. A faint sound emerged through the static. Click. A second later, click. Then silence. Thin, tight silence, followed by a pause long enough for my breath to catch even though I was wide awake. And then, knock, knock, knock. 3 polite knocks, evenly spaced, soft but unmistakably human. Not loud enough to wake the neighbors. Not loud enough to echo down the hall. Just loud enough to reach the inside of my apartment and land in my bones. I replayed that section over and over, increasing the volume until the fan hiss became unbearable. The clicks remained delicate and metallic. The knocks remained calm and controlled. They sounded exactly like the dream. Not similar, not close enough. Exactly like the sequence my brain had been feeding me from that impossible ceiling corner. I took the headphones off and sat there staring at the wall, my coffee cooling in front of me. Because dreams don't leave audio files. I went back to the leasing office with the recording on my phone, and the timestamp jump burned into my mind like a brand. This time, I didn't try to sound casual. I didn't try to smile through it. My voice stayed steady, but my words came out sharper. I listened to my recorder. I told the woman at the desk, "I have audio of someone at my door around the same time your footage skips." She blinked, the friendliness sliding into something more guarded. "Did you call the police?" "No," I said, "because I wanted to see the footage first." She exchanged a look with the maintenance guy when he appeared from the back room. It wasn't dramatic. It was quick, but I noticed it. It felt like a silent agreement to handle me a certain way. They brought up the hallway camera again. The maintenance guy clicked through, replayed the same section, and we watched the timestamp jump in the same clean, surgical way. He shrugged. "System glitch," he said. I stared at him. "An 11-minute glitch?" "It happens," he said, tone casual. "The system drops frames. Sometimes it skips." I played my audio for him through the phone speaker. The clicks sounded tinny and sharp. The 3 knocks landed like small punches in the quiet office. He listened without much expression, then said, "Could be pipes. Could be someone else's door. Sound travels." "It's my door," I said before I could stop myself. "It's right there. That's my knob mechanism." The woman at the desk gave me a tight smile. "We can put in a request for extra patrol," she offered, like she was reading from a script. The maintenance guy clicked to another camera view, something near the parking lot, and pointed at it like he was trying to distract a child. "See? That's working fine." I felt my face flush. Not from embarrassment this time, but from frustration. Because they weren't engaging with the thing I was showing them. They were smoothing it over, sanding the edges, filing it into a category that didn't require action. I left the office with the same sour taste in my mouth that I got after a bad night's sleep. And as I walked back down the hallway toward my unit, the laminated sign near the stairwell caught my eye again. "Smile, you're on camera." It looked less like reassurance and more like a joke someone was playing on purpose. That week, I started doing something I never thought I'd do. I began tracking my life like a case file. I dug through my phone for the dates of the blank notifications. I wrote down every time I remembered waking in paralysis. I noted each time I smelled that metallic dampness, even faintly. I marked the nights I woke with my heart racing, the nights I woke convinced I'd heard fabric shift near the door. Then I compared those nights to the building footage dates the maintenance guy had shown me. I asked to see the hallway feed again, under the pretense of checking different time windows. And each time, I looked for one thing: the timestamp behavior. Here's what I found. On normal nights, nights where I slept cleanly, nights where I woke without that dream pressure in my chest, the hallway footage ran straight. No gaps, no jumps. The timestamp ticked forward normally, minute by minute. But on the nights I had the dream, the footage skipped. Not always at exactly 2:17, but always around that window. Always in a chunk big enough to swallow whatever I was hearing. Always with the same smooth jump, as if the system had been instructed to remove that slice of time and stitch the rest together. At first, I tried to argue with myself. Maybe the system was faulty, and the dream made me notice it. Maybe my brain was latching onto a pattern, because patterns feel safer than randomness. But then the audio recorder kept catching the same sequence on those same nights. Click, click, pause, knock, knock, knock. And the nights it didn't catch that sequence, the footage didn't skip. That correlation hardened inside me like cement. It meant the missing footage wasn't random. It meant the gap wasn't a coincidence. It meant my dreams and the building's glitch were somehow happening together, like two separate systems responding to the same trigger, which forced me to think the thought I'd been avoiding. If the building system was glitching only when I had the dream, then maybe the dream wasn't creating the fear. Maybe the fear was creating the dream. Maybe my sleeping brain wasn't inventing an intruder. Maybe it was hearing something real through the wall and translating it into the only language it had in the dark. I wouldn't have seen it if I hadn't started watching the footage like I was hunting for a single frame. The maintenance guy didn't point it out. The leasing office didn't mention it. In their version of events, the footage simply skipped forward, and that was the end of the story. But I had learned something important from the dreams. The worst details don't arrive in the center of the frame. They live at the edges, where you're not supposed to look. So I rewound the hallway footage again, this time slowing it down right before the timestamp jump. I watched the seconds crawl. The hallway was empty, still, fluorescent lit. My door sat in the far corner of the view, partly obscured by perspective, but visible enough to be recognizable. 1 second before the gap, something moved into the frame. Not a full body, not a figure walking down the hallway. Something close, too close to the camera to resolve. It looked like the top of a head, a scalp, a hairline, the curve of skin and hair entering the corner of the image, filling part of the frame like a blurred, pale shape. It was so close to the lens that the camera couldn't focus on it. It wasn't a clear face. It wasn't identifiable. It was the same kind of partial intrusion I'd seen in the dream. Proximity without detail. And then the footage jumped. 11 minutes vanished. I replayed it again and again, my pulse climbing each time. That blurred shape appeared the same way, in the same place, like someone had leaned into the camera intentionally, testing its limits, blocking it, perhaps even tampering with it. I sat back in the chair, palms slick, and felt something inside me shift from fear into certainty. The dream wasn't predicting. The dream wasn't warning. It was documenting the feeling of being observed. Because someone had been close enough to my door to blur a hallway camera, close enough to create a gap in the record, close enough to make my sleeping mind invent a camera angle it had no right to know. And in that moment, the decision made itself. I wasn't going to wait for another night. I moved out the next morning. I didn't tell my neighbors. I didn't knock on doors to say goodbye. I didn't even look down the hallway longer than I had to. I packed what I could fit into my car, left the rest behind for later, turned in my keys through the office mail slot, and drove away like I was escaping a fire. As I pulled onto the service road, the gas station neon across the highway flickered in the corner of my vision. And for a second, just a second, I thought I saw a shape reflected in my rearview mirror, close enough that the glass couldn't focus, like a blurred hairline, like something leaning in. When I left that apartment, I didn't move like a person making a fresh start. I moved like a person evacuating. I told myself it was practical. Short lease, better commute, a chance to reset. But the truth sat under everything I did like a bruise. I didn't trust the dark in my own home anymore. So when Duncan invited me to spend a weekend in his city, just a low-key sleepover with 2 friends, pizza, sports, nothing dramatic, I said yes too quickly. I heard myself agree before I'd even decided. The drive there was only a couple hours, but it felt longer because my mind wouldn't stop running the same loops. Every rest stop, every gas station, every parking lot lit by harsh white lamps made me think of my old place. The flickering neon across the road, the empty corridor, the way a camera view could be wrong and still feel accurate. I promised myself I wouldn't bring any of that energy with me. I wasn't going to be the guy who ruins a weekend by acting like a twitchy animal. Duncan didn't know the whole story. Ian didn't know anything at all. They just knew I'd moved suddenly and needed a change. Normal adult stuff. By the time I pulled into Duncan's neighborhood, I had practiced my normal face in the rearview mirror. Loose jaw, neutral eyes, a smile that didn't look forced. I told myself, it's a house, it's suburban, it's safe, you're not alone. That last part was the one that mattered. Alone is where fear grows teeth. With other people around, fear has to sit quietly in the corner and pretend it's not there. And for the first time in weeks, I felt the faintest hint of relief. Not because I believed everything was fine. My mind wasn't that generous. But because I'd be in a place where if something made a sound in the night, it wouldn't belong only to me. Duncan lived in a cul-de-sac that looked like a catalog. You know the type. Identical lawns, neat shrubs, mailboxes lined up like they were measured with a ruler. The street curved gently into a quiet dead end. And even in daylight, it had that staged quality. Like the neighborhood existed for people who wanted to pretend nothing bad ever happened. When I arrived, it was already evening. The sky was fading into that bruised purple gray that makes everything feel a little unreal. Porch lights were switching on one by one. Soft yellow halos spilling over steps and driveways. The air smelled like cut grass and distant barbecue smoke, the kind of smell that's supposed to mean comfort. The quiet was the first thing I noticed, not the peaceful kind, the unnatural kind. After 10 p.m., suburbs go dead in a way cities don't. In an apartment building, there's always some distant movement, some muted proof that life continues. Someone's TV through a wall, an elevator ding, a neighbor's footsteps. Here, the silence felt bigger. It stretched across yards and roofs and driveways. It pooled in the spaces between houses like dark water, The only motion came from sprinklers ticking somewhere and the occasional car turning onto a different street, headlights briefly sliding across fences before disappearing. Duncan's porch light was on when I walked up, and it made the front door look like a stage prop. Bright, centered, inviting. The house itself was 2 stories. Clean siding, big windows that looked into darkness because the interior lights hadn't all been turned on yet. Duncan opened the door with a grin, the kind that instantly makes you feel like you can exhale. He clapped me on the shoulder and joked about how I looked exhausted, like I'd been living on coffee and spite. I laughed, and it came out almost real. Behind him, the house smelled like warm air and fabric softener. Normal, domestic, a scent that said people lived here without fear. I stepped inside and let the door shut behind me, and for a moment, I had to fight the instinct to check the lock. I didn't. I told myself that was progress. By the time Ian showed up, the living room looked like a small, lazy disaster. We had pizza boxes on the coffee table, grease spots spreading into cardboard, pepperoni scent mixing with the sweet smell of soda. There were blankets tossed over the couches, like we'd already admitted we weren't going upstairs. Duncan had 2 big, overstuffed couches that swallowed you when you sat down, the kind that makes you forget you have bones. A sports rerun played on the TV at low volume. Not because we were deeply invested, but because the background noise made the room feel inhabited. It filled the space in the way laughter does, but without requiring effort. We talked about stupid things at first. Work gossip, old stories from college, the kind of conversations that exist purely to keep the night light. Every time my mind tried to drift toward the apartment, toward the 11-minute gap and the blurred hairline on the camera, I forced it back. I didn't want to be that guy. I didn't want to drag that darkness into Duncan's house like mud on my shoes. When midnight rolled around, none of us bothered moving. Duncan's parents were out of town for the weekend, and there was a casual freedom in that. Like the house belonged to us temporarily, like we were teenagers again, but with better food. We turned off the big overhead light and left a couple lamps on. Warm pools of light in corners. The TV still playing softly, someone's phone charging near the couch arm. Ian stretched out on the smaller couch, with a blanket pulled up to his chest. Duncan claimed the big one. I took a spot on the floor with a pillow and an extra throw blanket because it felt less vulnerable than being fully asleep on a couch where I couldn't see the room's edges. Even that choice was a compromise I didn't want to admit. I told myself it was about comfort, but I knew it wasn't. The first time the house spoke, it was through the stairs. A single creak from the second floor, not loud, not repeated, just one small complaint from wood settling. I felt my body react before my brain could label it, a quick tightening in my stomach, like my muscles were still trained to expect footsteps in the dark. Duncan didn't react at all. He was half asleep on the couch, scrolling his phone, eyes drooping. "Old house?" he murmured when I glanced up. "It always does that?" The normalness of his response soothed me more than it should have, because if someone else could hear the sound and not fear it, then maybe I didn't need to either. Maybe my brain had been overfed on danger. The vents kicked on a few minutes later with a soft whoosh, pushing warm air through the living room. The sound reminded me of my apartment's AC cycle, that moment when the room breathes and you notice the breath because you're awake. Here, it was gentler, less mechanical. like the house exhaling. From the kitchen, the refrigerator made a quiet shifting hum. Then a clunk, ice maker dropping cubes into a tray. A solid, domestic sound, weirdly comforting. I listened to it like it was proof of safety. Outside, somewhere far down the cul-de-sac, a dog barked once. Then again, distant and lazy, the kind of bark that says, I heard something, but not, I'm terrified. It faded quickly, swallowed by suburban silence. The TV announcer's voice rose and fell softly. A laugh track from an old commercial. The tiny hiss of the cable feed. Even those sounds felt like padding around my mind. And yet, beneath all of it, I could feel the absence of my usual routine. No locked deadbolt I had personally checked. No chain I could touch. No familiar microwave clock glowing green. No fan on the floor blowing white noise across my feet. In my apartment, I'd built a sound cocoon. Here, I had borrowed someone else's. Borrowed safety feels different. It feels like it could be taken away. When it finally came time to sleep, if you can call it that, 3 grown men arranged like kids in a living room. I realized something simple and unsettling. I couldn't fall asleep the way I normally did. At home, I always had sound. A fan, a podcast, a cheap YouTube video playing quietly in the background, something that kept my brain from listening too hard, something that prevented my thoughts from sharpening into fear. Here, the TV was off. The lamps were dim. Duncan had dozed. Ian was already breathing slow. I lay on my back on the carpet and stared at the ceiling, and the quiet pressed down on me. Even with the fridge hum and the occasional vent whoosh, the silence between sounds felt too wide. It made me think of the hallway outside my old apartment. Bright, empty, buzzing. It made me think of the dream's camera angle and the way the clicks sounded intimate, like they were meant for my ear alone. I tried to keep my breathing steady. I told myself, you're not in that place anymore. This is a different city, different street, different door, different everything. But the part of me that had learned fear didn't care about logic. It cared about habit. And the habit was, listen. So I listened. The house creaked faintly again, settling. The ice maker clunked once more. Somewhere outside, a car door shut far away. The sound bounced through the neighborhood and died. I felt exposed in a way that didn't make sense. Not because I believed someone was there, but because I didn't have my usual defenses. No white noise, no locked routine, no familiar angles. Just me, trying to sleep in a quiet house that wasn't mine, surrounded by friends who didn't know that the part of my mind responsible for resting had been rewired. Eventually, exhaustion won anyway. My thoughts started to blur. The carpet felt warmer. My eyes grew heavy. And right before sleep took me, I had the brief, sinking thought, if it happens here, I won't even know what to blame. I should explain something about me before I tell you what happened next, because it matters. Maybe more than any other detail. I'm an active dreamer. Always have been. Even as a kid, I'd have dreams that felt like movies. Bright colors, detailed scenes, full dialogue. Sometimes I'd wake up and remember the exact texture of something I touched in a dream, or the way light fell through a window in a place that didn't exist. As an adult, that never really stopped. If anything, it got worse when my schedule got weirder. Night shifts, irregular sleep, too much caffeine. My brain would grab anything from the environment and drag it into my dreams like material for a story. If I fell asleep with a podcast on, I'd dream about the voices. If I fell asleep to a thunderstorm soundscape, I'd dream about rain and power outages and lightning striking too close. If I fell asleep watching a documentary, my dream would borrow the narration like it belonged there. It wasn't mystical. It was just my brain doing what brains do, processing stimuli, weaving fragments of reality into something coherent while I slept. That's why white noise helped me. It gave my brain something steady to build around. It prevented sudden sounds from sneaking in and becoming something else. Without white noise, my dreams were less predictable, more vulnerable to intrusion. And that's the important word, intrusion. Because after what happened in my apartment, the dream that felt like a security camera feed, the clicks and knocks that matched my audio recorder, the 11-minute gaps in hallway footage, I stopped trusting the boundary between outside sound and inside dream. I stopped believing my dreams were purely internal. I started wondering if they were responsive, like they weren't just stories my mind made up, but translations. Like my sleeping brain was acting like an unwilling interpreter, taking sounds from the real world and turning them into imagery it could understand. I told myself that was a rational explanation, a scientific one. It meant I wasn't haunted. It meant I wasn't special. It meant my brain was simply borrowing sound and turning it into fear. But even that explanation had a dark edge. Because if my dreams were borrowing sound, then the right sound, at the right time, could steer my dreams anywhere. And as I lay on Duncan's carpet that night, surrounded by the ordinary breathing of my friends, with no white noise to protect me, I realized something I didn't want to say out loud. If something made a sound in this house, something subtle, something running, something out of place, my brain would catch it, and it would build a dream around it, not to warn me, not to save me, just to make sense of it. Even if making sense of it meant dragging me into the ocean. The dream didn't start with a scene change. It started with a sensation. Cold on my skin, not like air conditioning or a draft, but like open air that had nowhere to settle. The kind of cold that wraps around you and keeps moving, as if the world itself is shifting under your feet. Then the sound arrived. Water, everywhere, not splashing playfully or lapping at a shore, but the constant churn of a restless sea. It had weight to it, like the ocean was pushing its shoulder against everything it touched. When my eyes opened in the dream, I was standing on a small sailboat. Not a yacht, not anything fancy, just a narrow deck with wet wood under my shoes and a mast rising above me like a spine. The boat rocked hard enough that my stomach pulled against gravity. Each wave lifted the bow and dropped it again with a sick, hollow thud, as if the ocean was testing how much punishment the boat could take. The sky overhead was a weird mix of purple and gray, like bruised clouds layered over each other. No stars, no moon, just an endless ceiling of storm color that made the horizon impossible to read. The air smelled sharp and metallic, like rain that hadn't fallen yet. The wind howled, but not in the dramatic way movies make it sound. It was steady, relentless, threading through rigging and seams and turning every loose piece of rope into a whispering hiss. It carried fine mist that stung my cheeks. When I looked down, the water was almost black, but not empty black. It was alive with movement, constantly shifting, like a surface that never wanted to be still. I remember thinking, with a strange clarity, I've never been on a sailboat in my life. That thought should have made the dream feel unreal. Instead, it made it feel more specific, more deliberate, like my mind had chosen an environment that would strip away every familiar reference point. No walls, no locks, no door. Just open water in every direction. And beneath it all, that rushing sound, constant, pressing, like the world was leaking. At first, I tried to act like I knew what I was doing. That's always my brain's first move in dreams. Pretend competence, pretend control, as if confidence will make the scene obey. I gripped the rail, planted my feet, and stared out into the purple-gray distance like I was searching for land. But there was nothing, just the endless heave of the ocean. Then the boat lurched. Not a gentle bump, not a wave hitting from the side. It was a sudden, brutal impact that knocked me off balance. The whole deck pitched, and I had to grab at the mast to stop myself from going overboard. My shoulder slammed into wet wood. The jolt traveled up my arms and into my teeth. For a second, everything went silent in that dream way, where your senses blank out when your brain is trying to catch up. Then the sound returned, louder, harsher, water slamming against the hull as if the ocean had been offended. I looked over the side, heart hammering, trying to see what we hit. There was nothing floating, no debris, no log, no shadow of a rock. The water surged and foamed and hid its own secrets. The boat creaked like it was complaining, deep, strained groans from somewhere below deck. That sound made my panic sharpen. A creak from a boat isn't like a creak from a house. In a house, creaks mean settling. In a boat, creaks mean the thing that keeps you alive is under stress. I could feel the fear rising in my chest in layers. First confusion, then unease, then that hot animal panic that doesn't care what's rational. My mind began sprinting ahead of the moment. If the hull is cracked, you're done. There's nowhere to go. There's nothing around you. The wind kept howling. The sky stayed bruised and blank. The ocean kept pushing against the boat like a giant hand. And then, something underneath the deck gave a sound that made my stomach drop. A sharp crack, like wood splitting. That was when I knew we hadn't just bumped something. We'd broken something. The first sign wasn't visual. It was auditory. A new sound threaded into everything else. A rushing that didn't belong to wind or waves. More direct, more focused. Like a pipe had burst in a place that shouldn't have pipes. It came from below deck, from the belly of the boat, and it was steady, aggressive. I stumbled toward the small hatch, yanked it open, and immediately felt cold spray hit my face. Water was coming in fast. Not seeping, not dripping, gushing. It surged through a break somewhere low, the ocean forcing itself into the boat as if it had finally found the opening it wanted. The sound of it filled the cramped space below like a roar. My dream brain did what it always does under pressure. It searched for a solution like there was a checklist for survival. I grabbed my jacket, because of course I was wearing one in the dream, and I shoved it toward the source of the water, trying to find the hole by feel. My hands plunged into icy water. The cold was so vivid it made my fingers ache. I felt the boat's interior shudder as another wave hit. I pressed the jacket into a gap between boards, but the water shoved it back immediately, like it was laughing at me. Panic climbed my spine. It wasn't dramatic screaming panic. It was the kind that makes your thoughts fracture. Plug it. Stop it. Do something. My hands moved faster than my mind, shoving fabric into cracks, pressing my palm flat against wet wood, trying to become a human seal. It didn't matter. The ocean was stronger. Every second, more water poured in. It rose around my ankles, then my shins, sloshing against the walls of the hatch. The boat began to feel heavier, slower, like it was being dragged down by an invisible weight. I looked back up through the hatch toward the sky, and for the first time in the dream, I felt truly trapped. No land, no radio, no flare, no other boats, just the endless purple-gray ceiling and the ocean claiming the boat piece by piece. I tried to climb back onto the deck, but the boat tilted again, and water surged, knocking me backward. I slammed into the wall hard enough to knock the breath out of me. Helplessness settled in my chest like a stone. This wasn't a dream about fear. It was a dream about inevitability. That's when it happened. The moment that still makes my skin prickle when I replay it. As the boat began to sink, the world seemed to tighten around a single point. The wind dimmed. The ocean's roar became muffled, like someone had shoved cotton in my ears. My vision narrowed until all I could see was the black water rising and the edge of the boat slipping lower. Then a shape broke the surface. At first, I thought it was debris, something floating up from the deep. But it moved with purpose, smooth and quick. A dolphin, gray and slick, arcing out of the water in a clean, effortless jump. It landed in the water beside the boat, and instead of swimming away, it stayed there, bobbing like it was waiting for me. Its head rose above the surface, water streaming off its skin. The dolphin turned and looked directly at me. Not in that cute animal way, not like a trick. It locked eyes with me in a way that felt wrong, deliberate, almost human. The gaze held me still. For a second, the panic stopped because my brain was too busy trying to understand what it was seeing. Its mouth opened, and in a voice that was completely flat, no accent, no emotion, no playful tone, like a person speaking through a cheap phone speaker, it said, "Wake up." 2 words, clean, immediate. Not "you should wake up." Not "this is a dream." Not "it's going to be okay." Just wake up. The urgency wasn't in volume. It wasn't shouted. It was in the certainty, like an order given by something that didn't have time to argue with me. The dolphin's eyes didn't blink. The ocean didn't splash. Even the wind seemed to pause, as if the world was holding itself still to let those 2 words land. The moment felt like a glitch, like my dream had been interrupted by an outside signal. And the second the words hit my chest, the dream snapped. I jolted awake so hard my whole body spasmed. For a fraction of a second, I didn't know where I was. My heart was pounding, like I'd been sprinting. My mouth tasted dry. My skin felt clammy, as if the dream water had followed me into waking life. Then my eyes adjusted to the dim living room, and reality slid back into focus. Couches, blankets, pizza boxes, the dark TV screen reflecting a faint lamp glow. Duncan was still on the couch, sprawled on his back, mouth slightly open, breathing slow. Ian was curled on the other couch, blanket pulled up to his chin, completely out. Nothing looked disturbed. No lights were on upstairs. No doors were open. The house was quiet in that sleepy, suburban way, the kind of quiet that should have soothed me. For a moment, I actually felt relief. A heavy, shaky relief, like I'd been underwater, and finally broke the surface. It was just a dream, my mind tried to insist. A weird dream, because you fell asleep without white noise. Your brain borrowed some sound and turned it into a boat. I sat up slowly, careful not to make the floor creak. My eyes scanned the room out of habit. Corners, staircase, the dark hallway that led toward the kitchen. Everything was still. Everything was normal. Then I caught myself doing something that made my stomach tighten. I listened. Not casually. not like a person hearing background noise, like a person waiting for a specific sound. I didn't know what I was listening for yet. The dolphin's voice still rang in my head, flat and urgent, like it had come from somewhere outside the dream. Wake up. The phrase felt less like dream dialogue and more like a warning delivered through a crack. The rushing didn't stop. It didn't even hesitate. Like whoever, or whatever, had turned it on was committed to making sure someone heard it. The sound filled the living room in a steady stream, and the longer I sat there listening, the more it felt like a hand on the back of my neck, pushing me toward the stairs. I got up slowly, careful not to let the floorboards betray me. My bare feet found the cool hardwood near the base of the staircase. The house was dim, lit only by a couple lamps downstairs and the faint glow of a digital clock somewhere in the kitchen. Everything beyond that was dark, swallowed by the quiet suburban night. I took the first step, and the stair creaked, soft but sharp in the silence. I froze instantly, eyes locked upward, listening for a reaction. Nothing. The water kept blasting. I climbed again, placing my weight carefully on the edges of the steps, the way you do when you're trying to avoid the centerboard that groans. Each step felt like it took 10 seconds. My skin prickled with the awareness that Duncan and Ian were asleep below me, that I was the only awake person in the house, that if something was wrong up here, I'd be the first one to discover it. Halfway up, the rushing became louder, fuller. It wasn't a muffled trickle. It wasn't the uneven glug of a faucet left slightly open. This was full pressure, water blasting into porcelain with that hollow, violent sound, like it wanted to be heard through walls. At the top of the stairs, the hallway was darker than I expected. The air felt cooler, like the upstairs held its own temperature. A thin strip of moonlight, barely visible, filtered through a window at the end of the hall, not enough to illuminate anything, just enough to outline shapes, door frames, baseboards, the faint reflection of light on a picture frame. The rushing sound came from the bathroom at the end of the hallway. The door was slightly cracked open, just an inch or two, as if someone had opened it carefully and stopped before it could click against the frame. Even from where I stood, I could see the sink. The faucet knob was turned all the way to the right. Water was exploding out full blast, hitting the basin and splashing upward in a frantic white spray. It was so loud, so aggressive, that it seemed impossible no one else in the house had woken up. I took one slow step closer, my throat tight, eyes fixed on that cracked door. And the worst part wasn't the running water. It was the fact that the door had been left cracked, like an invitation. I stopped in the hallway, a few feet from the bathroom door, and something in me refused to go any farther. It wasn't bravery or caution in a heroic sense. It was pure instinct, my body recognizing a shape of danger I'd learned the hard way. The bathroom wasn't small. Even from the hallway, I could see it had a long counter, a mirror above it, and beyond that, the edge of a bathtub hidden behind a curtain. There was also an awkward corner where the toilet sat, partially obscured by the doorframe. Blind spots everywhere. Places where a person could crouch. Places where someone could stand pressed behind the door. Places where movement could be masked by the chaotic sound of water. My mind flashed images without asking permission. A hand shooting out from behind the curtain, grabbing my wrist. A body lunging from behind the door. A shadow unfolding from the corner like it had been waiting. I didn't know why those images came so quickly, but they did, sharp and specific. Maybe it was the adrenaline. Maybe it was the dream echoing in my head. The boat sinking, the water rushing, the dolphin's flat voice. Wake up. I realized, standing there, that the warning hadn't been to save me from drowning in a dream. It had been to keep me from walking into something awake. The water blasted on, steady and loud, as if trying to erase all other sound. If someone shifted their weight behind the curtain, I might not hear it. If someone breathed too hard in the corner, it would be swallowed by the rush. I stared at the cracked door and felt that exposed, helpless feeling from my apartment return. The feeling of being nudged toward a boundary, of being guided into a position where you can't see what's waiting. My palm went damp. My heart thudded in my throat. I leaned forward just slightly, enough to peer deeper into the bathroom without crossing the threshold. The mirror reflected nothing but darkness. The tub curtain hung still. The corner by the toilet was out of sight. And in that moment, the thought arrived fully formed and cold. Someone could be in there. Not a pipe burst. Not an accident. Not a harmless oversight. Someone. My body didn't need any more proof. It made the decision for me. I backed away. I turned and moved fast, but quietly at first, because some part of me still hoped I was wrong. The water continued blasting behind me, filling the upstairs hallway like a siren. Each step down the stairs felt like a fall I was trying to control. Halfway down, I stopped caring about noise. I descended faster, my feet hitting wood with dull thuds. The living room came into view. Dim lamplight, blankets, the faint outline of Duncan on the couch. Ian still asleep, like nothing in the world could touch him. I went straight to Duncan and shook his shoulder hard. "Duncan," I hissed. "Wake up." He groaned, half turning his face into the cushion. "What?" "The sink upstairs is blasting," I said, trying to keep my voice low but urgent. "Full blast, and the bathroom door is cracked. I think someone's in the house." That last sentence did what caffeine couldn't. Duncan's eyes snapped open. The grogginess drained out of his expression like it had been pulled. He sat up, blinking fast, listening. The rushing sound was unmistakable now, echoing down the staircase. Once you heard it, you couldn't pretend it was normal. "What the?" Duncan started, then cut himself off. He glanced toward the stairs, then back at me. "Are you sure?" "Yes," I said. "I went up. I didn't go in. There are blind spots. It feels wrong." Duncan swung his legs off the couch. He moved with that sudden, stiff urgency people have when their home stops feeling like theirs. He grabbed his phone, then hesitated as if deciding whether to call someone immediately. Instead, he motioned for me to follow. Ian stirred on the other couch, muttering something incoherent, but didn't wake fully. Duncan didn't bother shaking him awake. Maybe he thought it would just create chaos downstairs. Maybe he didn't want Ian stumbling into the hall half asleep. We headed up together, Duncan in front, me a step behind. The difference in how it felt, being behind someone else, was immediate. Fear didn't disappear, but it moved. It had to share space. The water grew louder with each step, the sound thick and insistent. At the top of the stairs, Duncan didn't pause the way I had. He marched down the hall, like anger was holding him upright. The bathroom door was still cracked. The sink was still blasting. Duncan reached the threshold and pushed the door open without hesitation. And the moment it swung wider, the house exploded into motion. It happened so fast, my brain struggled to keep up. The bathroom door swung open, and before the light could shift, before the mirror could reflect anything new, a figure launched from the far corner, the blind spot near the toilet. Not stumbling, not hesitating, launching like a coiled spring that had been waiting. The intruder hit Duncan from the side with a full-body tackle. Duncan went down hard, shoulder slamming into the tile. The sound was brutal, bone against floor, and it punched through the rushing water like a drumbeat. The figure rose over him with something in his hands, a length of PVC pipe, white and thick, lifted like a club. The pipe caught the bathroom light and looked almost clean, almost absurd, like something stolen from a hardware aisle, not a weapon. But there was nothing absurd about the way it was raised. For a split second, I saw the intruder's posture more than his face. Hooded sweatshirt, dark pants. The stance of someone who had rehearsed this moment in their head. The speed and certainty of a person who didn't break in to steal a TV. He swung the pipe downward. Duncan threw his arm up instinctively, and the pipe cracked against forearm with a sound that made my stomach twist. Duncan grunted, pain sharp and immediate, and tried to roll. I didn't think. There wasn't time to think. My body moved on its own. I lunged into the bathroom and grabbed at the intruder's arm, trying to yank him back, trying to disrupt the swing before it landed again. The PVC was slick with condensation or spray from the sink, and my fingers slipped as I clutched it. The intruder jerked away violently, and for a second, I saw the pipe arc toward my face. I ducked instinctively, felt air whoosh near my ear, and crashed into the counter. The mirror rattled. The rushing water kept blasting, turning the whole scene into a chaotic roar. It masked curses, masked breathing, masked the sound of feet sliding on wet tile. The intruder wasn't just attacking. He was trying to keep control of the space, using the water like cover, like noise, like confusion. And in that split, frantic moment, a thought sliced through me, cold and clear. This was planned. The fight was not cinematic. It wasn't clean. It wasn't heroic. It was ugly chaos in a cramped bathroom with water spraying everywhere, turning tile into a hazard. Duncan scrambled, half on his back, trying to get his legs under him. The intruder swung again, and Duncan tried to block, but his footing was bad. He slipped, his heel skidding on wet tile, and his shoulder slammed into the base of the cabinet with a dull thud. I grabbed the intruder from behind, hooking my arms around his chest the way you do when you're trying to restrain someone bigger than you. His sweatshirt was damp, and the fabric bunched under my hands. He smelled like cold air and sweat, sharp, stale, like he'd been waiting in a car or outside for a long time. He jerked his weight backward, slamming me into the wall. My shoulder hit hard enough to spark pain down my arm. The air left my lungs in a grunt. For a second, I couldn't breathe. Panic flared. Not just fear of him, but fear of my own body, failing in the wrong moment. I forced a breath in through my nose. It tasted like humidity and something metallic from the water. The intruder twisted violently, trying to break my grip. The PVC pipe clattered against the bathtub, then scraped on tile. He swung it sideways now, less controlled, trying to keep us off him. The pipe hit the counter edge with a loud crack. Duncan finally got his hands on the pipe and yanked. The intruder pulled back. The pipe wobbled between them like a tug-of-war rope, slick and hard to hold. Water sprayed over our hands, making grip slip. I heard my own breathing loud in my ears, ragged and fast. I heard Duncan swear. I heard the intruder grunt. Not with fear, but with effort. No one was thinking about anything except staying upright. My foot slipped, and I nearly went down. I caught myself on the counter, fingers smearing across wet laminate. The mirror shook again. The whole time, the sink kept blasting, relentless, as if the house itself was trying to drown out the truth of what was happening upstairs. Then suddenly, the intruder wrenched free. He shoved both of us hard. Duncan into the tub curtain, me into the door frame, and bolted past us like a shadow with weight. We stumbled after him, but we were seconds behind, and seconds matter. I reached the hallway in time to see the intruder sprint down the stairs 2 at a time, his feet thudding, his hoodie bouncing with movement. Duncan followed with a limp I hadn't noticed until then, one arm held stiffly, jaw clenched. By the time we made it down, the front of the house was still closed. No door slam, no obvious exit. The intruder moved fast, cutting through the dark living room with purpose, like he already knew the layout. We rushed after him to the kitchen and then toward the back, where the downstairs windows faced the yard. One window was open, not shattered, not forced, just open, pushed up, the screen bent slightly, as if it had been eased out and set aside. Cold night air spilled in, bringing the smell of damp grass and outside darkness into the house. Duncan stared at it in disbelief. "We don't leave that open," he said, voice tight. He moved closer, checked the latch with shaking fingers, and his face shifted, anger mixing with something like shame. "It was unlocked," he said quietly. I swear it was locked." The window looked like the mouth of the house, wide enough for someone to slide through. The yard beyond was black, the tree line swallowing detail. The porch light in the front didn't reach back here, and the backyard felt like a void. We stepped onto the porch, scanning the cul-de-sac, the driveways, the quiet street. No running footsteps, no rustling bushes close enough to pinpoint. Just suburban stillness, swallowing the intruder the way the ocean had swallowed the boat. The water upstairs continued to run, loud and absurd now, like an alarm we couldn't turn off because we couldn't stop shaking long enough to think. Duncan cursed under his breath and finally bolted upstairs to shut off the faucet. I stood in the kitchen staring at the open window, feeling my skin prickle, my heart still racing. And I knew exactly what made it worse than a random burglary. Because a random burglar doesn't turn on a sink full blast. A random burglar doesn't position themselves in a blind corner with a pipe raised. A random burglar doesn't make the house loud on purpose. The police showed up about 30 minutes later. In that half hour, the house felt like it had shifted into a different category of place. No longer a safe suburban home, but a stage where something had happened that couldn't be undone. Duncan talked to the officers with a stiff, angry calm. Ian finally woke up and looked like he'd been dropped into someone else's nightmare. They checked the window, took notes, shined flashlights around the yard, asked questions with that practiced neutrality that never fully matches how shaken you feel. They said, probably a burglar. They said, opportunistic. They said, maybe he panicked when he heard you upstairs. But none of their explanations fit the shape of it. Because the running water wasn't collateral. It was strategy. It was a sound designed to wake someone without waking the whole neighborhood. A sound loud enough to pull a person toward the stairs, toward the bathroom, toward a room full of blind spots. Loud enough to erase softer noises, like fabric shifting, like footsteps repositioning, like a breath held close. It was a trap disguised as an accident. And that's what rooted into me and wouldn't let go. The water had been an invitation, just like the cracked bathroom door. It wasn't about robbing the house quietly. It was about drawing a single person into a controlled space. Duncan believed the intruder expected him to be alone because his parents were out of town. Ian believed it was random. The officers treated it like a bad break-in, but I couldn't stop thinking about the dolphin's voice. Flat, urgent, perfectly timed. Wake up. Not wake up because you're dreaming. Wake up because someone was trying to lure me into a room where I wouldn't see them until it was too late. And standing there in Duncan's kitchen after the officers left, watching the cold air slip through that open window, I felt the sick connection form in my mind. Tight, undeniable. My brain didn't invent the ocean. It translated the sound of rushing water into the only image big enough to match it. And whatever had turned that sink on upstairs hadn't done it by mistake. It had done it because it understood something terrifyingly specific. Sound can lead you. Sound can steer you. Sound can make you walk straight into danger without ever touching you. That night at Duncan's wasn't just proof that I wasn't imagining things. It was proof that someone out there, someone willing to use noise as bait, existed in the same world as my dreams. And if they could lure me awake, what else could they do while I slept? When the police finally pulled up, the cul-de-sac didn't look real anymore. The neighborhood had been so quiet, it felt staged. Porch lights glowing, driveways empty, windows dark. Then the patrol cars turned in, tires crunching lightly over the curb, and suddenly there were moving beams of light cutting through the stillness like blades. Flashlights skimmed across lawns. A radio crackled with clipped voices. Doors opened and shut with that heavy, official sound that makes a house feel smaller. The officers approached like they already had a script in their heads. Two of them at first, then a third, who stayed near the cars, scanning the street while the others walked up the driveway. Their flashlights swept the front porch, the door frame, Duncan's shrubs, like they expected someone to be crouched in the leaves. Their radios hissed with short bursts of static that made my skin tighten every time, because it reminded me of my old building intercom, those 1 to 2 second glitches that felt like tests. The sound was different here, official, louder, more confident, but the effect was the same. It made silence feel occupied. They asked us to recount what happened in order. Duncan did most of the talking because it was his house, and I could see anger holding him upright, keeping his voice steady. Ian was pale, eyes wide, still trying to catch up to a reality he hadn't been fully awake for. I stood off to the side, hands clenched, listening to my own heartbeat like it didn't belong to me. The officers' questions came fast and practical. What time did you notice the water? Which door did you use? Did anyone see his face? Any missing property? Any weapons? Was anyone injured? When Duncan described the PVC pipe, one officer raised his eyebrows, wrote something down, and asked if the intruder swung it. Duncan said yes. The officer glanced at Duncan's forearm, at the way he was holding it stiffly, and told him he should get it checked, just in case. They stepped through the house with us, flashlights bouncing off walls. The beams made everything look harsher than it should have, like the furniture was guilty of being in the wrong place. The bathroom upstairs was still damp, the sink finally off, the counter sprayed with water. The officers looked at the room, at the blind corners, at the tub curtain, and I watched their faces shift slightly. Not fear, not alarm, but something like recognition. They could picture it. They checked the open window downstairs and shone their lights out into the yard. The backyard swallowed the beams a few feet past the grass. Beyond that was a dark line of trees, dense enough to hide anything. One officer walked the perimeter outside, his flashlight sweeping the fence line. The other stayed inside, asking Duncan about locks, about whether the window was usually secured. Duncan insisted it was. His voice cracked slightly on the word always, like he couldn't accept the fact that always had failed once. The officer nodded, wrote it down, and said something that sounded comforting, but landed wrong. Sometimes people forget. I didn't say anything, but inside my head, I thought, this wasn't forgetful. Nothing about that bathroom felt like someone taking advantage of a mistake. It felt like someone setting a trap. The story the police wanted was simple. A neat box with a label. They walked through the house, checked doors, noted the open window, and started speaking in that calm, authoritative tone that says, "This happens all the time, and you'll sleep fine once I leave." "Probably a burglary," one of them said. He said it like it was a weather report, like it was something you could prepare for next time by closing an umbrella. Duncan asked if they could look for prints. The officer glanced at the wet bathroom and shook his head. "Not much to work with," he said. "Water everywhere. If he wore gloves, it's a wash. If he didn't, still tough." They asked if the house had cameras. Duncan said no, just an old doorbell with no video. The officer nodded again, like he'd already expected that answer. He said most cases like this depended on footage, and without it, they were working with shadows. "Any missing items?" the officer asked. Duncan blinked, confused, like he hadn't even considered the question. He walked toward the living room and looked around, opening a drawer, checking a small shelf where his mom kept a jewelry box. Nothing seemed disturbed. The TV was still there. The laptop on the counter was still there. Wallets, keys, shoes, everything that would normally vanish in a burglary was untouched. "No," Duncan said, frustration rising. "I don't think he took anything." The officer's expression barely changed, but I noticed his eyes flick toward the staircase, then back to Duncan. "Sometimes they get spooked," he said. "Sometimes they're looking for easy grab and go, and something interrupts them." "But he turned on the sink," I said, before I could stop myself. The officer looked at me, patient. "Could have been an accident," he offered, "or he was trying to wash up, or he bumped it in the dark." I almost laughed, but it would have come out wrong. "Full blast?" Duncan asked sharply. "With the door cracked, and then he's waiting in the corner?" The officer didn't argue. He didn't have to. He had already placed us into a category. Shaken homeowners trying to make sense of something chaotic. He offered the standard advice: change locks, secure windows, install cameras, motion lights, call sooner next time. Then he did something that felt like a punctuation mark. He handed Duncan a case number, as if assigning it a number made it manageable, as if what happened upstairs could be filed away. After they left, the house fell back into silence, but it wasn't the same silence as before. It was a silence that held the shape of the intruder's body in that bathroom corner, the raised PVC pipe, the water blasting like a cover. And the worst part was what the officer had said without meaning to. Without cameras, it becomes a story. A story you tell yourself. A story you tell friends. A story that gets smoothed down over time until it's something you went through, not something that still lives in your muscles. But I'd already learned what it feels like when the record is missing. I knew what an absence can do. When the police were gone, Duncan didn't relax. He didn't collapse into exhaustion the way I expected. He stood in the living room with his arms crossed, jaw tight, staring at the staircase as if he could rewind time and redo the moment he opened the bathroom door. Ian tried to lighten the mood. It was clumsy, the way people try when they're scared and don't want to admit it. He made a joke about how Duncan's house was officially haunted. He laughed once, too loudly, then stopped when he realized nobody else was laughing. Duncan shook his head. "It wasn't a burglary," he said. Ian frowned. "They said..." "I don't care what they said." Duncan's voice was low, controlled. "Think about it. If he wanted to steal something, he doesn't turn on the sink upstairs. He doesn't make noise. He doesn't wait in a corner with a pipe." I sat down on the edge of the couch, hands clasped. My shoulder still ached from hitting the doorframe. Duncan's forearm was already swelling, a faint bruise blooming under the skin. Duncan paced once, stopped, then continued, like the house had become too small for his thoughts. "My parents posted about their trip," he said. "My mom always does. She puts it on Facebook, like a countdown. Anniversary weekend, that kind of thing. Everybody knows they're gone." Ian's face tightened. "So you think..." "I think he knew," Duncan said. "I think he expected one person here, me. He probably thought I'd be alone. If you hadn't come this weekend, you wouldn't have been here. Ian wasn't even supposed to come until last minute." That landed hard, because it was true. Duncan had invited me, and Ian had tagged along because he happened to be free. The arrangement wasn't locked in until days before. Duncan pointed toward the stairs. "He sets that water trap. He waits in the bathroom corner. He's not trying to sneak past us. He's trying to catch someone when they're alone, half awake, walking into a room full of blind spots." My mouth went dry, because my mind immediately translated that into something even darker. A person lured by sound, guided into a space designed for control. Duncan's eyes flicked to me, and his expression shifted slightly, like he remembered I'd been the one to wake first. I'd been the one to hear the water. I'd been the one to refuse to step in. "You saved me," he said bluntly. I shook my head. "I didn't..." "You did," he insisted. "If you go in there alone, he hits you. Or worse, if I go in there alone, he hits me. And nobody knows until morning." Ian stared at us, pale. "That's..." he started, then stopped, because there wasn't a word that made it less real. Duncan exhaled hard. "This wasn't random," he said again, quieter now. "He wanted a person, not a TV." The room felt colder after he said it, like the truth pulled heat out of the air. Later, when Duncan finally went upstairs to put towels down and check the window latches, I stayed in the living room and stared at the staircase until my eyes started to blur. Because the only reason I wasn't lying on that bathroom tile with a pipe swinging above me was a moment of hesitation. A moment where my body, without consulting my pride, refused to step over a threshold. I replayed it again and again. Me in the upstairs hallway, the bathroom door cracked, the sink blasting, the mirror reflecting darkness, the tub curtain still, the corner hidden. I'd been close enough to see the faucet knob turned all the way, close enough to step in, close enough to be in striking distance, and I hadn't. Not because I was brave, but because my fear recognized a shape it had already met. In my apartment, fear had been abstract. Clicks, knocks, blank notifications, missing footage. It had lived in sound and absence, but it had trained my body to respect boundaries, to distrust open doors, to treat the space beyond a threshold as unknown territory. Standing at that bathroom door, I didn't just see a sink running. I saw a trap disguised as a mundane problem. My brain didn't need evidence to know blind spots are where people hide. That realization unsettled me more than anything else, because it meant my instincts had changed. Something had rewired my caution, sharpened it, made it faster than thought. And that sharpening didn't feel like a gift. It felt like a symptom. Like my body was adapting to a world where threats don't announce themselves. I tried to tell myself I'd simply gotten older, more careful, that this was what adulthood does. Turns you cautious. Turns you into a person who checks locks and notices shadows. But the truth was, my hesitation had been too immediate, too visceral, too absolute. It wasn't just caution, it was recognition, as if my body had already been introduced to a predator's pattern. Noise to lure, blind corner to hide, silence to strike. And once you recognize a pattern like that, you start seeing it everywhere, even in places that are supposed to be safe, like Duncan's clean suburban bathroom. I didn't tell Duncan this part because I didn't want to sound insane, and I didn't want to sound like I was claiming credit for something I didn't understand. But sitting there in the living room, with the lamp still on and the pizza smell stale in the air, I couldn't stop thinking about the dolphin, the way it looked at me, the flatness of its voice, the urgency that wasn't emotional, just factual. Wake up. It would have been easy, too easy, to call it supernatural. A guardian, a sign, some cosmic warning. But I didn't believe that, not because I'm especially logical, but because I'd already learned something more disturbing and more believable. My brain borrows sound. The ocean dream wasn't random imagery. It was my sleeping mind translating a stimulus, running water, into the biggest, most unavoidable version of itself. My dream didn't invent fear out of nothing. It built fear around a real-world sound that my body needed to respond to. And the dolphin's voice, the command, it wasn't magic. It was my brain's emergency alarm system, personified. A simple directive wrapped in a form that would cut through panic. Wake up. Pay attention. Move. That idea should have comforted me. It should have made me feel like I had control, like my mind was on my side. Instead, it made me uneasy, because it meant something else. It meant sound could reach into my sleep and steer me. It meant someone could manipulate sound, use it intentionally to guide me where they wanted. If my apartment intruder used clicks and knocks, if Duncan's intruder used running water, then the pattern wasn't just bad luck, it was method. Noise as bait, noise as cover, noise as control. And once you see that, you stop thinking about burglary. You stop thinking about random criminals. You start thinking about someone who understands how people respond in the dark. Someone who knows that a person will step toward a problem to fix it, especially if that person believes they're alone. By morning, daylight had done what it always does. It tried to make the night seem unreasonable. Sunlight poured through Duncan's windows, turning the living room into a normal place again. The blankets looked like harmless clutter. The pizza boxes looked lazy, not ominous. The bathroom upstairs smelled like damp towels and lemon cleaner. Ian was the first to try to laugh. He joked about how they should install a moat. He mimicked the rushing sink sound like it was a comedy bit. He even did a dramatic reenactment of me shaking Duncan awake, turning it into something that sounded less terrifying in the retelling. Duncan forced a laugh once, but it didn't reach his eyes. He kept checking windows. He kept flexing his bruised arm like he was testing whether the pain was real. He kept glancing toward the stairs like he expected the house to remember what happened. I smiled at the right moments, nodded, played along enough to keep the atmosphere from turning heavy. That was the social thing to do. Pretend the worst part is over, because it's daylight and you're alive, and you want to believe you can move on. But inside, my mind wouldn't let go of the details that didn't fit. The cracked bathroom door, the blind corner, the pipe raised like the intruder had been waiting for a person, not property. The downstairs window open, unlocked, like the house had been tested in advance. The water blasting like a signal meant to pull someone upstairs. And beneath all of that, the deeper unease that had been following me from city to city. The line between my dreams and reality wasn't clean anymore. It wasn't a harmless boundary. My dream had pulled me awake at exactly the right time. My body had refused to cross the threshold. Those were the only reasons the night didn't end worse. Everyone wanted to file it away as a scary story. The kind you tell later at parties. The kind that becomes a punchline once enough time passes. But I couldn't do that. Not yet. Because while Duncan and Ian tried to laugh it off, I kept thinking about my old apartment. The 11-minute gaps, the blank notifications, the way my dreams had matched sounds I later recorded, and the idea that settled into me as I drank burnt coffee at Duncan's kitchen counter was simple and cold. If someone could bait a person with sound in a suburban house, then the pattern hadn't ended when I moved out. It had just changed locations, and I didn't know yet what it wanted. When I drove back from Duncan's the next day, I kept the radio on even when I wasn't listening to it. Sports talk, commercials, static between stations, anything to keep the car from feeling too quiet. Silence had started to feel like an open door. I told myself the sleepover was a reset. A new city, new setting, new people. Proof that my paranoia belonged to my old apartment, not to me. But the image that followed me on the highway wasn't my old hallway camera or the blurred hairline near my door. It was the upstairs bathroom with the sink blasting like an alarm, and the moment the intruder launched from the corner as if the house had been built for that exact attack. That wasn't my building. That wasn't my door. That wasn't my story, until it was. When I got home, it wasn't the apartment I'd fled. It was my new place, a short-term rental I'd grabbed quickly. Nothing fancy, but clean, quiet, and far enough away that I could pretend I'd started over. The parking lot was smaller, the exterior lights were warmer. The hallway carpet didn't smell like damp shoes. I carried my bags in and tried to act like a normal person who'd just returned from a weekend trip. I put leftovers in the fridge. I took my shoes off. I washed my hands. Then I did what I'd sworn I wouldn't do in a new place. I began building my defenses again. I set a fan on the floor. I found a long YouTube video, some calm documentary voice, nothing intense, and let it play quietly on my phone. I didn't need to understand the words. I just needed the steady human cadence, the reassurance of sound that wasn't listening back. That night, I slept with noise, the way some people sleep, with a light on. Not because I liked it, but because the alternative felt like inviting something in. The hum of the fan filled the room, soft and constant, smoothing the edges of the dark. And for a few days, it worked. My dreams were busy but harmless, fragmented images, Nothing sharp. I woke up tired but functional. My body stopped bracing at every creak. I started to believe, cautiously, that Duncan's break-in had been a separate nightmare, a one-off, a coincidence, bad luck that happened to connect to my fear in the worst possible way. Then on a random night, I fell asleep without noise, and the pattern came back like it had been waiting for me to go quiet. I don't remember choosing silence. That's what bothered me later. I remember getting into bed exhausted, phone battery low, fan unplugged because I'd moved it earlier and never bothered plugging it back in. I remember thinking I'd turn everything on in a minute, that I'd put on a video, that I'd set the volume low, like usual. Then the next thing I knew, my eyes were open in the dark, wide open. No dream residue, no slow wake. Just an immediate, clean awareness, like someone had flicked a switch in my skull. My room was still, too still. The kind of stillness you only notice when you've been living inside white noise for days, and suddenly it's gone. I could hear my own breathing. I could hear the faint, distant sound of a car somewhere outside. I could hear the tiny settling pops of the building, wood and metal cooling down. I lay there for a second, trying to figure out what had woken me. No footsteps, no knock, no water, no obvious trigger. Then I reached for my phone on the nightstand, mostly out of habit, and the screen lit up my face in a harsh rectangle. The time read 2:17 a.m. My stomach dropped so fast it felt like vertigo, because 2:17 wasn't just a time anymore. It had become a signature, a stamp, a small cruel joke the night kept repeating. I stared at the numbers until my eyes hurt. Then I looked around the room, as if the time itself might have dragged something in with it. Nothing moved. Nothing made a sound, but I felt that familiar sensation building under my skin. The sense that the quiet wasn't empty. It was listening. I kept telling myself there had to be a normal explanation. A sleep cycle, a muscle twitch, a stray sound from another apartment. But I couldn't get rid of the timing. It was too exact, too clean, too consistent with everything that had come before. 2:17. Even in a new place, even after a different city, even after a weekend where I'd nearly watched someone get seriously hurt. I lay there holding my phone like a small light in the dark, and I realized something with a slow, cold certainty. Silence wasn't neutral for me anymore. Silence was a trigger. The vibration came a few seconds after I noticed the time. It wasn't loud. It was that soft, intimate buzz phones make against wood, like a tiny insect trapped under glass. It happened once, short, and then stopped. I froze, thumb hovering over the screen, because I already knew what I was going to see. I hated that I knew. I hated that my body reacted before my mind could form a thought. I flipped the phone over. A notification banner sat at the top of the screen. No icon, no app name, no message preview. Just a blank gray bar, like someone had pressed send on nothing. For a second, I thought it was a glitch, some half-loaded system alert, a phantom vibration. I tapped it. The screen jumped to my home page. No new texts, no missed calls, no emails, no alerts, nothing. I pulled down the notification shade, hoping it would reveal the source. It didn't. It was gone, like it had never existed. My throat tightened. The room felt colder, not because the temperature changed, but because my brain had finally accepted what it didn't want to accept. The pattern wasn't tied to my old apartment. It wasn't tied to Duncan's house. It was tied to me, tied to my sleep, my awareness, my routines, I sat up slowly, listening harder now, my ears strained for anything. A click near the door, a faint shift of fabric, the whisper of a vent, nothing. And somehow, that made it worse, because the blank notification had always felt like the night leaving a mark, like a tap on the shoulder, a way of saying, "We can reach you." I stared at my phone until the screen dimmed and went dark again, and in that darkness, I could still see the outline of the blank banner burned into my eyes like an afterimage. It felt like being contacted by something that didn't want to speak, only to prove it could. I wanted to turn on lights. I wanted to plug in the fan. I wanted to blast a video at full volume, but I didn't. Not immediately, because a sick part of me needed to know. If I stayed still, if I stayed quiet, would the next sound arrive? The next morning, I bought a notebook, not a fancy journal. A cheap spiral-bound one from a drugstore, the kind you'd use for grocery lists or work notes. The cover was plain blue. It didn't look like a diary. It looked like a tool. I wrote the date at the top of the first page, then wrote the time in block letters. 2:17 a.m. Under it, I listed what I could remember, bullet point style, because writing in full sentences felt too dramatic, too personal. Fell asleep. Approx 11:40 p.m. No fan, no video. Woke abruptly, fully alert. Blank notification. No app icon, no text, no other sounds heard. Then I added something that surprised me when I wrote it. Felt like something was about to happen, but didn't. I stared at that line for a long time before closing the notebook. It made me feel stupid, but it was true. My body had woken as if it had been called, as if it had sensed a change in the environment before my ears could. That day, I set up my equipment again. I'd sworn I was done with cameras after the hallway footage gap, but I couldn't ignore the fact that the pattern had followed me. So I placed an audio recorder near my door and another near my bed. I downloaded an app that measured ambient sound levels and let it run overnight, logging decibel changes. I became methodical, obsessive in a way that felt necessary. I wrote down when I drank caffeine, when I went to bed, when I woke, if I had dreams, if I didn't, if the fan was on, if a video played, if the building was quiet, if it wasn't. My notebook started filling with numbers and short phrases, the kind of notes a person takes when they don't trust their own perception anymore. It wasn't just about proving I wasn't crazy. It was about catching the night doing what it kept denying. Because every time something happened, every time my body reacted, reality seemed to erase its own footprints. So I decided I would stop relying on memory. I would build a record the night couldn't argue with. 3 nights later, it happened again. Not the full sequence, not the knocks, just the opening notes, like a song beginning in another room. I didn't wake at 2:17 that night. I slept through, or at least I thought I did. The morning felt normal, groggy, stiff neck, sunlight pushing through blinds. But when I checked the notebook, I saw I'd written something on the previous page in a half-asleep scrawl. Woke? Through X. Not sure. Felt wrong. That alone made my stomach tighten, because it meant my body remembered something my mind hadn't held on to. I checked the audio recorder first. The file was mostly quiet. Fan noise, occasional building creaks, a faint car passing outside. Then, near the middle of the night, the waveform spiked slightly. Not a loud spike, just enough to matter. I put on headphones and listened. At first, I heard nothing but hiss. Then faintly, it surfaced through the noise like a shape rising in dark water. Click. A pause. Barely a second. Click. The sound was metallic, controlled, not random. The kind of click you get from a latch being tested with care. Not the clumsy jostle of a neighbor fumbling keys. Not the loose rattle of pipes. A deliberate mechanical touch. I replayed the segment, adjusting volume, trying to isolate it. The clicks remained consistent. Same tone, same distance. They felt close, too close. I checked the decibel app log. There was a tiny uptick at the same timestamp, just a few points higher than baseline, enough to confirm the sound wasn't imagined. Then I checked the time. The clicks occurred at 2:16:47 a.m. My mouth went dry. My heart began beating harder, because it wasn't just 2:17 on the clock. It was the approach to it, the lead-in, the breath before the signature time, the beginning of the pattern, and I hadn't heard it, not consciously. That was the most unsettling part, not the clicks themselves, but the fact that I had slept through them. When I listened on headphones, awake, they were unmistakable. They made the hair on my arms lift. They made my shoulders tense, as if my body wanted to brace for the next sound. The pause, then the knocks. But in the moment, in the dark, my conscious mind hadn't registered them. My body had. Because if my notebook scrawl was accurate, if I'd half woken around that time, felt wrongness, then drifted back down, then something inside me had reacted. Not enough to bring me fully awake. Not enough to make me sit up and check the door, but enough to drag me to the surface of sleep for a second. Like an animal lifting its head because it sensed movement. I stared at the notebook and then at the audio waveform, and a new understanding settled in, heavy and precise. The pattern didn't need me to hear it. It only needed my body to register it, because my body was the bridge between sleeping and waking. My body was the instrument the night could play. A faint click could nudge my nervous system, could steer my dreams, could shift my sleep into that vulnerable half-lucid layer where fear becomes imagery. That's why the ocean dream had worked. That's why the dolphin's voice had cut through. That's why my apartment dream felt like a camera view. It was my brain trying to interpret a real-world stimulus in a way that made sense while I was helpless. And now, in this new place, with a new door and new hallway, the clicks were back. Quiet, careful, just loud enough to reach whatever part of me stayed awake even when I wasn't. I sat there in the morning light, feeling colder than I should have felt. And the thought that finally clicked into place was this: if someone was making those sounds outside my door, they didn't need to break in. They didn't need to leave evidence. They only needed to learn how to wake me. Because once they could wake me, once they could pull me into that thin, trembling layer between dream and reality, everything else became easier. And that meant the worst possibility wasn't that my dreams were predicting danger. It was that someone had figured out how to use my sleep as the entry point. After the clicks showed up on my recorder without showing up in my memory, I stopped pretending I was casually tracking sleep. I was running experiments. I bought a pack of foam earplugs from the same drugstore where I'd bought the blue notebook. Bright orange, individually wrapped, marketed like they were meant for concerts or loud roommates. I stood in the aisle holding them and felt ridiculous, like I was about to become someone I would have made fun of a year ago. But I needed a clean variable. I needed to know whether the pattern was coming from outside sound, or whether my brain was generating it internally and using the outside world as a canvas. So I set rules for myself. On some nights, I'd sleep with my usual noise, fan plus a long, steady video at low volume. On other nights, I'd sleep in deliberate silence, And on a third set of nights, I'd sleep with earplugs. No noise at all. Ears sealed. The world muted. I wrote it all down in the notebook. I logged it like a lab tech, because if I let myself write it like a person, I'd admit how scared I was. Night 1, earplugs, no fan, no video. Night 2, silence, no fan, no video. Night 3, fan plus video. Repeat. The first night with earplugs felt wrong immediately. The foam expanded in my ears until the room became thick. My own breathing sounded loud, internal. My heartbeat had a private echo. The building became distant, as if I'd been sealed in a small capsule. It wasn't comforting the way noise was. It was different, sterile, but it gave me something I hadn't had in weeks: control over what I could hear. If the pattern depended on external sound, clicks, knocks, vents, footsteps, then earplugs should cut it off. If the pattern still happened, then it wasn't about sound at all. It was about me, about timing, about my brain. I lay there with my ears plugged, staring at the ceiling, waiting for sleep like it was an appointment. When I finally drifted off, it was heavy and abrupt, like my body had been dragging itself toward rest and finally gave up. In the morning, I woke normally. Not jolted, not alert, just groggy, like a regular person. No 217, no blank notification, no scrawl in the notebook. That result should have relieved me. Instead, it made me feel exposed, because it meant the sound mattered. The next night, I went silent on purpose. No fan, no video, no earplugs, just the room, the dark, and whatever the building wanted to give me. I told myself I could handle it. I told myself I'd become too dependent on noise, that normal adults fall asleep in quiet rooms every day. I even tried to make it feel routine. Brushed my teeth, set my phone face down, turned off the lamp, laid back with my hands folded on my stomach like I was practicing calm. At first, silence felt harmless, almost peaceful. The kind of quiet that makes you think you're safe because nothing is happening. Then, sometime later, my eyes opened, instantly, not slowly, not from a dream, just open, as if I'd been called by name. I grabbed my phone before I even fully sat up. My thumb knew where it was on the nightstand. My body moved with a familiarity I hated. The screen lit up. 2:17 a.m. My chest tightened, and before I could even form a thought, the phone vibrated, soft against the wood. That tiny insect buzz. I flipped it over and saw the blank notification banner sitting at the top again. No icon, no app, no words. A gray bar of nothing. It vanished when I tapped it, like it always did. No record, no trace. Just the knowledge that it had been there. I lay back down and listened. I forced myself not to move for a full minute, just to see if sound would arrive. The clicks, the pause, the knocks. My ears strained so hard I felt tension behind my eyes. The building offered me small, normal noises. A distant car, a faint settling creak, a refrigerator cycle from somewhere not mine. No obvious click, no knock. And yet my body remained alert in a way that didn't match the quiet. My skin prickled. My stomach felt hollow. My heart wouldn't slow down. It felt like the moment right before a door opens, like the second before someone touches a knob. I stayed there, awake at 2:17, staring into the dark, and realized how the pattern worked. It didn't always need to perform for my ears. It just needed to bring me to attention at the same time, again and again, until my life began orbiting a single minute of the night. When morning came, my notebook entry was simple. Silence night, woke 2:17, blank notification. Under that, I wrote one more line and my pen pressed hard enough to tear the paper slightly. Earplugs. Just nothing. Silence signed everything. After the second silence night, after 217 returned like a signature, I stopped trying to fall back asleep afterward. I didn't even pretend. I got out of bed, stepped into the living room, and went straight to the door. I didn't turn on the overhead lights. I didn't want to light up the apartment like a stage. I kept it dim, using only the glow from my phone screen and the faint spill of streetlight through blinds. The deadbolt was still locked. I checked it twice, fingers pressing the thumb turn, feeling forgive. Solid, unmoved. The chain was latched, just the way I'd left it. Tight, no slack. Everything that should have reassured me was intact. But then I put my hand on the doorknob, and my stomach tightened immediately because it didn't feel exactly the way it usually felt. It's hard to explain without sounding insane, but anyone who's lived alone long enough knows their own door the way they know their own steering wheel. You know the resistance. You know the tiny imperfections. You know how the mechanism settles when you lock it and let go. This knob felt reset, like it had been turned recently and allowed to return to its neutral position, like the spring inside had been engaged and then released. There was a faint looseness at first touch. Then it firmed up, as if the internal parts were finishing a motion they'd started moments ago. I held it still, breathing shallow, listening. Nothing. I tried the knob gently. It didn't open. The deadbolt held. The chain held. But when I pulled upward slightly, the way you sometimes do accidentally when your grip slides, I felt a small mechanical click. A soft, controlled sound. Not loud, not dramatic. Just familiar. It sounded like the click on my recorder. I froze, hand still on the knob, and the thought that came into my mind made my throat go dry. Someone could test my door without opening it. Someone could engage the mechanism just enough to create sound, just enough to confirm it was locked, just enough to make my body react. The deadbolt being untouched didn't comfort me anymore. It almost made it worse, because it meant whoever was doing this wasn't trying to force entry. They were doing something else, something quieter, something that didn't require them to come inside. I stepped back and looked at the peephole, then at the doorframe, as if the wood itself might tell me what had happened. It didn't, but the knob still felt wrong under my palm, like it had been handled, like it had been tested. By morning, I was exhausted in a way that didn't come from lack of sleep. It came from vigilance, the kind that burns through you even when nothing happens, the kind that makes a quiet room feel like work. I did what people do when they're scared, but afraid of sounding ridiculous. I called someone I trusted, not Duncan, not Ian. They'd already been through one nightmare with me, and I didn't want to drag them back into it. I called a friend from work, someone older than me, grounded, the kind of person who always had a practical answer. He picked up on the second ring. I asked if he had a minute, tried to keep my voice casual. He joked about me finally losing it, about how the night shift had ruined my brain. I laughed once, then told him what was happening, carefully. I didn't mention dolphins or camera angle dreams. I stuck to facts, waking at the same time, blank notifications, clicks on an audio recorder. There was a pause on the line that made my stomach sink. Then he sighed. "Man, you're spiraling." I swallowed. "I'm not." "You moved because you were stressed," he said. "Then you had a break-in scare at a friend's. Now you're fixating on timestamps and phone vibrations. It's anxiety. It's sleep stuff. It happens. I wanted to argue. I wanted to say, you don't understand what it sounds like. You don't understand the difference between imagination and recorded clicks. But I could hear in his voice that he'd already decided what category my story belonged to. Not danger, not threat, stress. He suggested I take a weekend off. He suggested I see someone, sleep clinic, therapist, whatever. He said I should stop feeding the obsession by checking the clock. The word obsession made my face warm with shame. I thanked him, told him I appreciated it, and hung up. The moment the call ended, my apartment felt quieter than before, as if even my voice had been removed from it. And the shame didn't make me calmer. It made me lonelier. Because if people believed I was spiraling, then the night had the advantage. The night didn't have to prove anything. It could just keep doing what it was doing, and the world would help it by dismissing me. That afternoon, I made a decision that was equal parts stubbornness and desperation. I was done building my life around fear, done with foam earplugs and decibel logs and notebooks filled with times, done letting 1 minute of the night reshape my days. If I kept living like this, even if no one ever touched my door again, I would still lose. I would still become the kind of person who can't sleep without a plan. The kind of person who flinches at silence. The kind of person who treats a normal life like a fragile setup, waiting to fail. So I did something simple. I tried to be normal on purpose. I went grocery shopping. I cooked a real meal instead of eating whatever was quickest. I watched a dumb show and let myself laugh at it. I cleaned my kitchen. I took out the trash without scanning the parking lot like a prey animal. At night, I set the fan up and played a long video like usual. Not loud, not dramatic, just steady. I told myself that wasn't fear. It was preference. Plenty of people sleep with background noise, but here's what changed. I stopped checking the clock. I stopped touching my phone when I woke. I stopped giving 2:17 the satisfaction of my attention. If my body woke, I stayed still and breathed. If my mind tried to count minutes, I refused. If I felt the urge to get up and check the door, I fought it. I treated fear the way you treat a bad habit. Acknowledge it, then do nothing. For a few nights, it worked. I woke less. My dreams were softer. The notebook stayed closed on my counter like something I'd outgrown. I began to think maybe my friend was right. Maybe I had been spiraling. Maybe the pattern only held power because I gave it power. And then, on the 5th night of my normal life, the recorder proved something that made my blood run cold. I didn't wake at 2:17 that night, not consciously. I slept through until morning and almost felt proud of myself for it, like I'd finally broken the loop. Then I checked the recorder. I told myself I was only checking it because I was wrapping up the experiment. Closure. A final look before I packed it away. That's what I told myself. The audio file looked normal at first. Fan noise, faint ambient hum, small spikes from building sounds. Then, around 2:17, there was a shape in the waveform I hadn't seen in days. 3 clean peaks, evenly spaced. My stomach tightened before I even pressed play. I put on headphones, turned the volume up just enough to isolate detail. Then I listened. There was the fan, the hiss, a faint building creak, and then knock, knock, knock. 3 polite knocks. Not loud enough to echo down a hallway. Not the kind of knock you'd hear through multiple walls. These were close, dry, and sharp, like knuckles tapping wood from inches away. The acoustic profile was wrong for a hallway knock. There was no hollow corridor resonance, no distant reverb, no space around the sound. It sounded contained, intimate, like it happened inside my apartment, right at my door, right in my air. I rewound and listened again, focusing on what came before the knocks. A faint mechanical shift, not a full click. More like a small internal movement, as if the knob had been touched or the latch tested, barely enough to register. Then the knocks again, steady, courteous, deliberate. My hands went cold. I pulled the headphones off slowly, as if moving too fast would make the sound return in real time. Because if those knocks weren't coming from the hall, if they weren't traveling through the building the way they should, then the question wasn't whether someone had been outside my door. The question was how close they actually were when my recorder caught them, and why my body didn't wake me this time. Or maybe it did, and I refused to look at the clock, refused to reach for my phone, refused to give the moment attention, so my mind never stored it as memory, which meant the pattern didn't need my awareness anymore. It could knock, polite and patient, in the dark, and I could sleep through it. That was the twist that broke something inside me. The realization that living normally didn't stop the pattern. It only made me easier to approach. Bonnie's parents were the kind of strict that didn't need to raise their voices. The rules lived in the house like furniture, always there, always understood. I'd met them enough times to know the rhythm. Polite dinner conversation, careful smiles, the subtle way her mom would ask what time I planned to leave without sounding like she was asking me to leave. So when Bonnie texted me that they'd be out of town for the weekend, some anniversary trip, a bed and breakfast, something wholesome and expensive, my first reaction wasn't excitement, it was relief. Not because I wanted to break rules, but because I wanted one thing I hadn't had in a while: the illusion of safety that comes from being in someone else's home, with someone else beside you. "Stay over," she wrote. "Just this once. We'll have the place to ourselves." It should have felt simple. A normal adult weekend. A movie, takeout, a quiet night where my mind didn't have to work so hard. That's what I promised myself it would be. That's what I needed it to be. When I arrived Friday evening, I parked in the driveway under a porch light that buzzed faintly, drawing moths in lazy spirals. Bonnie opened the door before I could knock, like she'd been waiting. Her hair still damp from a shower, a hoodie hanging off one shoulder. The house behind her smelled like clean laundry and vanilla candles, comfort smells, domestic, controlled. She hugged me tight and whispered, "Finally." I stepped inside, and for the first time in days, I didn't immediately catalog exits. I didn't count locks. I didn't scan corners. Not because I'd stopped being the person who does that, but because Bonnie was there, looking at me like I was something safe. And in that moment, I wanted to believe her. Bonnie lived in a neighborhood that felt copy-pasted. Every house had the same bones. 2 stories, attached garage, small front porch, shutters that looked decorative rather than functional. Even the driveways seemed the same width. The lawns trimmed to the same height. The mailboxes lined up like a row of quiet sentries. During the day, it was normal enough. Kids biking, sprinklers ticking, people walking dogs with earbuds in. But at night, the whole place changed in a way that made my skin tighten. By 10, the street noise died completely. No distant traffic hum, no city bleed. It was as if the neighborhood had been set down under a glass dome. The quiet wasn't peaceful. It was absolute. like someone had turned the volume of the world down to zero. Bonnie's house faced a backyard that bordered a line of trees. From her second-floor window, you could see the tree line in daylight. Dense, green, ordinary. But at night, without strong exterior lighting, it turned into a black wall. Not just darkness, void. A solid absence that swallowed depth and detail. I noticed it when Bonnie pulled me upstairs to show me her room. She was talking about something. How her parents always kept the thermostat too high. How they left a list of emergency numbers on the fridge. But my eyes drifted to the window. The backyard was a rectangle of darker black, and beyond it, the trees became a deeper black. If you stared long enough, your eyes tried to invent shapes out there. Branches became limbs. Shadows became movement. Bonnie laughed when she saw me looking. "Creepy, right?" she said casually. "It's like the trees are just there." "Yeah," I said, forcing a smile. "Like a wall." She didn't know why that word felt wrong in my mouth. A wall isn't just a boundary. It's something you can hide behind. I told myself to stop. This wasn't my hallway. This wasn't 217. This was a normal suburban night. But the quiet pressed on my ears, and the tree line looked like it was listening back. Bonnie's bedroom was warm in a way my places never were. Soft carpet, thick enough to swallow footsteps. Posters from old concerts on one wall, framed photos on another. A bookshelf half filled with romance novels and college textbooks. The kind of room that tells you someone sleeps here without fear. Her bed was queen-sized, made with a messy comforter that smelled faintly of fabric softener. One bedside table had a small lamp with a warm bulb. The other had a charging cable that glowed faintly blue when it was plugged in. That tiny LED glow gave the corner of the room a constant, low-level presence, like a firefly that never blinked. There was a standing fan near the dresser, angled toward the bed. When Bonnie turned it on, it wobbled slightly on its base, making that subtle, rhythmic rattle cheap fans make when they're not perfectly balanced. It wasn't loud, but it had texture. Sound you could latch onto if you needed it. The blades pushed cool air that smelled like the rest of the house, laundry and faint vanilla. I watched the fan for a second longer than necessary, feeling something in my chest ease. Not because the fan was magical, because it was predictable. Because it filled the room with a steady mechanical presence that would drown out smaller noises. Bonnie noticed and smirked. "You like the fan?" she asked. "Yeah," I said. "Helps me sleep." She didn't push. She just climbed onto the bed, grabbed a handful of chips from the snack bag she'd brought up, and patted the space next to her. "We're doing nothing tonight," she declared. "No stress, no work talk, just stupid movies and snacks." I sat down beside her and felt the carpet under my feet, the fans wobble, the glow of the charger light. I let my body memorize the room the way it always does in a new place. Layout, sounds, exits. Except this time, the details didn't feel threatening. They felt normal. And I didn't realize how much I'd missed normal until it was offered to me. The thing about being with someone you care about is that you want to match them. You want to be easy. You want to be the version of yourself that doesn't come with instructions. Bonnie didn't sleep with podcasts. She didn't need a video playing. She didn't need a fan, even though she liked having it sometimes. She could turn off the lights, roll over, and be gone in minutes. Watching her do that always made me feel both jealous and ashamed. That night, after we finished the movie and brushed our teeth, I made a choice that felt small but important. I didn't put anything on. No YouTube, no documentary voice, no long, steady background sound to keep my brain from listening too hard. I left the fan on low, partly because it was already running, and partly because I wanted at least one predictable layer of noise. But I didn't add anything else. I told myself it was healthy, a step toward normal, proof that I wasn't ruled by a pattern. Bonnie turned off the lamp, and the room sank into dimness. Only the faint charger glow and the barely there light from outside. She slid under the comforter, curled close, her hair brushing my shoulder. "You're okay?" she murmured, voice already sleepy. "Yeah," I lied gently. "Just tired." She kissed my cheek, and for a few minutes, my body actually relaxed. The warmth of another person beside you is a powerful thing. It convinces you the world is smaller, more manageable. The fan whispered. The carpet muffled everything. The house felt sealed, safe, far from my apartment nightmares and Duncan's rushing sink and the clicks on my recorder. I stared at the ceiling until my eyes blurred, letting the darkness soften. I tried not to chase thoughts. I tried not to count minutes. I told myself, this is a different story. This is romance. This is comfort. This is where the pattern ends. And for a little while, I almost believed it. Before we fell asleep, there was a calmness that felt almost sacred because it had been missing from my life. We'd left popcorn kernels in a bowl on the dresser. Half-empty soda cans sat on the desk. The air smelled faintly of butter and toothpaste. Bonnie's sink had run while we brushed our teeth, water rushing briefly, then stopping. Just a normal sound. Not bait, not a trap, just part of bedtime. I remember noticing how the house settled after lights went off. The fridge downstairs clicked on and off in the distance. Somewhere in the walls, the heating system made a soft ping as it cooled. The fan's wobble added a gentle imperfection to the room, like a heartbeat you could hear. Bonnie lay with her back against my chest, breathing slow, and I listened to it, letting that rhythm anchor me. I focused on ordinary sensations, the comforter's weight, the cool air on my forearm, the faint tick of a clock I couldn't see but could somehow sense. If anyone had asked me in that moment what fear felt like, I might have struggled to describe it, because for the first time in a long time, fear wasn't the loudest thing in me. I felt tired. I felt held. I felt like maybe I'd been overreacting, like the pattern was just a chain of coincidences I'd stitched together, because I needed an enemy for my stress. The house was quiet, but it wasn't empty quiet. It was sleeping quiet. The kind of quiet that means nothing is wrong. I let my eyes close fully. I let the fan wash over my thoughts. I let the warmth of Bonnie's body convince me that I was safe. And somewhere deep in me, something unclenched. It wasn't dramatic. It was subtle. Like the release of a muscle you hadn't realized you'd been tensing for weeks. That release was what made what happened next so cruel. Because you only feel betrayal when you've allowed yourself to trust. Sleep came gently, not like a fall, but like a slow dimming. The edges of the room softened. The fan became part of the background instead of a thing I was actively listening to. Bonnie's breathing deepened. Her hand rested on my stomach, warm and still. My thoughts loosened their grip. The day faded. The weekend blurred into comfort. And for the first time since leaving my old apartment, I didn't feel like I was waiting for something. I remember a brief, fleeting thought right before I drifted under. Maybe the pattern only lived where I lived alone. Maybe it needed isolation. Maybe it fed on the gap between wake and sleep when there was nobody else to witness it. Maybe being with Bonnie, sharing a room, sharing air, sharing the night, was the simplest antidote. That thought soothed me in the same way a lie can soothe you when you're tired enough to accept it. I let myself sink. And as I did, the last thing I felt wasn't fear. It was gratitude, quiet, private, because I believed I'd crossed some invisible line, that I'd reached a point where the night couldn't pull me back anymore. I believed I was past it, which is why, when my eyes opened later, when the world snapped into that too sharp clarity that always precedes the worst moments, I didn't understand at first that I hadn't woken up at all. Not really. Because what came next didn't start with a knock or a click. It started with something much smaller. A thin strip of light under Bonnie's bedroom door. In the dream, I woke up like I'd been yanked by the collar. Not gently, not slowly. It was the sudden, unmistakable shock of a sound that doesn't belong inside a quiet house at night. A hard, full-bodied slam from downstairs. The kind of slam that makes walls vibrate. The kind of slam that tells you a door didn't just close. It was thrown. For a fraction of a second, I lay perfectly still, listening in that sharp way you listen when you're trying to decide if you imagined it. The fan was still on low, its wobble barely there. Bonnie's breathing beside me was steady. The room looked exactly the same. Dark, charger glow faint, ceiling barely visible. Then the second sound hit. Rapid footsteps. Not one or two cautious steps. Not the slow creak of a house settling. These were fast, deliberate, heavy steps pounding up the staircase, each one landing with urgency. The rhythm was wrong for a sleepy person. Wrong for someone who belongs there. It was the rhythm of someone moving with purpose. Someone who isn't worried about being heard because they want you to hear. My heart slammed against my ribs. I sat up abruptly, sheets sliding off my chest, eyes darting toward the bedroom door. The footsteps were getting closer with each beat, climbing fast, and my body reacted the way it always does in danger. It tried to become useful. I could already picture it. Someone coming up, turning the handle, forcing the door, waking Bonnie with a scream. In the dream, the fear arrived, fully formed, without explanation, like my brain had been waiting for an excuse to panic. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs. The sound changed, less hollow, more immediate, as if the runner had entered the hallway outside Bonnie's room. I heard them storm toward the door, the pace tightening, the weight of the steps heavier now, like the person was leaning forward into speed. Then, just as suddenly, the footsteps stopped, right outside the door. The silence that followed felt like pressure, like the air had been held tight in a fist. And in that silence, my body did something it had learned too well. It froze. I should have moved. In the dream, my mind told me I should move. That's what made it unbearable. The clear, logical intention paired with a body that refused to obey. I sat upright, shoulders tense, ready to swing my legs out of bed, ready to cross the room and put myself between Bonnie and whatever was outside. That instinct was real, protective, immediate. But the moment I tried to stand, my muscles locked. Not like sleep paralysis exactly. Not the full-body cement I'd felt at 217 in my old apartment, but something similar in spirit. My arms went stiff. My legs felt distant, like they belonged to someone else. I could breathe. I could see. I could think. I just couldn't move. The strangest part was how rational my thoughts remained while my body betrayed me. My mind ran through options like a checklist. Get up, grab your phone, wake Bonnie, call the police, lock the door, do something. But my hands stayed on the comforter. My knees stayed bent. My spine stayed rigid. Bonnie didn't stir. Her breathing remained even, almost too even, as if the sound downstairs had never happened. That detail unnerved me more than the footsteps, because it made me feel like the dream had isolated me, like I was the only one allowed to be awake for this. My eyes flicked to the bedroom door again, expecting the handle to jiggle, expecting a shadow to appear under the crack, expecting anything that would give my brain a clear target. Instead, there was only one detail, one thin, precise detail that pulled all my attention toward it like gravity. A narrow strip of yellow light beneath the door. It wasn't bright. It wasn't flickering. It was just there, steady and unnatural, spilling into the dark room like a blade laid flat against the carpet. And the moment my eyes landed on it, everything else stopped mattering. The light was wrong. Not because there couldn't be light in a hallway. Bonnie's parents sometimes left a night light on, and there were always little LEDs in modern houses. But this strip of light was too clean, too concentrated, too deliberate. It wasn't white. It wasn't soft. It was yellow. The kind of yellow you get from an old bulb. A warm, incandescent glow that should feel comforting, but didn't. It looked like something living under the door, something breathing through the crack. I stared at it and felt my vision tighten around it. The edges of the room faded. The fan sound fell away. Even the memory of the footsteps became secondary. All I could see was that thin bar of light. It stretched across the carpet like a warning line. It outlined tiny fibers in the rug. It made the dust near the door shimmer faintly, as if the air itself was lit. I tried to force my eyes away. I tried to look at Bonnie, to check if she was awake, to find her face and anchor myself to something human. But my gaze wouldn't detach. It was like the light had hooked into my brain and held it. Like my mind was afraid that if I looked away, something would change. That the door would open. That a shadow would slide in. That I would miss the exact moment the world broke. The worst part was that the light wasn't moving. It wasn't flickering or waving. Its stillness made it feel intentional, as if it were meant to hold my attention, meant to hypnotize me into watching the crack. I could hear my breathing now, shallow, uneven. The air in the room felt colder against my skin. Bonnie's warmth beside me felt distant, like she was on the other side of a wall. And then, without any change in the light, without any sound announcing it, the voices began. At first, it was just one, a woman's voice, close enough to feel like it was inside the room, speaking from somewhere just beyond the door. It didn't call out. It didn't ask a question. It started insulting me. The first voice sounded almost casual, like someone talking through a phone speaker, but it carried a sharpness that cut straight into me. It criticized things I'd never said out loud. My posture, my face, my work, the way I tried too hard to seem normal, the things I thought about when I couldn't sleep. Each sentence landed with a cold accuracy that made my stomach twist. It wasn't random cruelty. It was precise, targeted. I felt heat rush to my face, the same shame I'd felt when my friend told me I was spiraling. Except this shame was deeper, older, and it didn't feel like my own. It felt like something had crawled into my head and was reading from a list. I wanted to shout back. I wanted to demand who it was. I wanted to wake Bonnie and tell her to listen, to prove I wasn't imagining it, but I couldn't move. And worse, I couldn't stop listening. The voice shifted from surface-level insults to something darker. My failures, my private guilt, the moments I regretted when nobody was watching. It spoke about things I'd done years ago, small things that weren't crimes, but still haunted me. Words I'd said that I wished I could swallow back. Thoughts I'd never admitted to anyone. Then, without warning, the second voice joined in. Different tone, different cadence. Male this time, lower, harsher. It didn't echo the first voice. It added new details, new accusations, new secrets. Things I hadn't even remembered until it dragged them out and held them up like evidence. Then a third voice, then a fourth. The voices multiplied in layers, overlapping, weaving together, until it felt like the air beyond the door was crowded. One voice became two, two became five, five became too many to count. They spoke in different rhythms, different volumes, but they all had the same quality: intimate knowledge, not general insults, not vague fear, specific truths. It felt like the ugliest parts of my mind were being dragged out into the hallway and recited by strangers with perfect confidence. I couldn't tell if they were outside the door or inside my skull. The line blurred until it didn't matter. My chest tightened, panic rising. The light under the door stayed steady, as if the strip itself was feeding them. I couldn't take it anymore. I did the only thing my mind could imagine that might stop it. I decided to open the door. It took everything in me to move. In the dream, my body resisted like it was stuck in invisible glue. But anger, raw, desperate anger, pushed through the paralysis. I forced my legs out of bed. I forced my feet onto the carpet. I stumbled toward the door like a person learning how to walk again. The voices intensified as I moved, as if they didn't want me to reach it. They became louder, more frantic, not because they were scared, but because they were trying to overwhelm me before I could change anything. The strip of light under the door grew brighter as I got closer, or maybe my eyes just adjusted. It looked almost golden now, like a lit fuse. My hand reached for the knob. The moment my fingers wrapped around it, the voices stopped. Not gradually, instantly, like someone hit a mute button. The silence was so sudden, it made my ears ring. For half a second, I stood there with my hand on the knob, frozen in a different way, stunned by the absence. Bonnie's room felt too quiet. The fan's wobble was the only remaining sound. I turned the knob and yanked the door open, and the second the door swung wide, every light in the house snapped off, not dimmed, not flickered, off, like a coordinated shutdown. The strip of yellow light vanished, replaced by pure black. The hallway beyond the door wasn't just dark. It was empty dark, depthless, like a tunnel with no end. The air that rushed toward me felt colder than the bedroom air, sharp enough to sting my skin. It smelled wrong, like dampness and something metallic, the same aftertaste I'd had waking from my old apartment dream. For a heartbeat, I stood on the threshold, staring into darkness that didn't look like Bonnie's house anymore. It looked like a place that had borrowed the shape of a hallway, but stripped out everything familiar. No nightlights, no distant LED glow, no soft ambient spill from outside, just cold darkness swallowing the space where the voices had been. I took a step back, suddenly small, suddenly aware of how fragile my courage was when there was nothing to fight but absence. Then I stumbled backward into the bedroom, slammed the door shut, and dove under the covers like a kid. My heart hammered. My breath came fast. The fan continued its gentle wobble like nothing had happened. And somewhere deep in me, I felt the old terror bloom again. The terror of not knowing whether the door was protecting me or trapping me. Then I blinked, and the room shifted. I woke up. I sat up in bed, the way you do after a nightmare, disoriented but relieved. My hand went instinctively to my chest, feeling my heartbeat, checking for reality. Bonnie was still beside me, still breathing, still warm. For a second, I believed it was over. The bedroom looked normal again. Dim charger glow, fan wobble, shadows in their usual places. No voices, no slamming door, no sprinting footsteps. I breathed out slowly, trying to convince my body to unclench. Then I looked at the bedroom door. The thin strip of yellow light was there again. Exactly the same. Same color, same thickness, same steady glow spilling under the crack, like a line drawn with intention. My throat tightened so hard it hurt, because now it wasn't just a nightmare. It was a loop. The image was too precise, too identical to the one from the dream. The light didn't flicker like a real bulb might. It didn't shift like someone walking past would cause. It just sat there, waiting, as if it had never left. I stared at it and felt the room start to tunnel again. My vision narrowed toward that strip. My mind tried to tell me I was awake. But another part of me, the part that had lived through 217 and blank notifications and recorder clicks, recognized the sensation immediately. This wasn't waking. This was the dream pretending to let me wake. A false awakening. And the cruelty of it was perfect, because it used the one thing you rely on after a nightmare. The relief of believing it was only a dream. My hands trembled. I looked at Bonnie's sleeping face, needing proof that something in this room was real. She didn't stir. She didn't react to the light. She didn't react to my breathing. It felt like I was alone in a room with someone I loved, a contradiction that made my stomach churn. I kept my eyes on the strip of light, unable to look away, because I knew what came next. In the first dream, the voices started after the footsteps. In the second, the strip of light was already there, waiting. And I realized, with a slow, sick dread, that the nightmare wasn't escalating randomly. It was rehearsing. It was tightening the same sequence like a noose, each loop removing one more piece of my control. And this time, I didn't even get the sound of footsteps as a warning. I just got the light, and the certainty that something was on the other side of the door, not moving yet, because it didn't have to. Not until I was fully awake, or fully convinced that I was. The third time I woke, it felt different in a way my body recognized before my mind could explain. My eyes opened and didn't snap into panic. They opened into that dull, heavy fog of real sleep. Dry mouth, stiff neck, a slow blink as if my eyelids had weight. The air in the room felt warmer, less theatrical. The fan's wobble wasn't perfect, but it was consistent, and the charger glow was the right kind of faint. Not a spotlight, not a line, just a small LED doing what it always does. I lay still for a moment, listening for the impossible. No door slam, no footsteps racing up, no chorus of voices crawling through my secrets. Just the ordinary sounds of a house at night, the distant hush of a vent, the subtle tick of cooling pipes, the whisper of the fan. Bonnie's breathing beside me was deep, unbroken. She shifted once, a small, sleepy movement, her shoulder brushing my arm, and that simple human weight felt like proof. Relief hit me so hard it made me dizzy. It was almost painful, the way your body reacts when it realizes the threat isn't immediate. My chest loosened, my stomach unclenched. I let out a slow breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. For a few seconds, I just lay there, letting reality settle over me like a blanket. The nightmare had been brutal, yes, but it had that familiar dream quality, absurd in hindsight, too precise in some places, and too warped in others. False awakenings can do that. They can make you doubt your own senses, make you feel trapped in a loop. I'd read about it. I'd experienced it once years ago, in a mild way. It was terrifying, but it wasn't proof of anything supernatural or sinister. That's what I told myself. And in that fragile window of relief, I almost convinced myself the night was over. Then I made the mistake of looking at the bedroom door. The strip of light was there, not imagined, not dream-rendered, not an afterimage burned into my eyes. A thin yellow bar spilled out from under the bedroom door, clean and steady, slicing across the carpet exactly the way it had in the nightmare. For a second, my brain refused to accept it. It tried to reclassify it as something normal. A nightlight in the hallway, a lamp left on downstairs, a street light hitting the crack at a weird angle. But the color was too familiar. That old, warm, incandescent yellow that should have felt comforting and didn't. It looked like the same light from the dream had been carried into waking life and placed under the door with deliberate care. My throat tightened. My skin went cold. Relief evaporated so fast, it felt like someone had pulled the floor out from under me. I sat up slowly, the comforter sliding down my chest, and stared at the strip of light like it might vanish if I watched it hard enough. It didn't. Bonnie slept on, undisturbed, her face relaxed. That detail made my panic spike higher, because it meant either she was the deepest sleeper alive, or whatever was happening had been timed for me, again. I leaned forward slightly, trying to interpret the light. If the hallway light was on, that meant someone had turned it on. Bonnie's parents weren't home. Bonnie hadn't gotten up. I hadn't gotten up. So who turned it on? The light didn't flicker. It didn't change shape. It just sat there under the door, like a message. My mind flashed back to the dream. The moment I couldn't look away, the voices that started after the footsteps, the cold darkness when I opened the door. Except this time, I wasn't in a dream. This time, the air in the room felt real on my skin. The fan sounded real. Bonnie's breathing was real. The strip of light was real. And in the quiet, my ears finally picked up what my eyes hadn't yet. A sound downstairs. Not the violent slam from the nightmare. Something subtler. A creak. At first, it was so faint, I thought it could be the house settling. Old wood sometimes complains in the night. Pipes contract, floors shift. It's easy to dismiss one creak as nothing. Then it happened again. A slow, deliberate groan from the downstairs floorboards. Weight transferring, not a pop, not a random noise, a step. I held my breath and listened harder. My ears strained the way they always do when fear takes over, trying to catch a pattern, trying to decide if the sound belongs. Another creak, slightly different location. Another slow transfer of weight. Footsteps. They weren't racing like the dream. They weren't trying to be dramatic. They were careful, controlled, like whoever was down there knew the house was quiet and didn't want to announce themselves. But they also weren't silent. They weren't the soft padding of a cat. They were human steps on wood, measured and real, sending tiny vibrations through the structure. My heart began to hammer. I glanced at Bonnie's face again, hoping she'd stir, hoping she'd give me even a sleepy, "What's wrong?" that would make this shared reality. She didn't move. The strip of light under the door remained steady, but when I watched it closely, I realized something that made my blood go colder. The light was brighter than it should have been if it were just a hallway nightlight. It looked like a downstairs light, something stronger, casting upward through the stairwell and down the hall. That meant someone had turned on a light intentionally, not for comfort, for visibility. The footsteps shifted again, a slow creak followed by a faint thud as if someone bumped into furniture or brushed a wall. Then quiet. Then another careful step. I imagined the downstairs layout, the kitchen, the living room, the front door. I imagined someone moving through it, not in a hurry, as if they had time, as if they believed no one was awake. I kept my eyes on the strip of light because it was the only visible proof of movement beyond the door. But I could hear the house responding to the footsteps like a living thing, each creak a whisper of where the intruder was now. My hands trembled as I reached for my phone on the nightstand. I didn't want to unlock it with a bright screen. I didn't want to make noise. I didn't want anything that would alert whoever was downstairs that someone upstairs had become aware. But I also knew something with sick clarity. This was no longer a dream I could escape by waking up. This was the thing my body had been training for. I slid the phone off the charger as gently as I could. The tiny click of the cable disconnecting sounded too loud in my head, but Bonnie didn't stir. The footsteps downstairs paused, then resumed. Slow, deliberate. I dialed 911 without looking at the screen too long, keeping the brightness turned down so the glow wouldn't light up my face. My fingers felt clumsy, sweat making the glass slick. The ringing sounded like thunder in my skull. 911, what's your emergency? The operator's voice was calm, professional, almost too normal for what I was feeling. I leaned toward the phone, keeping it close to my mouth so I wouldn't have to speak louder than a whisper. There's someone in the house, I breathed. We're upstairs. We're in the bedroom. Please. Are you in a safe location right now? She asked. I looked at the door. The strip of light was still there. I listened. Another soft creak downstairs. I think so, I whispered. But I'm not sure. It's my girlfriend's parents' house. They're out of town. We're alone. She asked for the address. My mind went blank for half a second, that awful way it does under adrenaline, when simple information hides. Then I forced myself to focus. I whispered the street name, the house number, the city. The words tasted dry. The operator repeated it back, confirming, and told me officers were being dispatched. She asked if I could see the intruder. No, I whispered. I can hear them downstairs. There's a light on. I see it under the door. Do not confront them, she said. Stay where you are. If you can lock the bedroom door, do so quietly. My eyes flicked to the lock. Bonnie's bedroom door had a simple interior lock, the kind you twist. Not a deadbolt, not heavy security, but something. I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. Okay, I whispered. Keep the line open, she instructed. Tell me if anything changes. I held the phone close and listened. The operator's presence a thin lifeline to the outside world. Her breathing on the line was barely audible, but it reminded me someone else existed beyond this room, someone who could witness. The footsteps downstairs shifted again. A creak closer to the stairwell, then another, heavier, as if the person had paused and turned. I stared at the strip of light and felt something inside me tighten. They might be coming up. I moved as carefully as possible, sliding out of bed without letting the mattress squeak. The carpet helped, swallowing the sound of my feet. I crossed the room in 2 slow steps, my body angled toward the door, ears straining for any change. The strip of light remained steady, but as I got close, I could see dust motes drifting in it like tiny insects. The light made the air look textured. I reached for the lock and twisted it. The mechanism clicked softly, one small sound in a house full of bigger ones. My heart leapt as if I'd slammed the door. I froze, listening. Downstairs, the footsteps paused again, then resumed. Not faster, not frantic, still careful. That calmness made my fear sharper. A burglar startled by noise might rush. Someone planning something might stay controlled. I backed away from the door and returned to the bed, keeping my phone in my hand. The operator was still on the line. "Door is locked," I whispered. "Good," she said quietly. "Stay away from the door." As if to prove her point, the strip of light under the door changed. It didn't vanish. It didn't brighten fully. It pulsed, subtle, like a shadow passed between the light source and the crack. The bar of yellow narrowed, then widened again, like something moved in the hallway outside the room. My breath stopped, because that meant someone was upstairs now. It meant the light wasn't just from downstairs anymore. It was being interrupted by a body in the hall, close enough to change the shape of it. The strip narrowed again, then stretched back. A soft shifting sound came through the door. Fabric brushing, maybe, or a faint scrape of a shoe on carpet. The house was so quiet, I could hear my own pulse in my ears. But that tiny sound didn't belong to the fan, or the pipes. The strip of light held steady for a moment. Then the pulse came again, closer, like the person was directly in front of the door. I couldn't see them. I couldn't see a shadow beyond the crack. But the light told me they were there, inches away, blocking and unblocking it with movement. I tightened my grip on the phone until my fingers ached. Bonnie still slept, unbelievably, her face peaceful. I wanted to shake her awake, but I was terrified her voice would be the thing that turned this from quiet stalking into violence. The operator asked, "Do you hear anything now?" "Yes," I whispered. "Someone's outside the door. The light, it keeps changing." "Stay quiet," she instructed. "Officers are on the way." The strip of light pulsed again, then held, as if whoever was outside had stopped moving and was simply standing there, listening. In the middle of that frozen moment, strip of light steady, fan wobbling softly, my phone pressed to my palm. I had a realization that cut through my fear like a blade. I hadn't been able to see the door from where I slept. Bonnie's bed wasn't positioned with a clear line of sight. If you lay on your side, facing away, the door was partially blocked by the dresser and the angle of the room. Even on my back, the door wasn't in direct view unless I lifted my head. In other words, in the nightmare, when I woke and immediately saw the strip of light under the door, my dream had created the exact image from a perspective I shouldn't have had. It wasn't just a generic light under a door. It was the precise thickness of the crack, the exact shade of yellow, the way it cut across the carpet at that angle. My dream had rendered it with a perfection that matched reality, down to the way the carpet fibers caught the glow. How? My mind tried to answer with something reasonable: memory, glimpses, imagination. But the speed of it, how instantly the strip had appeared in the dream, how it had held my gaze like gravity, didn't feel like a normal brain building a scene. It felt like rehearsal. Like my sleep had been fed the image before. Like my body had registered it in the dark at some earlier point and stored it without my awareness. That thought made me colder than the footsteps ever could, because it implied something I didn't want to consider. That the light under Bonnie's door, this exact light, had existed before the dream. That the stimulus came first, and the nightmare came after. The strip of light pulsed once more, a subtle narrowing as if someone shifted weight in the hall. And suddenly, the logic snapped into place with sick clarity. My dreams weren't predicting intrusions. They were translating them. Sound and light, tiny cues my sleeping body could detect, were being absorbed and replayed in nightmares that felt prophetic only because I woke up in the middle of them. That meant the false awakening loop wasn't just my brain torturing me. It was my brain trying to warn me with the only language it had while asleep. And if that was true, if my dream recreated the strip of light perfectly without me being able to see it from the pillow, then my body had been sensing something in this house long before I became conscious of it. Which meant whoever was outside the door right now wasn't an abrupt surprise. They were the continuation of a pattern that followed me into safe places, into romance, into warmth, into the lie that being loved made the night harmless. The operator's voice whispered in my ear, asking me to stay quiet. I stared at the strip of light and understood, in the coldest way possible, why it felt familiar. Because my sleeping mind had already watched it. Even if I hadn't, the first sound that reached us wasn't footsteps. It was distance. A siren somewhere out on the main road, far enough away that it could have been for anyone, for any emergency, any random night. For a second, I told myself it might pass, that it might fade the way distant sirens always do. But instead, it grew louder, closer, layering itself over the quiet until the whole neighborhood felt like it had been pierced. The strip of light under Bonnie's door trembled once, as if someone in the hallway shifted their stance. Then it steadied again, thin and yellow, a blade pressed against the carpet. My phone was still pressed to my palm. The 911 operator's voice was a whisper in my ear, steady and controlled, like she was anchoring me to something real. She told me officers were arriving. She told me to stay put. She told me to keep quiet. The sirens multiplied. 2 now, maybe 3. Different tones overlapping, a chorus of urgency cutting through the suburban stillness. Outside, I heard the faint crunch of tires on gravel, the hush of car doors opening, the quick click of radios being keyed. Then the front door shook the house. Not a gentle knock, not a polite announcement. A heavy impact, like a shoulder or a boot hitting wood. The vibration traveled up through the frame of the house, into the upstairs floorboards, into the bed, into my bones. I felt it before I fully heard it. "Police!" a voice shouted from downstairs. Loud, sharp, commanding. "Police, come out now!" The strip of light under the bedroom door pulsed fast, narrowing, widening, like movement in the hallway. For a heartbeat, it vanished entirely, replaced by darkness, as if someone blocked it with their body. Then it reappeared, thinner, angled slightly differently. More shouted commands followed, layered with radio chatter I couldn't make out. The words sounded like they were bouncing off walls, turning the house into a loud, echoing box. "Show me your hands. Get on the ground. Don't move." The chaos downstairs was immediate and total. The kind of noise that makes your brain short-circuit because it can't categorize everything quickly enough. The sirens outside continued, washing the street in sound, while inside, the house became a storm of boots and voices and radio static. The strip of light under the door flickered again. Gone. Back. Gone. Like bodies were moving through the hall. Like someone was retreating. Like the hallway itself was shifting under the sudden intrusion of authority. And even though the police were here, real people with real boots and real weapons, I didn't feel relief yet. Not fully. Because I couldn't stop thinking about the fact that someone had been close enough to our door to cast that light, and I still didn't know what they wanted upstairs. Bonnie finally stirred when the shouting started. Her eyes opened halfway, confused, unfocused. She murmured my name like she was waking from a nap, not a nightmare. Her voice was soft, groggy, the normal sound of someone who doesn't know the world is dangerous yet. I leaned over her instantly and put my hand gently over her mouth, not hard, not forceful, but firm enough to stop sound from escaping. Her eyes widened in shock, then anger, then fear, as the house shook again with another impact downstairs. I brought my face close to hers and whispered directly into her ear, barely moving my lips. "Police," I breathed. "Someone's in the house. Don't make noise." She froze. Not like me in the dream, not locked, not trapped, just suddenly alert in the most human way possible. Eyes wide, breath caught, body rigid beneath the comforter. Another shout erupted downstairs. Boots thundered across hardwood. Radio chatter snapped and hissed. The sound was so loud it felt like it should have woken the entire street. But the neighborhood outside remained dark, sealed behind curtains. Bonnie's chest rose and fell quickly under the blankets. Her eyes darted to the bedroom door, and she saw the strip of light there. Still present, still wrong, and she went pale in a way that made my stomach twist. I kept my hand over her mouth and gave her a tiny nod, like, "I know. I see it too." My heart hammered so hard I could feel it in my teeth. Each beat made my jaw vibrate slightly. My mouth was dry. The phone was still in my other hand, the operator murmuring instructions I couldn't fully process because my brain was split between the noise downstairs and the silence pressed tight outside our bedroom. The strip of light pulsed again. Bonnie's eyes locked onto it with the same fixation I'd had in the dream. She didn't blink. She couldn't look away. I wanted to tell her it would be okay. I wanted to reassure her, but I couldn't, because I didn't believe it yet. Not until I heard something specific. Not until I heard the sound of officers moving toward the stairs. Not until I heard the downstairs chaos become upstairs certainty, because the light under the door still meant someone had been out there. And until the police physically proved otherwise, my body remained convinced that the person in the hallway hadn't vanished, only paused. The shouting shifted. It moved from the front of the house deeper inside, like the police were pushing the intruders into corners where they couldn't hide. I heard a crash. Something knocked over. Maybe a chair. Maybe a lamp. Then another set of commands, louder, sharper. "On the ground! Now!" A pause, then a muffled voice. Male, strained, arguing or pleading. I couldn't make out the words, only the tone. Panic, defiance, fear. Then the sound that followed was unmistakable even through walls. The ratcheting click of handcuffs. That metallic, mechanical sound. Sharp, controlled. The same kind of sound that had haunted me in different forms. Clicks, latches, locks. But this time, it was on the right side of the story. This click meant containment. This click meant someone's hands were being taken away from doorknobs and faucets and blind corners. Another voice shouted, "We got one!" Boots ran across the floor. A second set of commands, then another struggle sound, grunting, scuffling, the dull thud of bodies shifting. The house responded with creaks and groans, as if it didn't want to hold violence, but had no choice. Then again, the metal click, cuffs closing, ratcheting tight. "We got two," someone yelled. The strip of light under the bedroom door changed shape suddenly, widening as a hallway light flicked on above us. The glow turned brighter, almost white-yellow now, and for the first time, I heard movement in the upstairs hall. Boots. Multiple sets. Fast. Confident. "Upstairs clear," a voice shouted from below. Bonnie flinched against my hand. I eased my palm away from her mouth slowly, letting her breathe freely. Her lips parted, but no sound came out. She just stared at me, eyes shining, like she was about to ask 100 questions, but didn't know which one mattered. The operator was still on the phone line. I whispered, "They're in cuffs," and my voice cracked slightly on the words. "Stay where you are," she said. "Officers will come to you." The boots upstairs drew closer. The hallway floor creaked under their weight. The strip of light under the door grew thicker, more obvious, no longer a mysterious warning, but a sign of official movement. Then someone knocked. 3 knocks. Not polite, not bait. Heavy, authoritative. "Police," a voice called, right outside the door. "Are you in there?" I swallowed hard, stood carefully, and answered, "Yes." My hand shook as I unlocked the door. The door opened to a hallway filled with light and bodies. 2 officers stood close, one angled slightly to the side, the other facing me directly. Their flashlights were on, even though the overhead lights were now bright. The beams played across the doorway, across my face, across Bonnie's bed behind me, as if they were scanning for weapons, for threats, for anything that didn't belong. They asked if we were okay. They asked if anyone was hurt. Their voices were controlled, calm, practiced. I nodded automatically. My body felt numb. Bonnie sat up in bed, clutching the comforter to her chest like armor, her hair messy, eyes too wide. She looked smaller than she should have in that moment, like the house had betrayed her. One officer stepped aside and motioned down the stairs. "They're in custody," he said. "You're safe." Safe. The word hit wrong. Not because I didn't appreciate it, but because my nervous system didn't know how to accept it quickly. Safety didn't arrive instantly for me anymore. It had to be proven, confirmed, replayed, documented. They escorted us out of the bedroom and down the hallway. As we moved toward the stairs, I saw them, 2 men in the living room below, kneeling or sitting on the floor, hands cuffed behind their backs. Their faces were covered with masks, dark cloth pulled tight. They looked less like burglars and more like anonymous shapes, stripped of identity. An officer stood behind each one hand on the back of their shoulder. Another officer moved through the house, checking doors and windows. As Bonnie and I reached the top of the stairs, one of the masked men lifted his head. Even though his face was covered, I felt it, the directness of his attention. He turned slightly, angling his gaze upward, toward the staircase, toward me. It wasn't a panicked glance. It wasn't confusion. It was the kind of look someone gives when they're confirming something they expected to find. My stomach dropped. My hands went cold. For half a second, the house noise faded, and I heard only the fan upstairs still running in Bonnie's room. An absurd detail that made the moment feel unreal. The masked man's eyes, dark, glossy, held mine for a heartbeat. Then an officer pushed his head down again, forcing him to look at the floor. But the damage was done, because that glance suggested something I couldn't unthink. He wasn't surprised there were people upstairs. He had been aware of it. He might have been waiting for it. Or worse, he might have expected only one person, and now he was recalculating. The way Duncan's intruder had expected one target, the way patterns repeat. Bonnie gripped my arm as we descended the stairs, nails pressing into my skin through my shirt. She whispered, "Why are they looking at us?" I didn't answer because my throat had tightened around the only thought my mind could hold. This wasn't random. The questioning began immediately, and it felt surreal, like being interviewed after waking from a nightmare you can't fully describe. They sat Bonnie and me on the couch while other officers moved through the house. Flashlights swept corners, cabinets opened, closet doors slid back. The sound of radio chatter filled the air like a constant irritation. An officer crouched in front of us with a notepad and asked for our names, our ages, our relationship to the homeowners. Bonnie answered with a shaky voice. I answered like I was reading from a card. My mouth worked, words coming out, but my mind felt detached from them. "How did you know to call?" the officer asked. I hesitated. Bonnie looked at me like she wanted me to speak. My phone was still in my hand, call log visible. "I heard someone downstairs," I said. "And there was a light under the door." The officer nodded, wrote it down. "Did you see anyone in the hallway?" "No." "Did the bedroom door get touched?" "I locked it," I said. "I saw the light change, like someone moved outside." He glanced up toward the stairs. Another officer was standing at the bottom, looking up, listening, as if checking whether anyone else was still hiding upstairs. The first officer asked how long we'd been asleep, what time we noticed movement, whether we heard a window open, whether the alarm system was on. Bonnie said there was no alarm. Her parents didn't have cameras. They thought the neighborhood was safe. The officer made a small sound in his throat, not quite judgment, not quite pity. He said it was common. People assume safety until the moment it fails. I answered questions about my call to 911, about whether I recognized the men, whether I'd seen their car outside. I kept saying no, no, no. My answers felt flat and repetitive. Then the officer asked something that made my mouth go dry. "Did anything unusual happen before you woke up?" he said. "Any strange sounds? Any dreams?" Sometimes people wake up to things and their brain fills in the gaps. Bonnie stared at him, confused and offended. I froze, because his question hit too close to the truth I'd been avoiding. The false awakening, the strip of light in the dream, the fact that the dream had rendered it perfectly from a perspective I shouldn't have had. I swallowed and said, carefully, "I had a nightmare." The officer nodded, like he'd expected that. "Okay," he said gently. "That happens." His tone was kind, but it landed like a warning. If I pushed too hard into dreams, they'd file my experience into the same box my friend had. Stress, paranoia, spiraling. So I kept my answers mechanical. I kept them factual. I kept them safe. But inside, my mind was screaming. The nightmare wasn't random. It was rehearsal. After the men were taken out, After the police cars drove away with their sirens off, leaving only faint tire noise and the distant hush of the sleeping neighborhood, the house fell back into quiet. The lights remained on, too bright, casting harsh shadows on the living room walls. The furniture looked the same, but the air felt different, like something had been spilled into it. Bonnie's parents arrived later, pale and shaken, having cut their trip short. They hugged Bonnie too tightly, asked too many questions, thanked the officers, apologized to me, apologized to Bonnie, apologized to the house itself, as if it could be reassured. They kept saying, "You're okay," like repeating it could stitch the night back together. Bonnie sat on the couch with a blanket around her shoulders, eyes fixed on nothing. She looked like a person whose safe world had cracked. She didn't cry at first. She just stared. I stood near the base of the stairs and looked up toward her bedroom door. The strip of light was gone now. The crack under the door was just a crack. Ordinary. But I couldn't stop seeing it. Even with the house fully lit, that thin yellow line stayed burned into my mind, vivid as if it still glowed. It didn't matter that it was gone. It had already become a symbol, proof that something can exist in your peripheral reality before your conscious mind catches up. The house felt contaminated, not in a supernatural sense, but in a psychological one, like a clean space that had been used for something it wasn't meant to hold, like a bedroom where romance had turned into a trap, like a hallway where light had become a warning. Bonnie's dad walked through the living room, checking locks, shaking his head, repeating that he couldn't believe this happened here. Bonnie's mom kept turning lights on and off, as if brightness could erase the memory. I wanted to go home. I wanted to leave the house. But the idea of going back to my own place, back to 217, blank notifications, recorded clicks, made my stomach twist. Because now, there were two locations connected by the same thread. The moment you wake, the moment you see light, the moment you hear sound, the moment your body reacts before your mind can reason. And standing there in Bonnie's living room, listening to the house settle after violence, I realized the scariest part wasn't that the police found two masked men in the dark. The scariest part was what remained afterward. The residue. The way my brain had recognized the pattern before it happened. The way my dream had recreated the strip of light perfectly. And the way one of those men had looked up the stairs, like he expected me to be awake. The explanation arrived the way official explanations always do. Clean, simple, designed to let you put the event back into a box. A week after the break-in, Bonnie called me on my lunch break. I was sitting in my car outside a strip mall deli, engine off, the sun glaring off the windshield so hard it made the dashboard look washed out. I remember the smell of my sandwich still sealed in plastic, the faint warmth of the steering wheel under my palms. Bonnie didn't waste time with small talk. Her voice had that thin, strained steadiness people use when they're trying to sound normal for their own sake. "My parents talked to the officers again," she said. "They got more details." I braced without meaning to. My shoulders lifted slightly. My throat tightened like it was preparing to swallow something sharp. "They admitted why they picked the house," she continued. "Apparently, they saw a post. Like, online." I stared straight ahead, watching a shopping cart roll slowly across the parking lot in the wind, unattended. It bumped a curb and stopped. The mundane detail felt almost insulting against the subject. "A post?" I repeated. "Yeah," she said. "My mom posted about the trip. Dates. Photos. Anniversary weekend. The officers said the guys told them they didn't think anyone would be home. Her voice cracked slightly on the last part. She cleared her throat and tried again, more firmly. They were watching social media. They do it all the time, I guess. They look for people who leave town. It sounded plausible. It was logical. It fit the neat story the police wanted. Opportunists see an empty house, break in, get caught. Bonnie's parents had done what people always do. They'd made their lives visible. They'd hung a sign on the internet that read, "No one's home." The men exploited it. The police caught them. Case closed. That should have been the end. A cautionary tale about privacy settings, about not posting your whereabouts, about neighborhoods that aren't as safe as they look. Bonnie waited on the line for my reaction, probably hoping I'd say something comforting. Probably hoping I'd finally sound like the boyfriend who believes in normal outcomes. I forced air into my lungs and said, "Okay." But even as the word left my mouth, I felt the cold truth behind it. That explanation only explained why they entered the house. It didn't explain why my dream knew the strip of light before I was awake. I drove home from work that day with the radio on low and found myself turning the volume down, then back up, then down again. Not because the station mattered, because I needed something to press against the quiet that kept gathering in the car like fog. The social media explanation was sensible. It was comforting in the way sensible things can be. It let you place the intruders into a category of criminals who want stuff. It reduced them to a pattern with predictable motives. But my body refused to accept it as full truth. Because the night didn't feel like theft. It felt like attention. It felt like a performance timed for waking. Like someone in the house had known exactly when we would notice. Like someone upstairs had hovered outside the bedroom door long enough to make the strip of light pulse. Long enough to turn a simple hallway bulb into a threat. Burglars who are afraid of being caught move quickly. They take what they can. They avoid making noise. They avoid lights. They avoid going upstairs when they don't need to. These men had turned on lights. They had moved slowly. One of them had looked up the stairs like he expected me. And worst of all, my dream had rehearsed it in advance. Footsteps, voices, light. Like my sleeping mind was translating something already present into a nightmare I could understand. I tried to tell myself my brain was simply connecting dots after the fact, that I'd had a terrifying dream, and then woke up into a terrifying reality. And my mind was forcing them into one storyline because humans hate randomness. But the comfort of that thought didn't last, because I could still see that strip of light when I closed my eyes. And the more I tried to let the social media explanation calm me, the more I became aware of what it couldn't touch. The sensation of being targeted not for what you own, but for the fact that you're there, present, breathing, listening. It didn't calm me because it didn't answer the question that had been haunting me since my apartment days. Why does the night keep finding me at the moment my body wakes? And why does it always arrive through sound and light, through tiny cues meant to pull me into attention? The part I couldn't stop circling back to wasn't the men downstairs. It wasn't even the strip of light. It was the voices. The dream voices had been the most invasive experience of my life, not because they were loud or monstrous, but because they were intimate. They weren't threatening me in vague horror movie language. They weren't demanding money or screaming profanity. They were reciting things, pieces of me, the kind of buried moments you only revisit when you're alone. when you can't sleep, when guilt sneaks up and shows you scenes you'd rather forget. Small humiliations, old resentments, things I'd said to people that I wished I could take back, thoughts I'd had that I never told anyone, because admitting them would have changed the way people looked at me. In the dream, the voices knew those moments with horrifying accuracy. They didn't guess. They didn't approximate. They named them with the confidence of someone who had been inside my head for years. At work, I found myself staring at my computer screen and suddenly hearing the tone of those voices again. Sharp, matter-of-fact, cruel in a way that felt personal. My body would tense as if someone had whispered in my ear, even though the office around me was full of normal sounds. Keyboards tapping, printers whirring, co-workers laughing down the hall. I'd blink and realize I'd been holding my breath. I'd look around and see nothing. No threat, no strip of light, no footsteps. And still my mind would spiral back to the same question. How did they know? Dreams can be cruel, yes. Your brain can pull up your worst memories and play them back. That's normal. That's psychology. That's stress. But the dream didn't feel like my own mind tormenting me. It felt like being exposed. Like someone had found the file drawer in my head where I keep things I don't show anyone, and they were pulling folders out one by one and reading them aloud outside my bedroom door. I began to fear sleep, not because of intruders, but because of what my sleeping mind might reveal, what it might broadcast without my consent. And that fear made the voices linger, sharper in daylight than they should have been. At first, the idea sounded ridiculous. Then it stopped sounding ridiculous and started sounding plausible in the worst way. I'd never considered myself a sleep talker. Nobody had ever told me I was. But I also hadn't shared a bed with someone regularly in years. Living alone turns your nights private. It turns your sleep into a sealed room with no witnesses. What if I did talk? What if the voices in the dream weren't supernatural at all, but my own mouth moving in the dark, murmuring fragments of memory while Bonnie slept beside me? What if my brain had pulled up those buried moments and my body had echoed them out loud, half-formed and quiet, like a confession spoken into an empty room? The thought made my skin crawl. Because if I spoke in my sleep, then the intruders, if they had been upstairs long enough, might have heard me. They might have stood outside the bedroom door, listening, not just for movement, but for words, not just for opportunity, but for intimacy. It would explain the feeling I had that night, that someone outside the door wasn't just waiting to steal, they were waiting to learn. I pictured one of them leaning close to the crack, ear angled toward the sound, absorbing whatever I might have said. It didn't have to be full sentences. It could have been names, apologies, fragments of old arguments, enough to feed a dream, enough to make the voices in my nightmare feel like they knew me. And once the thought took root, it spread into everything. I began to listen to myself in the morning, trying to detect dryness in my throat that would suggest I'd been speaking. I asked Bonnie gently, casually, if I ever talked in my sleep. She laughed nervously and said she didn't know. She hadn't noticed. She'd been sleeping. She'd been terrified. She didn't remember details. That answer didn't reassure me, because it meant I didn't have proof either way. And I hated not having proof. Proof had become my addiction since the 11-minute gaps. Proof had become the only thing that could calm me, except proof, lately, only confirmed that the pattern existed. So I kept wondering in quiet moments, what if my sleep was leaking? What if the most private parts of me were audible when I couldn't control them? The strip of light followed me everywhere. It didn't matter if I was under fluorescent office lights, in bright daylight, in a grocery store aisle. It lived in the back of my mind like a persistent afterimage. I could summon it without trying. That thin yellow line under a closed door, steady and patient, cutting across carpet. Sometimes it arrived on its own. I'd be sitting at a red light, staring at the bumper of the car in front of me, and suddenly, my brain would overlay the strip of light on the dashboard, as if the crack beneath Bonnie's door had been projected into my waking world. At work, if someone left a conference room door slightly ajar and the hallway light spilled through, I'd feel my chest tighten. Not because the situation was similar, because it was just light in an office, but because my nervous system had been trained now. It had learned to treat thin, contained light as a warning, not a neutral detail. The worst part was how vivid it was. It wasn't fuzzy, like most memories. It was sharp, as if my brain had taken a photograph and stored it in high resolution. That sharpness kept bringing me back to the same impossible detail. I shouldn't have been able to picture it the way I did. From Bonnie's bed, the door wasn't in perfect view. Yet in the dream, the strip of light had been exact. Perfect. The angle, the thickness, the color. It matched reality with a precision that felt borrowed. That precision made me question everything. It made me wonder if my body had been noticing cues long before my conscious mind did. If my eyes had registered the door and the crack and the way light would spill, even in quick glances, and my brain had stored it somewhere deeper. Or, worse, if the strip of light had existed before I woke. If it had been present long enough for my sleeping mind to integrate it, to build the dream around it, to rehearse it as a warning. That idea meant something terrifying. My dreams weren't creative. They were responsive. They were the translation layer between stimulus and terror. So I found myself replaying the strip of light image obsessively, like if I could understand it, if I could decode why it was so accurate, I could understand the pattern. But every time I tried, the image only grew stronger. Like my attention fed it. It started again on a night when nothing else was happening. No Bonnie, no break-in, no sirens, just me back in my place, trying to sleep like a person who hadn't watched handcuffs tighten on masked strangers. I lay in bed with my phone face down, refusing to check the time. The fan was off. I'd turned it off intentionally, as if testing myself, as if proving I didn't need it. The room felt too quiet. I listened to the building breathe, pipes, distant refrigerators, the occasional soft shift of a neighbor moving in their sleep. Then there it was, not loud, not dramatic. A faint click. It came from somewhere near the front of my apartment, near the door, near the frame, near the place where a latch can be tested without opening. It was the same quality as the clicks I'd recorded before. Metallic, controlled. A sound that suggests intent rather than accident. My body reacted instantly. My muscles tensed. My heart sped up. I sat halfway up in bed before my mind even caught up enough to form a thought. Then silence again. No follow-up. No knocks. No footsteps. Nothing that could be proven. Just that small click hanging in the air like a question. And in that quiet, I understood something with a sick clarity. The pattern wasn't separate events. It wasn't one bad apartment and one unlucky weekend and one random burglary. It was a motif. Sound and light, repeated. Clicks and strips of illumination, repeated. Waking at the edge of sleep, repeated. Even with the break-in, resolved. Even with an explanation provided by the police, the residue remained. Because the residue wasn't about the men. It was about what my body had learned to recognize. It was about how easily silence could be shaped into a warning. And as I lay there, listening for a second click that didn't come, I realized the truth that felt worse than any intruder. Even when nothing happened, my body was still waiting, because it knew the pattern would return. Bonnie called me again a few days after the first update, but this time, her voice sounded flatter, like she'd rehearsed the conversation in her head and decided emotions were a waste of energy. They told my parents more, she said. Like, officially. The two guys, they admitted they thought nobody would be home. That was the whole plan. I was in my kitchen with the fridge open, staring at nothing inside it. The light from the fridge made the room look sickly. I could hear the compressor hum, steady and indifferent. Nobody, I repeated, as if the word might change shape if I said it out loud. Yeah, she said. They saw the post, assumed the house was empty. They said they only went in for quick stuff. Jewelry, cash, whatever. They didn't know we were there. I closed the fridge slowly. The seal hissed softly as it shut. And for a second that sound, air escaping, felt like a punctuation mark. Bonnie kept talking, filling the silence with details that were meant to settle the story. She said the men claimed they'd panicked when they realized someone was upstairs. She said they'd tried to leave. She said they'd never meant to hurt anyone. Those words were supposed to work like a sedative. They didn't. Because my mind kept returning to the scene in the living room. The controlled movement. The lights turned on. The calm pace. The glance up the stairs. And my body remembered the strip of light pulsing under the bedroom door. Movement in the hallway, close enough to change the shape of it. If the men truly believed the house was empty, then the logic should have been simple. They enter quietly, take what they can, and leave. No need for lights, no need to explore, no need to drift toward bedrooms where people might sleep. Bonnie's voice softened slightly, as if she could hear my skepticism through the line. I know you're thinking it doesn't add up, she said. I didn't answer immediately. I stared at my front door, closed, locked, and felt the old tension creep into my shoulders. It doesn't, I finally said. On the other end of the call, Bonnie exhaled shakily, like she'd been holding the same thought and needed someone else to admit it first. After the call ended, I sat on the edge of my couch and replayed the night frame by frame like it was a video I could pause and zoom. If the suspects thought nobody was home, why did they turn on lights? Why did they move through the house with that slow, measured confidence as if they had time? Why did one of them look up the staircase like he expected eyes to meet his? Why did the strip of light under the bedroom door pulse as if someone was standing directly outside, shifting weight, listening? You don't creep upstairs in a nobody's home burglary unless you want something upstairs, or unless you're checking bedrooms because you assume the best valuables are there. But even then, you move quietly. You avoid making your presence obvious. Yet the light under the door hadn't felt like an accidental leak. It had felt like a deliberate presence, like someone wanted the line of light to exist, wanted it to cut into the room, wanted it to be noticed. And the dream had anticipated it. That was the part I couldn't file away. My brain could rationalize criminals. It could rationalize social media mistakes. It could rationalize opportunistic break-ins. It couldn't rationalize how my sleeping mind recreated that strip of light perfectly before I knew it existed. It made me wonder if there had been a moment, seconds, minutes before I woke, when the light was already present and my brain absorbed it as stimulus. If so, the dream wasn't prophetic, it was responsive. But even that didn't answer everything, because the voices in the dream had known me too well, and the light had held my gaze like hypnosis. It wasn't just random dream imagery. It felt like a tool, a lever used to pull me into panic. A trap doesn't work unless it's designed to catch you. A lure doesn't work unless it's shaped for your instincts. And what frightened me most was the idea that the events weren't connected by coincidence, but by method, sound and light used in the same pattern across different places. My old apartment had clicks and blank notifications and camera angles that didn't belong. Duncan's house had the rushing sink, a sound designed to pull someone upstairs into blind spots. Bonnie's house had the strip of light, visual bait under a door, paired with footsteps and movement. Different houses, different intruders. Same technique. Trigger the body, then let the mind do the rest. And sitting there in my quiet living room, I realized I wasn't asking if it was connected anymore. I was asking who knew how to connect it to me. The buzz came in the afternoon, in full daylight, while I was still sitting on the couch with my thoughts chewing on each other. It wasn't loud, just that soft vibration against fabric, like a tiny pulse. My phone was face down on the cushion beside me, exactly where I'd dropped it after Bonnie's call. The instant it buzzed, my body reacted. My stomach tightened. My throat went dry. My hand moved toward it with a reluctance that felt like touching a hot stove. I flipped it over slowly. A blank notification banner sat at the top of the screen. No icon, no app, no text. A gray strip of nothing, like a message that refused to become a message. For a moment, I just stared at it, afraid that acknowledging it would make it disappear. That was the pattern. The blank notification was always there, just long enough to be seen, never long enough to be traced. I tapped it. The banner vanished instantly, as if it had been erased by contact. The screen went to my home page. Rows of normal apps, normal icons, normal life. No record, no history, no sign that anything had buzzed at all. It felt like being touched by a ghost that doesn't leave fingerprints. I sat there, phone in my hand, and listened. Not for a second buzz, but for the building. For the click at the door, for footsteps in the hall, for anything that would confirm the notification had a companion in the physical world. Nothing. The room stayed silent, which made the buzz worse, because it meant the trigger didn't require a sound outside. It could arrive on its own, inside my pocket, inside my home, inside my routine. It didn't matter if it was midday or midnight. It didn't matter if I was asleep or awake. The sensation was the same. The sudden awareness that something could reach me without permission. I tried to tell myself it was a software glitch, an operating system hiccup, a notification that failed to load and evaporated. But my body didn't believe that anymore. My body believed pattern. And the blank notification was the cleanest pattern I had. That night, I forced myself to sleep. Not because I was calm, but because I was exhausted, and exhaustion is its own kind of surrender. I turned on the fan, I played a long video at low volume. I did all the rituals that were supposed to keep me anchored. Then I turned my phone face down and told myself I wouldn't look at the clock if I woke. Somewhere in the middle of the night, my phone vibrated. One short buzz. My eyes opened immediately. The room was dark. Fan whispering. Video voice murmuring faintly, like a distant person in another room. My heart was already speeding up, as if my body had been waiting for the signal. I didn't want to look. I wanted to stay still, to refuse the pattern, to deny it the satisfaction of my attention. But my hand moved anyway, almost against my will, sliding the phone closer across the nightstand. I flipped it over. Blank notification banner at the top. Again, and beneath it, in small white digits, 2:17 a.m. The time hit my nervous system like a punch. I felt heat rush to my face and cold settle in my hands. My mouth went dry. My ears filled with the sound of my own heartbeat. No app name, no source, no from, just the blank bar and the time. I stared at it long enough for the screen to dim slightly, then brightened it again with a tap, as if I could force the phone to reveal what it was hiding. The banner flickered and vanished the moment my finger touched it, leaving nothing behind. I sat upright, breathing shallow, and listened to the room. No click at the door, no footsteps, no knock. The lack of follow-up made the time feel even more deliberate, as if the goal wasn't to announce an intruder, but to create a moment. An exact minute where my body would wake, alert, vulnerable, and alone. 2:17 had become a ritual time, a trigger time, and the phone, my most personal object, my daily companion, had become part of the mechanism. Not a tool for help, a delivery system. The next morning, I did what any rational person would do. I tried to prove it was a glitch. I sat at my kitchen table with coffee I didn't taste and went through my phone settings with obsessive precision. Notifications, app permissions, background activity, accessibility settings, anything that could generate phantom banners or vibrations. I checked every app I'd installed recently. I deleted anything I didn't recognize. I checked system logs where I could, but there was nothing obvious. No crash report at 2:17, no app request, no event history. I turned off scheduled summaries, turned off focus modes, turned off anything that could push a notification automatically. I checked alarms and timers. I checked calendar alerts. I checked every category I could find. Nothing. No automations. No scheduled notifications. No hidden app running in the background. No evidence. Which perversely made me feel worse. Because if I found an explanation, even a stupid one, it would have given me a place to put the fear. A named cause. A fix. But the blank notification didn't behave like technology. It behaved like the other things in my story. It appeared cleanly, then erased itself. It didn't want to be traced. It didn't want to leave data. It wanted only one thing: my attention in a specific moment. I even tested my phone during the day. I left it on the table and watched it like a crazy person. No buzz, no banner. Hours passed. Nothing. Then at night, in that thin borderland where sleep makes you pliable, it happened again, which suggested something I didn't want to accept. The trigger wasn't random. It was timed for my vulnerability. It was synchronized with my sleep. My body reacted before my logic. And by the time my logic caught up, the evidence had already vanished. For a long time, I'd tried to treat all of this like a story my brain was telling itself. A dream theme, a recurring fear, an anxiety pattern, something internal something I could manage with routines and earplugs and noise. But sitting there with my coffee going cold, phone settings open, proving nothing, I finally understood what had been true from the beginning. This wasn't just a dream repeating itself. It was a trigger repeating itself. The clicks, the blank notifications, the strip of light, the rushing water, the way my body woke at the edge of sleep with no explanation, the way my dreams predicted things only because they were building themselves around stimuli already present. The pattern wasn't artistic. It wasn't metaphorical. It wasn't my subconscious being poetic. It was mechanical. Sound and light used to pull me awake, used to drag me into awareness before my mind could defend itself with reason, used to make my fear do the rest of the work, imagining faces, inventing voices, rehearsing threats, and the worst part, the twist that tightened everything into one cold knot, was that it followed me. Different apartments, different houses, different contexts, same timing, same style of intrusion. The trigger didn't belong to one place. It didn't belong to one set of criminals. It didn't belong to a single incident that could be resolved with arrests and explanations. It belonged to me. Or at least, it knew me well enough to travel with me. That realization didn't come with clarity or comfort. It came with the sick feeling of being mapped, like someone had studied the way my body wakes, the way my brain translates cues into dreams, and decided to use it. I looked at my phone, perfectly normal in my hand, and felt the urge to throw it across the room, to smash it, to erase the only object that kept delivering the blank message. But I didn't, because deep down, I knew breaking the phone wouldn't break the pattern. The pattern wasn't in the device. It was in the way my life had become vulnerable at 2:17. And now that I'd finally named it correctly, trigger, not theme, I couldn't go back to pretending it was just a nightmare, because nightmares stay in your head. Triggers follow you into waking life. And mine had learned exactly how to reach me. I'm writing this now because I finally ran out of excuses. For years, I've told myself I was being careful, that I was managing it, that I'd found ways to blunt the edges. Noise at night, routines, documentation, logic. I told myself the pattern had peaked and broken, that it had climaxed with arrests and explanations and daylight conversations that made everything sound smaller than it felt in the dark. That lie held until 3 nights ago. Nothing dramatic happened at first. No break-in, no sirens, no confrontation. That's part of why I didn't write immediately, because the thing that pushed me here wasn't obvious enough to share right away. It happened while I was awake. I was sitting on my couch around midnight, lights low, TV on but muted, scrolling without really reading anything. I hadn't planned to sleep yet. I wasn't drifting. I wasn't in that vulnerable borderland where dreams can claim plausible deniability. I was alert. That's what makes this different. That's what stripped away the last illusion that this was just a sleep problem or a psychological quirk that only activated when my guard was down. My phone buzzed once beside me. I didn't jump, not at first. I felt that familiar internal tightening, the quiet reflex that has replaced surprise in my body. But I didn't panic. I picked the phone up calmly, already braced for what I knew I would see. Blank notification, no app, no text, no explanation. And then I noticed the time in the corner of the screen, 2:17 a.m. The TV was still on. The room lights were still on. I was awake enough to remember what I'd been thinking seconds before. There was no transition, No false awakening. No excuse. That was the moment something snapped into focus for me, cold and sharp. The pattern didn't need sleep anymore. And once I understood that, I knew I couldn't keep this to myself, because pretending this ends neatly would be another lie. And lies are how this thing has survived so long. If you're reading this without context, the details probably sound disconnected. They did to me for a long time. I treated each incident like its own storm, bad weather passing through different parts of my life. But storms don't behave like this. Systems do. Here's the pattern, stripped down to its bones. It always begins with perception shifting, usually in sleep, sometimes now while awake. The point of view changes. I'm no longer inside myself. I'm watching myself. Ceiling corner angles, doorway frames, camera-like distances. Not emotional, not cinematic, clinical. Then something goes missing. Footage with gaps, time with holes, 11 minutes that don't exist on tape, notifications that leave no log, sounds that register without sources. Sound is always the hook. Clicks that mimic locks being tested, water rushing in a house that should be quiet, static bleeding through intercoms, footsteps that stop just long enough to make your body lean forward and listen harder. Light follows sound, not floods of it. Controlled light, hallway spill under a door, LEDs in places they shouldn't matter, a strip of illumination that draws attention without explaining itself. Then there's the timing. 2:17, not approximate, not around 2. Exact enough to feel deliberate, exact enough to build anticipation once you notice it repeating. And finally, the confirmation cue, the thing that tells me this wasn't imagination. The phone buzz with nothing inside it, the notification that exists only long enough to wake me and then disappears, as if the act of noticing completes its purpose. I didn't connect these immediately. I couldn't afford to. Because connecting them means accepting that the events weren't random, and humans cling to randomness because it feels safer. Randomness doesn't watch you sleep. Patterns do. There's one conclusion I've circled for years without letting myself land on it, because landing on it changes everything. You don't have to enter a space to violate it. We're conditioned to think danger begins with intrusion, broken locks, shattered windows, physical presence. But that's only one layer. There's another boundary most people never consider until it's crossed. Perception. Sound crosses walls effortlessly. Light slips through cracks. Vibrations travel through floors. And the human body, especially at night, is exquisitely tuned to detect them. What if the goal isn't to enter? What if the goal is to test? To see how quickly you wake. To see what sounds pull you toward doors and staircases. To see how your dreams translate stimulus into fear. Once you understand someone's responses, you don't need to cross the threshold. You already own the reaction. That's the thought I've avoided because it reframes every incident. The intruder at Duncan's didn't need to ambush anyone in the bathroom. He needed someone to come upstairs. The men at Bonnie's didn't need to reach the bedroom. They needed us awake, aware, pinned in place by the strip of light. Even the clicks in my apartment don't demand entry. They demand attention. And attention, once taken, doesn't always give itself back. That's when I realized the pattern isn't about places. It's about thresholds. The moment where safety turns into vigilance, where your body takes over before your mind can negotiate. Someone, or something, learned how to press that button in me. And the most unsettling part isn't that it happened. It's that it worked. If I sound detached writing this, It's because distance is the only way I can explain it without unraveling. The setting is always ordinary. That's the first value. Normal America at night. Off-highway apartments, suburban cul-de-sacs, living rooms with sports reruns, bedrooms with fans and chargers and laundry smells. Places designed to feel boring and predictable. That ordinariness is essential because when nothing looks threatening, the smallest disturbance feels massive. A click echoes louder in a quiet world. A strip of light becomes a warning instead of a convenience. The second value is rhythm. Tension spiking and then dropping wrong. Calm doesn't lead to safety. It leads to another calm that feels manufactured, like the house is holding its breath. Every incident follows the same emotional curve. Normal, alert, panic, relief that doesn't stick. And the third value, the one that ties everything together, is sound. Clicks, footsteps, water, static, fabric brushing near doors. Sound arrives before vision. Sound bypasses logic. Sound triggers instinct. You can argue with what you see. You can't argue with what your body hears at night. That's why the dreams always build around sound. That's why the wake-ups happen mid-silence. That's why the fear lingers even when nothing follows. Because the stimulus already completed its job. Once you understand that, you realize something chilling. None of this requires imagination. It requires observation. And observation requires patience. After the blank notification at 2:17, while I was fully awake, I stopped pretending I could outlive this by avoidance. Running has only taught the pattern how to travel lighter. So I decided to do something I've resisted since the beginning. I planned a night instead of reacting to one. No improvisation, no half measures, no comfort lies. I chose a Friday so exhaustion wouldn't blur my awareness. I turned off all background noise. No fan, no video, no hums I could mistake for something else. I wanted silence, not peace, but clarity. I charged my phone fully and left it face up on the coffee table where I could see it without touching it. I disabled everything I could without powering it down completely. If the notification came, I wanted it visible. I didn't sleep in my bedroom. I stayed on the couch. Lights dim, but not off. Body upright enough that drifting wouldn't excuse what happened next. I positioned myself so I could see the front door and the hallway without turning my head. This wasn't bravery. It was resignation. I needed to know whether the pattern required vulnerability or simply awareness, whether sleep was the door it used or just a convenience. As midnight passed, nothing happened. At 1 o'clock, the building settled the way it always does. Pipes ticked. Someone upstairs shifted. Normal sounds. Familiar sounds. At 2, my body began to anticipate without permission. I felt it in my jaw, my shoulders, the shallow way my breathing adjusted. I didn't check the time. I didn't want to feed it. I sat still and listened. At 2:17, my phone buzzed. I didn't move. No sound followed. No light changed. No click came from the door. Just that single vibration, placed with surgical precision into a quiet room. The screen lit. Blank notification. And in that moment, fully awake, eyes open, heart steady enough to notice details, I understood the final piece. The night didn't start with sleep. Sleep was just where it learned me. And now that it knows me, it doesn't need the dream anymore. I didn't tell anyone I was moving again. Not Bonnie. Not my coworkers. Not even the one friend who still checked in occasionally to ask if I was sleeping better. I framed it as a practical decision in my own head. Closer to work, better lease, quieter building. But the truth was simpler. and harder to admit, I needed a controlled environment. The new place was a ground floor unit in a newer complex, the kind built to look neutral and forgettable. Gray siding, LED hallway lights, cameras at every entrance that management loved to point out during the tour. The leasing agent rattled off security features with rehearsed pride. Reinforced door frames, smart locks, motion-triggered exterior lights. I nodded and signed. The first thing I did, after getting the keys, was replace the locks anyway. Deadbolt, reinforced strike plate, chain, even though people like to say chains are useless. I wasn't chasing invincibility. I was eliminating variables. I wanted to know, without ambiguity, when something changed. Then came the equipment. I mounted a small, cheap camera in the upper corner of the living room, where it could see the front door, the hallway edge, and part of the kitchen. Not hidden. I wanted it obvious. A deterrent if deterrence mattered. An observer if it didn't. Below it, I placed an audio recorder. Nothing fancy, just sensitive enough to catch subtle changes in sound pressure. I tested it by clicking my tongue softly near the door, by tapping the frame, by dragging my fingers lightly across the wall fabric. Each sound registered clearly, spiking cleanly on playback. Outside, I installed a battery-powered motion light aimed at the front walkway. I walked past it slowly, then quickly. It triggered every time, casting a harsh white wash across the concrete. No delay, no flicker. I stood back in the empty apartment afterward and felt something close to calm. This place didn't feel safe. It felt measurable, and that was better. For the first 3 nights, I didn't run the experiment. I needed baselines. Night 1, white noise. A low, constant hiss from a speaker on the kitchen counter, just loud enough to blur edges without becoming a presence itself. I slept lightly, but uninterrupted. The camera recorded nothing unusual. The audio file was boring. Flat, uniform, a visual line that barely moved. Night 2, silence. I turned everything off. No fan, no speaker, no hum beyond what the building itself produced. The quiet wasn't peaceful. It was naked. Every tick and shift arrived unfiltered. Pipes whispered. Somewhere down the hall, an elevator chimed once and fell quiet again. I woke twice that night, but not at 2:17. Both times, there was nothing. No notification, no sound. The recorder showed small spikes, normal building noises. The camera feed was steady. Night 3, white noise again. This time, I slept deeper. Too deep. I woke in the morning with that thick, groggy feeling that tells you your body shut down harder than usual. Still, no blank notification, no clicks, no anomalies. That contrast mattered. Silence didn't cause the trigger on its own. White noise didn't either. The pattern wasn't as simple as quiet equals danger. It was more precise than that. It required timing. It required the right window. On the 4th night, I prepared deliberately. I turned off the white noise. I left the lights dim, but on. I positioned myself on the couch, not the bed. Upright enough to know when sleep arrived. Alert enough to know when it didn't. I set the phone on the table in front of me and put it into airplane mode. Not do not disturb. Airplane mode. No cellular. No Wi-Fi. No Bluetooth. No background connections. A dead device except for the screen and the clock. If the notification came, it wouldn't be explainable. That was the point. I didn't check the time all night. I watched reflections move slowly across the ceiling as cars passed outside. I listened to the building breathe. I felt my body's anticipation build in ways I couldn't fully control. Tight jaw, shallow breathing, the subtle readiness of muscles that expect something to happen. At some point, I drifted, not fully asleep, but not fully present either. That strange plateau where your thoughts stop forming sentences and become impressions instead. Then the phone vibrated. One short buzz, clean, controlled, not aggressive. My eyes snapped open immediately. The room looked exactly the same. Lights unchanged, camera LED steady, motion light outside still dark. No footsteps, no clicks. I reached for the phone slowly and flipped it face up. Blank notification, no icon, no text, and the time read 2:17 a.m. I stared at it, waiting for the screen to betray itself, to show a missed call, a system alert, anything. But the banner was pure absence, a placeholder without content. My hands felt steady, which surprised me. My heart rate picked up, but not wildly. This wasn't panic anymore. This was confirmation. I tapped the screen. The notification vanished instantly, leaving no trace behind. No log, no alert history, nothing. I checked the status bar. Airplane mode was still on. No signal, no connections. The phone buzzed once more in my hand. Not another notification, just the haptic response to my touch, and then went silent again. I didn't move for a long moment. This wasn't coincidence. This wasn't software. This wasn't sleep. This was the trigger operating independently of the conditions I'd assumed it needed. And somewhere in the quiet that followed, I realized something else. The phone had never been the source. It was just another delivery mechanism. I didn't hear the sound when it happened. That's important. I was sitting there, fully awake, eyes open, watching the camera feed on my tablet. Nothing moved. The hallway outside my door remained empty. The motion light didn't trigger. The air didn't change. And yet, when I reviewed the audio recorder later, the waveform told a different story. At exactly 2:18 a.m., less than a minute after the blank notification, the line jumped. 3 distinct spikes, 2 close together. A pause, then 3 more spikes, evenly spaced. I leaned closer to the speaker and played it back slowly. Click, click. A brief stretch of silence long enough to feel intentional. Then, knock, knock, knock. Not loud, not aggressive. The kind of knock you use when you expect the door to open eventually. The kind meant to signal presence without triggering alarm. My stomach turned as I listened, because I knew that rhythm. It was the same one I'd heard in the dream, the same one I'd heard through walls, the same one my body reacted to before my ears ever consciously registered it. I replayed the audio at full volume. The sound quality was clean, no distortion, no interference. The recorder had captured it clearly. Then I replayed it again, focusing on the background noise. Nothing else changed. No footsteps, no voices, no movement beyond the door. Just the knock sequence, placed precisely into silence. I checked the timestamp again. 2:18 a.m. I checked the camera footage for that exact moment. The frame was steady, the door unmoved. No shadow crossed the threshold, no light flickered. And yet the sound was there, undeniable. Which meant one of 2 things was true. Either something had made that sound without entering the camera's field of view, or the sound didn't originate where I thought it did. That possibility made my scalp prickle. I replayed the audio one more time, this time with headphones, isolating the channel. The knocks weren't coming from the hallway. They were too clean, too close. They sounded like they were coming from inside the building's acoustic profile, as if they'd been made inches from the door, not feet away in the corridor. As if whoever, or whatever, produced them understood exactly how sound travels through walls. I sat back slowly, heart thudding now, not with fear, but with something colder. Recognition. I didn't notice the camera issue until the next morning. I was exhausted but wired, running on the hollow energy that comes after confirmation. I made coffee I barely touched and sat down to review the footage from the night before, scrubbing slowly through the timeline. At first, everything looked normal. The door never opened. The hallway stayed empty. The motion light outside remained dark all night. Then I reached the timestamp around 2:17. The feed hesitated, not dramatically. Not like the 11-minute gaps from my old apartment. Just a fraction of a second, where the frame blurred and then corrected itself. I rewound and played it again. There it was, a tiny stutter, a hiccup, less than 2 seconds. I checked the system log. No error recorded, no drop connection, no power fluctuation. Just a brief absence where the camera should have been watching. I zoomed in frame by frame. The last clean frame before the stutter showed the door exactly as it had been all night. Closed, locked, chain slack against the wood. The first clean frame after the stutter showed the same thing. No difference. Except when I zoomed further. Right at the edge of the frame, near the upper corner of the door, something was closer than it should have been. Not a face, not a body. Just a shape too near to focus properly. An indistinct curve where the lens couldn't resolve detail. Like a shoulder or a scalp. The image wasn't clear enough to prove anything. That felt intentional. Just enough ambiguity to dismiss. Just enough presence to unsettle. I leaned back in my chair and let the weight of it settle. This wasn't escalation. It was refinement. The gaps were shorter now. The cues subtler. The experiment didn't need spectacle anymore. It had learned exactly how little it needed to do to trigger the response. And sitting there in the morning light, listening to the refrigerator hum and watching dust drift through a perfectly normal apartment, I understood the final, unbearable truth. The pattern didn't want to break in. It didn't want to be seen. It wanted to be felt. Because once your body learns the signal, it doesn't matter if the threat ever crosses the door. You open it yourself, every night at 2:17, just by waking up. I told myself I wouldn't play along anymore. That was the whole point of the experiment. Catch the trigger in the act, document it, strip it of mystery. Once it became measurable, it would become manageable. That's what I kept repeating as I sat in my kitchen the morning after the stuttered footage, replaying the tiny gap until my eyes burned. But there's a difference between believing you can stay rational and proving it when the moment arrives. The second night, I set everything up again. Same camera, same recorder, same motion light outside, same phone on the table, airplane mode on, brightness low, face up like a challenge. I didn't drink caffeine. I didn't take anything to sleep. I wanted my mind clean, my body unassisted. Midnight came and went. 1 a.m., 2 a.m. The building settled. The pipes clicked softly in the walls. The fridge compressor turned on and off in slow cycles. Everything normal, everything measurable. At 2:17, my phone buzzed. Blank notification, no source. I didn't tap it this time. I left it glowing on the table until the screen dimmed on its own, as if refusing to acknowledge it could somehow starve it. Then, in the minute that followed, the air changed. Not dramatically, not with cold wind or cinematic dread, but with a subtle pressure shift that made my skin prickle. It felt like the apartment had leaned forward, and somewhere near my front door, I heard the faintest sound, soft enough that if I hadn't been listening for it, I might have blamed the building. A tiny scrape. Not metal, not wood. More like fabric brushing against paint. I stood slowly, knees stiff, and crossed the living room without turning on more lights. The hallway light from outside seeped in through the edges of the doorframe, making the entryway glow faintly. I put my eye to the peephole. At first, all I saw was darkness and blur, because whatever was on the other side was too close. The lens couldn't focus. The field of view was filled by something pale and rounded. Then my eyes adjusted. Scalp, hairline, short hair, pressed so close to the peephole that individual strands became a soft gray smear. The curve of a forehead, too near, too intimate. No face, no eyes, just the upper edge of someone's head occupying the entire view like they were leaning in, not to look through, but to block it. For a heartbeat, I couldn't breathe. The image was obscene in its simplicity. Not a figure at the end of the hall. Not a shadow passing by. Someone, something, so close to my door it was practically touching it, using the peephole like a point of contact. My mouth went dry. My hand hovered near the deadbolt without touching it. I backed away from the door, one slow step at a time, keeping my movements quiet, trying to keep my breathing controlled. Then the sound came, the one I knew too well. It started with the doorknob, a clean metallic click, the sound of a lock or latch being tested with familiarity rather than force. Then another click, identical in tone, spaced just far enough apart to feel intentional. Click, click. Then a pause, not an accidental lull. A pause that felt like listening, like waiting for the sound of my body shifting, my breath catching, my hand moving toward the chain. In that pause, my thoughts scattered. I wanted to grab a weapon, but every object in the room felt absurd. Kitchen knife, lamp, chair. Things that don't belong in the same category as what was happening at my door. I wanted to shout that the police would come, but the idea of making noise felt like handing over control. And most of all, I wanted to look through the peephole again, just to confirm it wasn't my imagination. But I didn't, because I already knew what I would see. That curve of scalp filling the lens, too close for focus. Presence without identity. A body positioned not to enter, but to dominate the boundary. The pause ended with 3 knocks. Not loud, not aggressive. The kind of knock meant to sound reasonable, polite, almost neighborly, just enough to coax you into thinking you should respond. Knock, knock, knock. My throat tightened around a sound I didn't let out. The knocks were the final part of the rhythm my recorder had captured. The rhythm my dreams had rehearsed. The rhythm that had moved with me across cities and houses like a signature. The click, click, pause, knock, knock, knock didn't belong to one intruder. It belonged to the pattern itself. I stood frozen a few feet from the door, heart thudding, eyes locked on the chain, and deadbolt as if staring at them could make them stronger. The knock sequence ended, and then the quiet that followed felt heavier than the noise, because quiet meant waiting. Quiet meant the other side was listening again. My first instinct was to call 911 again. My fingers even twitched toward my phone on the table. But something stopped me. Something that didn't feel brave, just grimly practical. Last time, the police arrived and found intruders. They made arrests. They produced a neat explanation. And afterward, the pattern remained. The arrests didn't erase the clicks or the blank notifications. The system didn't touch the part that mattered. If I called again now, I might get the same outcome. Officers arrive, find nothing, and file me under paranoid tenant with a bad imagination. Or worse, find evidence that proves I'm right, but still can't explain why the cues started in my dreams years before. Either way, the problem wouldn't end. So instead of calling, I did what I'd trained myself to do. I reached for proof. I moved quietly to the coffee table and picked up my tablet where the live camera feed was open. The screen brightness felt too bright in the dim room, the glow washing my hands with pale light. I turned it down until it was barely visible. The live feed showed my front door from the corner angle, closed, intact, unmoving. No shadow in the hall. No figure outside the frame. Nothing that matched the scalp I'd seen through the peephole. The hallway beyond the door was a dead strip of bland apartment lighting. But the knocks had been real. The doorknob clicks had been real. I'd heard them. I'd felt the vibrations through the floor. I held the tablet closer to my face, scanning the corners of the frame, looking for any hint of motion. Nothing. Then the camera feed stuttered. Not a full blackout. Not an 11-minute gap. Just a tiny jump. Half a second where the image blurred and corrected, like the system had skipped a beat. My stomach dropped. Because that meant whatever was happening outside my door wasn't just interacting with my senses. It was interacting with the camera too, touching the layer of observation I'd built. The clicks came again, softer this time, closer, almost like someone had tested the knob and then released it carefully so it wouldn't rattle. No knocks, just a pause. And in that pause, I realized the worst part. Whoever was out there wasn't trying to break in. They were trying to make me choose. To open, to respond, to feed the pattern with movement. I didn't move. I stared at the live feed and waited for it to betray something. Any blur, any shadow, any proof. Then the angle shifted. At first I thought it was my own eyes. The view on the tablet looked almost the same, but not quite. The door frame seemed slightly higher in frame. The left edge of the hallway was cut off a fraction more than before. The perspective had changed by inches. I went cold. The camera was mounted with screws. It wasn't sitting on a shelf where vibration could knock it. It was fixed. I had installed it myself. I'd tested it. I'd checked the angle twice. Yet here it was, shifted, not dramatically, just enough to feel like someone wanted to adjust what I could see. I stared at the new framing and tried to convince myself there was a technical explanation. Software cropping, digital stabilization, network lag. But the more I stared, the more obvious it became that the camera wasn't simply stuttering. It was being repositioned. And then, as if to prove the point, the feed changed completely. The image flickered once, and the view snapped away from my front door. For a split second, I saw a dark blur, like a lens passing close to something. Then the picture stabilized into a new scene. A room I recognized instantly, not because it was on the screen, but because I was standing in it. My own bedroom. The camera angle was from the upper corner of the ceiling, looking down at the bed and the nightstand and the closet door. The perspective was cold, clinical, exactly like a security feed, exactly like the dream. I felt my blood drain from my face. My hands tightened around the tablet until my knuckles hurt. The room around me, my living room, felt suddenly far away, like I was watching someone else's life. The feed was steady now, as if it had always been meant to show this. And then my mind caught up to the detail that made the air leave my lungs. In the feed, the bed was empty. For a few seconds, my brain tried to solve it with denial. Maybe the camera had switched to a different unit. Maybe management had multiple cameras and the feed had glitched into someone else's bedroom. Maybe I was staring at a stranger's room that just happened to resemble mine, but the details were too specific. The faded corner of the rug, the scuff mark near the baseboard, the way my hoodie hung on the chair, crooked, one sleeve dangling, the exact placement of the lamp I'd knocked over once and never fixed properly. This was my bedroom, a ceiling corner view, the view that had haunted my childhood dreams, the view I described to Bonnie, to Duncan, to myself in quiet moments when I was trying to make sense of it. Except in the dream, I was always in the bed, sleeping, watched from above. Here, the bed was empty. And then the camera feed captured motion. A figure entered the frame from the doorway. My breath stopped because for a heartbeat, I expected the intruder, the scalp, the presence. But what stepped into view wasn't a stranger. It was me. I watched myself walk into my own bedroom in the feed, slowly, carefully, holding something rectangular in both hands. The tablet. The same tablet I was holding in my living room. The same glow reflecting off my fingers now. My stomach rolled. My vision narrowed. The room around me seemed to tilt, as if gravity had shifted to match the angle on the screen. In the feed, I stood near the foot of the bed, head tilted slightly, staring at the empty sheets as if I was checking whether someone had been there. My shoulders were tense, my posture rigid. I looked like a man who doesn't know whether he's alone. And then I watched myself turn on the screen and look up toward the corner of the ceiling where the camera was positioned, where it must be positioned. I followed that motion instinctively in real life, eyes lifting to my own ceiling. There was nothing visible, just plain drywall, a smoke detector, a vent, ordinary features in an ordinary room. But the camera feed was real. It was showing my bedroom from above, from a vantage point I had never installed, which meant one thing: cold and unavoidable. There was a camera in my bedroom, a camera I didn't buy, a camera I didn't mount, a camera hidden somewhere above me, somewhere in the ceiling line, somewhere near the smoke detector, somewhere in the vent, somewhere that had been watching me sleep long before I ever thought to watch myself. The dreams had always shown me that angle, like a warning, like my brain was trying to tell me the truth in the only language it had: imagery, fear, rehearsal. I stood in my living room, staring at the tablet, and felt a kind of dread that wasn't adrenaline anymore. It was something quieter, something heavier. The realization that the violation wasn't recent. It had been there, embedded, waiting. And the doorknob outside my front door clicked again, softly, as if someone had shifted their grip. In the bedroom feed, I didn't react to the click. I just stood there, staring at the room, as if listening to something I couldn't hear through the screen. Then the feed froze for half a second and resumed. And in that tiny glitch, I saw it, just at the edge of the doorway in the bedroom feed. A hint of darkness, as if something was standing in the hall beyond my bedroom door. Not entering, just present, watching me watch. I wanted to run to the bedroom. I wanted to tear vents apart, rip the smoke detector from the ceiling, smash every device in the apartment until I found the hidden lens. But my body didn't move. because another realization landed right after the first, even colder. If there was a camera in the bedroom I didn't install, then the blank notifications weren't random glitches. They were signals. A way of telling me when to wake up so I'd be aware at the right moment. So I'd stand in the right place. So I'd look at the right thing. So I'd confirm for whoever was watching that the trigger still worked. And the dreams, those years of ceiling corner nightmares, weren't prophecies. They were memories without context. My brain had been recording the sensation of being observed long before I had language for it, long before I had proof. I stared at the screen, at my own figure in my own room, and felt the last bit of denial slip away like a door quietly shutting. Because the dreams used to show me what might happen. Now the footage showed me what already did.
The illusion of safety in ordinary places. Most of us believe that danger announces itself. We imagine warning signs, raised voices, broken locks, obvious threats. We trust that our homes, routines, and habits form a protective shell around us. And for the most part, they do. But what this story explores is what happens when that shell cracks quietly. A hallway light that feels slightly off, a sound that repeats with too much precision, a dream that borrows reality instead of inventing its own imagery. None of these things are inherently terrifying on their own. In fact, each of them is deeply ordinary. That ordinariness is what makes them powerful. It's what allows fear to slip past logic and settle into the body instead. I think many of us underestimate how much we rely on predictability rather than actual safety. When predictability disappears, even subtly, our nervous system reacts before our rational mind catches up. We feel watched, unsettled, alert, without being able to explain why. That doesn't make us weak. It makes us human. Dreams as a mirror, not a warning. One of the most interesting aspects of this story is how dreams function, not as prophecies, but as reflections. The dreams didn't invent danger. They translated it. Sound became ocean waves. Movement became footsteps. A sense of being observed became a ceiling corner point of view. Our brains are incredibly skilled at weaving external stimuli into narratives while we sleep. This isn't supernatural, it's survival. The mind's job is to detect patterns, even incomplete ones, and prepare us to respond. What's unsettling here isn't that the dreams felt real. It's that reality eventually confirmed them. But even then, the dreams weren't villains. They were messengers, imperfect ones, filtered through fear and imagination, but still trying to process something the waking mind didn't yet have language for. That reframes the story in an important way. The narrator wasn't cursed, haunted, or chosen. He was aware, and awareness, while uncomfortable, is not inherently negative. Fear as information, not an enemy. One of the most powerful takeaways from this story is the idea that fear doesn't always exist to paralyze us. Sometimes it exists to inform us. Fear says, pay attention. Fear says, something doesn't align. Fear says, don't ignore this just because it's inconvenient. The problem arises when fear is dismissed entirely, or when it's allowed to consume us without examination. The narrator's journey shows both extremes: early dismissal, followed by obsessive proof-seeking, and finally, a moment of clarity. What resolves the story isn't bravery in the traditional sense. It's not confrontation or victory. It's understanding. Understanding that some threats don't need to cross physical thresholds to affect us. Understanding that being watched isn't always about eyes. It can be about patterns, systems, or behaviors. Understanding that control doesn't come from eliminating fear, but from listening to it carefully. That's a surprisingly empowering message for a horror story. Technology, protector and participant. Another quiet theme running through the story is our relationship with technology. Cameras, phones, notifications, recorders. These devices are meant to provide security, clarity, evidence, and in many ways, they do. But they also introduce new layers of vulnerability. Technology doesn't just observe, it mediates experience. A blank notification feels more unsettling than a threatening message because it lacks context. A missing timestamp is scarier than a visible intruder because it denies us narrative closure. A camera angle that shifts without explanation feels invasive because it suggests agency where none should exist. The story doesn't argue that technology is dangerous. It suggests something more nuanced, that technology amplifies uncertainty when trust is broken. And once trust is broken, even helpful tools can become part of the fear. Why this story resonates? I think this story resonates because it doesn't ask the audience to believe in something impossible. Everything that happens feels plausible, disturbingly so. Sleep paralysis exists, false awakenings exist, burglars exploit sound and routine. People are watched without knowing it every day through digital means. Nothing here requires suspension of disbelief. It only requires recognition. And recognition is uncomfortable because it forces us to ask, what would I do in this situation? Would I trust my instincts? Would I dismiss them? Would I look for proof? Or avoid it out of fear of what I might find? Those questions linger long after the story ends. A quietly hopeful ending. Despite its darkness, this story isn't hopeless. The narrator survives. He learns, he adapts, he refuses to remain passive. Most importantly, he chooses awareness over denial. The ending is cold, yes, but it's not empty. It suggests that understanding comes at a cost, but that cost buys clarity. And clarity, even when uncomfortable, is better than living unknowingly within a pattern that controls you. Fear doesn't win here. Ignorance does not get the final word.